Welcome in, everybody, to the 2025 LPL season here in Split 2. We've got a really nice smorgasbord of games, a bit of a full-course meal, if you will, kicking the day off with FPX and Weibo, and then later on Rafa and Bloxer. We'll be covering Thunder Talk, IG, and then BLG versus JDG for your dessert. But it's myself and Cubby on the cast for the first game of the day. Cubby, should be a pretty interesting one, given the fact that FPX has done well to take a game or two off of really good teams, but still winless in series.
Yeah, they do feel like one of the bottom of the barrel group Ascend teams, whereas Weibo really trying to make a mark for themselves and prove that they could be a top 4 team in this group. Haven't seen a lot of them so far, but aren't really sold about them being able to hit that mantle quite yet. But as you phrased it, before we went on air, a potential nice get things right game for Weibo going up against FPX, who of course have struggled.
Yeah, this would be the one. They're, Weibo solo laners have struggled. FPX team has struggled. One clearly being greater than the other here. But of course, Weibo's losses, their one loss, totally fine, right? They lost to TES 2-1. They look very competitive against what, is one of the top 2 teams as you take a look at the group standings. Obviously, anyone's legend doing well to challenge them. But, Weibo then clean 2-0ing Thunder Talk, so expect much of the same here, Cubby.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, I've been at a little bit of FPX the last few days. I mean, yesterday FPX did surprise us against anyone's legend. I don't think that we're going to see any Talia tonight, or if we do, it's going to be denied likely from Care and FPX, as that was a good pick last night. But we'll have to see if we have any surprises, or if it could be another Weibo 2-0 against a lower tier opponent, as took care of business against Thunder Talk. We'll see if they can continue today. But still, for me, a team where it feels like a lot of people have high expectations for Weibo. I haven't really seen them reach that mantle yet. So just really curious to see, is this team able to improve, and where do we see them improve in some of the areas that they need to in a tune-up game against FPX to make sure that they're ready to go against the bigger teams and the badder teams you're going to have to face later on in the schedule.
Yeah, Split 1 should have been a kick in the tuchus for them. They finished 7th, 8th, right? Yeah, they lost to BLG, who everyone thought was the team to beat coming into 2025, but they haven't been the team to beat, right? So now we're calling into question where Weibo find themselves in the pecking order. You take a look at their starting lineup. Lots of holdovers from last year. Breathe, Tien, Xiaohu, Light, and Hung coming through. They kept the core of Breathe, Xiaohu, and Light. Hung coming in, pretty successful player in his time. And then, of course, Tien. Everybody knows about this guy.
Yeah. Again, a star-studded lineup that people had high expectations for. It feels like Weibo still a team that can reach those mantles, but again, I think that we'd really need to see more out of the solo lanes and just a little bit more consistency as a team. As a whole, we've had some games where Xiaohu and Breathe, you highlighted, been a little bit off. And for me, Light's been all right, but all right on his champs. And Weibo, I feel like the one real strength they have is playing sides and playing through sides. We haven't really seen them be able to step up much past that. So I feel like also just assessing where this team is at in this split, definitely something we're going to be doing a little bit tonight against FPX, as we haven't seen a ton of them. But from what we've seen so far, it still seems pretty similar to what Split 1 was, where just missing that little something that can push them over the edge to be a top team in the LPL.
Yeah, you saw in that first clip, I don't know if you looked at the KDA or you watched at the time, but Xiaohu probably had one of the worst games of his career. It was a really, really poor Rise game. And, things are just split really hard in a lot of these fights from what you can notice. And, the good news is you can get big plays like that. Xiaohu has been hot and cold.
Yeah, and again, I feel like Tien is the historically streaky player on this Weibo team. Really, he hasn't been the one that for me has been super streaky, which is a little bit surprising. But still a team that, when you have names like Xiaohu, like Tien, your expectations are always going to be high. And it just feels like, again, like Weibo going up against the top esports, anyone's legends, the BLGs, they're just missing that little something that can take them over those actual top teams in the LPL, as this team really looking to reach that mantle. And yeah, I think for me, you highlighted consistency from Xiaohu. Have definitely seen that be something that's been a little bit of a struggle, and looking to see if you can patch that up tonight against FPX team where Care, that Talia has been really big for them. And their ability to play sides without those globals, we saw be quite diminished yesterday. So good opportunity for Weibo to lean on their strengths later.
Yeah, this is the get right game for these solo laners because, you take a look at it theoretically. You shadowbox Sheer and Breathe and Kara and Jiahu. I mean, I know which duo that I'm taking. Take a look at the FPX roster though. Sheer, Shadow, Kara, Awesome, and Jue. Like that, Shadow has been moved into the jungle role permanently now. That's been one of the big changes, as well as Awesome coming through and reuniting the Rare Adam bot lane.
And I've gotten a front row seat to a lot of FPX so far this split, just being on a few other games, and it does feel like they have ideas in the early game of what to do, but once that script breaks, they haven't responded all too well. They aren't playing side lanes nearly as well as some of the other teams in this group Ascend, where FPX being here in the first place is already really a win for them. The fact that they do find themselves in this upper division in the LPL, but an expected bottom team, we have really seen FPX play as so. I think that Jue is really the one player that we've seen step up big in the wins they've had, whereas everyone else's performance has been relatively consistent, minus Shadow sometimes trying to do a little bit too much later on when he doesn't have to, but really looking to see if Jue can be set up for success, and if FPX, again, gets that Talia where when they are able to cheat sides, they have proven that with that champ and with that strat, they can play against the best teams in the LPL, so curious to see if that gets denied tonight by Weibo or if FPX gets their hands on it.
And if you haven't been paying super close attention to FPX, a pretty bad split one. They finished, I think, 1-9 in individual games against a group of teams that ended up being highly inconsistent, right? NIP was in their group, Invictus Gaming was in their group, and so is RNG. And like what we know about these teams now is RNG is down in Nirvana, NIP is fighting with Thunder Talk to be the gatekeeper team, and IG, who had a really good split 2 placement, we don't know what they are now either, because they're losing to teams that they should beat, and then they're beating TES, right? Like, no idea what's going on there. So FPX, where does that leave them?
That sounds like IG. That sounds like the Shy and IG team to me,
Yeah, well, like, where does it leave FPX in the shuffle?
Yeah, that's kind of what we're trying to figure out. Again, FPX, a team that it feels like they're just at the bottom of the shuffle, Yanni. A team that we're definitely looking to see if they can improve in the double round robin format. Again, a lot of games, a lot of potential experience for FPX to find, and again, did land themselves in this group for a reason. It was really good play from Shadow and the team, and the 3 seed placement matches that did decide the 2 teams that were in Group Ascend, the 2 teams that were in Group Nirvana. There were some big plays made by Shadow and FPX in those games. Just, again, haven't seen them be able to at least take a series win, but have seen them get some quality games, at least some wins on the Rift in the game score. Really highlighted by a big win against Anyone's Legend in Game 1 yesterday, as they managed to really utilize all the semi-globals they had. Got a big performance from Awesome and Care on this Talia.
Yeah, and I love that you mentioned Shadow, because this is the guy that, if FPX is going to win games, the direction the ship is going to be steered by him. The former Mad Lions jungler, if you pay attention to EU, went to Worlds with them a couple years ago, so theoretically has the most experience out of this roster, or, getting to, Worlds and everything like that. And again, as you mentioned, sometimes does too much, but it was a big player getting them into the Ascend group. 17 kill game on Nefiri, tied the record for most kills against NIP. Like, that's pretty awesome. It's great to see. But yeah, it's going to take everybody coming together, mostly the solo laners for FPX, because I think Asuma Jue can certainly handle their own, but Care specifically, the franchise player for FPX, a little bit to be desired in some games.
Yeah, it feels like Care is sometimes just there. He has a couple champs that he can be really impactful on, Talia being one of them, but then other games like the Rise game yesterday, just really out of position and out of sorts in a lot of those. So there's that, and then of course Sheer, the player that I feel like we have the highest hopes for on this roster as someone that potentially could be that next young up-and-coming top laner within the LPL trying to climb the ranks of the teams. I think that we've seen Sheer have a couple of good moments. Sometimes it's tough to gauge what it's like being a good top laner on a losing team. Definitely feels like that's where Sheer's at. Some moments have been mistakes by his own, some others he's had some nice moments. I think that the blinding of the Scion yesterday and being able to play that game, that style against his old master in Flandre, of course they shared a roster spot, was actually a really good look for Sheer. So I'm still hoping to see him have decent looks at a team that is struggling, and honestly, opportunity going up against Breathe, who has just been okay as a top laner so far this split in LPL.
Yeah, this would be a really big part of Weibo's game to expose, and maybe Sheer can do it. But as you said, it is a little bit difficult to shine on a team that is not doing so hot. And one thing I want to shine some light on is our format. If you have not been actively paying attention to the format, Group Ascend, Group Nirvana, top 4 out of Group Ascend, you're auto bidding into the playoffs. Bottom 6 of Group Ascend, you're going to go into the play-ins. And then Group Nirvana, the top 2 out of there will go into the play-ins, fight for a shot to get into the playoffs. If you're 3rd and 4th, we'll see you in Split 3. And if you're 5th and 6th, we'll see you when we see you. You're done for the year.
Yeah, that's a sayonara until 2026. That's a pretty tough one, as, of course, Group Nirvana, the single round robin, every game really matters in there. But tonight we do find ourselves in Group Ascend, and we'll see if FPX has anything different in store for us. As, of course, it's a double round robin, so your series score will end up being out of 18 games, or series, I should say, in the end. FPX 0-4, looking at a potential 0-5 start if the series goes the way we think it will tonight. Not exactly the start they wanted, even if it was a surprise making it into Group Ascend for them.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's like, oh, yeah, you know, we're feeling good. And then reality wakes you up like a hard slap across the face or a cold bucket of water. And that's what FPX has really run into here. And, you know, the good news for FPX is they've had a couple of notable results, right? They beat NIP in the Split 2 placements. They managed to split with them. They took that big win. And then, going 2-1 loss versus IG in Split 2 and a 2-1 loss versus anyone's Legend in Split 2. I mean, as you said, double round robin, we have a lot of games to play in this Ascend group. You're already going 2-1 against IG, who knocked off TES, and anyone's Legend, who's looking like they're still one of the top 2 teams in the league. Taking games off these teams is something to build off of. The only issue is if you really want to make a big impact, it's got to be soon, right? You want to get better seeding for the play-in eventually when it comes. You have to continue to at least take individual games, against shaky teams like Weibo, and then even win games against teams like, or win matches, I should say, against like Thunder Talk, your NIP, and your WEs.
And I think that's the thing about FPX, because on one hand, you can go with what you're talking about, Yanni, like, oh, on paper, we took a game off IG, we took a game off anyone's Legends, but IG is a team where it feels like they can drop a random game to anyone, and that's just kind of who they are and how they play. And if you take away the Yorick from Flandre, then anyone's Legends actually didn't drop a game this week. So
yeah. Oh,
there's that as well.
Take it away from him. Yeah, don't let him have it. No more.
Yeah, the games that also they've been losing, not a part of those wins, have been quite ugly. As it really feels like things just come falling apart at the seams by their own doing, and not because of the enemy team. So. Was kind of disappointed in FPX yesterday, even with that 1-2 loss. Just the fact that I felt like in Game 2, they could have had winning positions in that game. They overplayed their hand, and then into the comp that was stronger earlier on and ended up losing later on. And then that Game 3 just got absolutely smoked across the map. So even in the series that you're highlighting was somewhat competitive on paper, like beating anyone's Legends is great, I still kind of left with a sour taste in my mouth with FPX, and really looking for them to try and fix that today against Weibo. And as you were highlighting, it's one thing to win games, another thing to win series. So they got to start putting some series wins on the board.
Well, I got to ask you, Cubby, how sour can it actually be, right? Because FPX coming into the group is, we expect them to be a bottom 2 team, right?
It's
we
true.
Them to be with Team WE, and you're going and you're taking a game off of a team that, in Split 1 was absolutely amazing, finished top 2, Split 2 looking great so far. Obviously, yes, it wasn't perfect. It wasn't ideal conditions. It wasn't like FPX was like, oh my god, they played such a great game from start to finish, right? But it is something, and like at least the players are going to be like, well, I mean, we won a game against these guys, we can win against anybody.
Potentially it is the 3rd day in a row for FPX. So yesterday we were really talking about how much anyone's Legend were actually prepping for a team like FPX when they were facing BLG the day before. I'm not sure how much prep FPX has gotten in against these individual opponents and tough matches that they have, but we'll see if they're able to bring it tonight. And this is the split intro here, Yanni.
This is my first time actually seeing the split intro. I'm going to be quite honest.
Base Yanni just skips to the end of draft and goes from there. I feel like that's where we're at.
I actually just skip till we start talking about the teams. We talk about the teams. I skip the 1v1. I get into the draft, and then we go from there. That's exactly what I've been doing. So I haven't actually seen this. This is so awesome.
No skipping the 1v1 tonight. Yeah, I feel like the other awesome thing, the fact that anyone's Legend, they marched out Tarzan, their jungler, to play Yorick in a 1v1. with
that was
all
awesome.
the panda skins, and then still managed to find the win made in the fire. That might have been the highlight of my 1v1 experience so far. Yes, made in this. Tarzan don't need no maidens.
He's just like me, for real, for real.
Well, you made
Somebody
that joke.
call me, please.
You know. Well,
oh man.
starting off with a hot note.
Sorry, I had to. Oh man, you know, just like FPX may be maidenless based off their start, taking a bunch of L's just like me in the dating scene. But you know, if they can turn it around, that will give me some hope for myself. The only problem is obviously trying to turn it around against Weibo is going to be incredibly difficult. Again, as you mentioned earlier, just that game-over-game improvement is really what we're looking for. You can see the walkouts. Hey, listen, this looks like a team that's like totally ready to play today. You know what? Look, throwing up the peace sign. Everything's all good. They're nice and even keel. I respect it. The drip looks pretty good. It's basic, but it's solid.
They got the matching shoes, you know. That's always nice. We like when our uniforms match from head to toe. And FPX, I will say, had some decent vibes on stage yesterday before things started getting grim. I think all the teams kind of get some laughs and chuckles out of the 1v1s that go on. And importantly, we see Jouet's Tom and Jerry mousepad. That is massive in that one. But
that's so cool.
A Tom and Jerry mousepad, Yanni, that is a man of culture right there.
Oh, 100%, man. Like, you know, I'm sure he's getting hit by hooks when he's playing Squishy Champions and shouting, yow, you know, like, I love Tom and Jerry, man. Whenever I'd be home from school, you know, if I went, I was a little sick, you know, pop on Cartoon Network, pop on some Tom and Jerry, you know, nice to know. I was going to say the kids, because I don't actually know how old he is, but I just turned 30 yesterday, so I'm going to refer to pretty much every League player from here on out as the kids. So it's nice to see the kids are still respecting the old classics like Tom and Jerry.
Yes, happy birthday, happy 30th, Yanni.
Thank you.
You are 1 year older than Faker, I believe. Maybe 2 at this point. So just, you know, put that one in perspective.
Hold on. That's not fair, though. That's not fair. He's Korean age.
Somewhat true. But yeah, diving into this one, curious to see what we end up getting for the 1v1. Of course, blue side, really what is at stake. We have seen very few teams actually opt for red side still in this Fearless format, as blue side you do get access to that first pick that, well, pretty important when you only get your hands on a champion once.
Yeah, it's been dictating a whole lot, and, you know, I imagine it will do so today. But the good news is, you know, you got some homies out here that can scrap in the 1v1s, right? Like, it feels like every team in the LPL has like one player that you can take into a 1v1 and be like, you know what? Yeah, this is like our guy. He can win us a 1v1. Like, I don't actually know who's doing the 1v1s today because, to be honest with you, I actually did not look. It's going to be Care versus Xiaohu. Actually, thank you. Prod, love you very much.
I mean, mid-lane matchup, mid-lane era.
Yeah, I don't think Care is going to win this one. I don't think Care is the guy, but who knows? Maybe he is. And if he does, then all of a sudden, like, this series could be good.
It could be. We did see anyone's legend win that blue side yesterday just to lose the game. Make things interesting in that 1v1 as Xiaohu taking away Heimerdinger. Like, I'm not dealing with that crap. It looks like we have Olaf into Rumble.
Okay, this is spicy.
Yeah, Rumble, he's been a champ that gets banned a lot in these 1v1s. We'll see if Xiaohu is able to play it. Of course, did spend a little bit of time as a top laner in his past. I believe one of MSI up there, too. As, of course, this split we are playing to go to MSI. This is the split of Xiaohu. And really questionable the fact that Weibo, if they can make it there or not right now, is, I think, a question that a lot of LPL fans would answer no. As they find themselves looking on the outside in as an unlikely team to make top 2 in the split. But a lot of time for Weibo to prove that one wrong. We'll see if they can continue to scale up and maybe once again turn Xiaohu to that tournament where he has had so much success in his career.
Yeah, and they need to do it soon because, you know, there are many players throughout League's history that you can take a look at and be like, you know, it's not this event without this player. Xiaohu is the kind of player that you could say that for not only MSI, but also Worlds, right? This, you know, obviously we're looking very far into the future here, but like very concerning that Weibo isn't like dumpstering kids, in my opinion, right? I think his team is really strong from top to bottom individually based on their body of work in the past, but like this dude's attended like the last 8 World Championships. Like imagine a Worlds without him because of how strong the top of the LPL is, right? Like I really feel like there could be like up to 6 teams that you could reasonably send to international events, right? So, you know, hopefully, as you said, they right the ship and get this man to MSI to try to win his 4th MSI title. But that is still a long way away. I have not packed for the trip yet or anything like that, so I'm not too worried about it right now.
Yeah, at the moment, looks like Care, he's packing the butcher skin. And he's going to go to work on the Super Galaxy Rumble. Yeah, he's got the meats. We'll see if he's got the axes to boot. As this 1v1 going to be very Rumble favored early on. As Care is going to have trouble getting access to those axes. And those harpoons going to be really nice for trying to kite things out and keep Olaf where he is before level 6 comes in.
You know, this could be the only time we see a Rumble in the series, you know. Champion has been banned pretty often. You know, not something that is too crazy to come out of like Breathe or Sheer, so who knows, maybe the teams won't ban it, just give it to one of them, but you know, you can see the power of him in a strict 1v1, and you know, regardless if it was a an Olaf or a more meta top laner, Rumble will still do this to you.
Yeah, getting the push in those early waves. As at least when Olaf goes, though, he does have access to that bonus attack speed. But again, I don't think Care pre-6 can really do much here against Xiaohu, who is going to continue with these levels to push up, force Care off, and force Care to hopefully miss some XP, as that's the likely goal here, as utilizing that Strength Rumble to push Olaf around early, who really needs 6 to function in this matchup yet again.
Yeah, for those who may not notice at the bottom of the screen, the 1v1s have changed compared to Split 1. There's no 100 CS anymore. If you've not been paying too much attention to the 1v1s, so the Knight gets dropped down, but a barrier in response. So, you know, what you're getting out of denying the CS here is just denying the extra gold that Kara can get for that first back. And one thing that I learned recently is that the first back is empowered, apparently.
Hey, get to go fast, back to base, try and catch these minions on the way back. Care, keeping this wave in front of him. Will be nice before 6. Of course, Xiaohu will ding 6 first. But Care keeping this wave close enough, at least has access to the XP, will not drop any, will match 6. And now just curious what the first base ends up being. I gotta believe that we're gonna see Olaf rock a Hex Drinker here, Yanni, as he's dealing with this Rumble, and then we'll just kind of go from there.
Yeah. You think he's gonna go into boots at all? You know, I see some going to boots, right? I mean, for Olaf specifically, you get to be a little bit more sticky at that point. You know, when you pop your Ragnarok, obviously Ragnarok is really just going to help you against the slows of the tasers, and obviously everything else you get with it. But you know, we'll see what the move is for Kara. See what he wants to do. As,
see, if I'm Xiaohu, I definitely want to grab boots, just to try and kite out this Olaf and avoid those 1v1s. So I almost feel like Olaf has to grab boots just to match and try and keep up with Rumble. So likely be the case. Still, Hex Drinkers where you're going to get a lot of that value, and a lot of that money can go. As Carrot's been doing a decent job of sidestepping a couple of these harpoons.
Oh,
and
you good, brother?
He's going to be playing for the wave here. He's down a little bit in CS. Carrot's absorbing more. Doing a decent job here.
Yeah, you know, Xiaohu has been dropping a lot of CS. We see Ignite on. The undertows are there to slow him up. Care trying to catch up. Maybe 1 or 2 more undertows, but he did see the power of the slows. Wait a minute. Care does not have flash available. He did not pick it. Xiaohu will burn his.
Good find there from Care. Going to be able to absorb most of this wave and get the next one in. Important for him. So base priority. Care will be up on the first base, and of course, tease the Xiaohu could potentially grab those sneakers in order to try and kite out this Olaf. Just going to get the base kit. Not going to upgrade those anytime soon.
I saw somebody with an empowered recall the other day. How did they do that? They did not have symbiotic souls.
I'm not sure. Maybe it's taking a plate or a certain timer in the game.
Am I crazy?
Oh, you were not crazy. I saw that as well. Maybe it's first blood. Maybe you need that.
You know what? That sounds right. That sounds beneficial. You know, I wish I could read all the rules for this, but honestly, I don't really have them on hand. Oh, maybe talk for a little bit. I want to go take a look at see if the rules show up.
We're gonna buy some time here. See if Yanni can.
Okay, so the rules don't show up on 1v1 side selection.
We need the empowered recall rules. You know, that's what Yanni needs on the custom ARAM map that bridges these 1v1s as we decide side selection LPL the fun way.
I'm peeking at the Leakpedia here, and
it's a work in progress. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, you know, I don't see anything about that. So you know, I'll have to find the conditions, have to go back, look at the archives, perhaps the archives are incomplete, you know. What's not incomplete is this Hex Drinker.
Pretty nice there for Kara, the fact that he was able to cue that wave with the Hex Drinker into Caulfield's Warhammer and just delete it. Of course, level 10, so has max points into the queue. And
he takes a lot of damage. That taser did much more than I thought it was going to do.
Yeah. So if he's able to hit the wave, it does have access to some sustain, and his passive that will only get better as he goes lower. If he's able to delete the back wave like this, that's, again, at least he can use that to, you know, maybe set something up later on. At least he's getting his CS and not getting pushed off by Rumble, as he's going to look for another reset. Could help with wrapping up that Maw and having it for this upcoming fight.
47 seconds until the Ring of Fire begins to move in.
Top right in your screen.
Yep, once the Ring of Fire moves in, it is the first kill. So we will see some fireworks soon. Xiaohu probably going to wait for his flash to come up before anything. Care. Both summoners up, no flash, but hopefully no problem, at least he's hoping. As Maul by Mortius has been completed, we get yet another Null Magic Mantle, and you know, hopefully we don't have a scenario where a player backs while the Ring of Fire is moving.
There is a chance that Kara could base again with plate money. As he's got 10 seconds, so yeah, could try and sneak his way back in. Ring of Fire to take a little bit to get going. So will be a better buy here for Kara. If he's able to sneak back, will be stopped by Xiaohu.
Yeah, he's got to stay now because that ring is out.
Up.
So good on Xiaohu. He's got his first completed item as well. Looking to at least take the health relic, cause some problems here. Equalizer going to go down. He wants to fight on top of it. Burning and burning and burning. His Care is down to half HP. The heal cuts there too. He's overheated, but Care getting some pretty big shields. It's going to be close, and I think it's going to be Care taking it. Wins the 1v1 with the Olaf. Wanted to ask him a question. Question answered. He can win the 1v1.
Olaf mowed him down to the end as he managed to really find Xiao at an awkward point of the map. I know that the equalizer being dropped, it stopped the autos coming in, the Ragnarok extending because Olaf didn't want to fight on that terrain. But yeah, the back half of the fight, even down Ragnarok, Olaf was still able to get all those autos off, those under toes hitting. So easy 1v1 pick up for Care, playing that top lane. Olaf into that Rumble and getting his team an expected blue side could be big for, you know, we're talking about picks like Talia being really important here for FPX. Just, again, grabbing blue side, you get that first pick, that fourth ban against the enemy team where you get first dibs on that champion. We did see how important Talia was for FPX yesterday in that win over anyone's legend and why it's been such high priority for them really throughout the split.
Yeah, you know, there's a couple of priorities they can definitely have here because Sheer has played some games at Jace. Obviously, we know Jace has been, you know, getting picked and banned around a little bit. Obviously, in the jungle, Nefiri, you know, Shadow has had some really good games on Nefiri. So, you know, I wonder if they'll try to, you know, go to the Nefiri into being open, and maybe Weibo decides they're not afraid of it. But then that also means that, like, Talia gets to go over to Weibo. So I think I'm with you on the first pick, Talia, for Weibo, because in Xiaohu's career, a Talia pick has almost certainly meant a game victory. He has had a 70% win rate on that champion in his career. So it's like a free win every time he gets it.
Yeah, I gotta say, we haven't seen a lot of B1 Talia, but I think it would really speak to how important the pick is to FPX and the priority that they put on this to really even be able to consider that. And curious what kind of pick ban phase we get from Weibo, of course, on red side, where we are still seeing the Gwen banned out consistently on red this patch, and still have to consider taking away something like Nefiri as well, as Shadow has put up big games on it. So Weibo going to start by taking away that Callista, sign that they may not be willing to play that Talia themselves.
Pretty interesting to see all these 80 carries go by the wayside, right? You know, Light, we talked about that his big three champions in his career, not really good right now. So, you know, if you put him on an Ezreal, you put him on a Varus, sure, you know, any player in the LPL can make these champions work, right? But maybe not as efficient. Maybe he's not playing at 100% total. You can see this Talia getting taken out. So FPX isn't even thinking about taking it first themselves.
Yeah, not willing to B1 it. I think it's a little bit safer to R1, R2. Maybe some other picks up that they really want to B1 is you got to believe that a Gwen ban's coming out here. We did see Sheer play that Scion in. We left Gwen up. Gwen and Rumble are both up, so I guess they're willing to make that handshake here. Weibo is. We'll see what side FPX wants. Is if they, you got to believe it's Rumble or Gwen coming in, or they could leave both up and take Vi, which is going to be the case. Okay, this is pretty interesting start to the draft.
I actually don't mind this, right? Because unless you're going to flex Gwen into the jungle, you will still get your choice of Rumble or Gwen, and this is a good takeaway from TN. So I'm actually kind of for it, and it gives Shadow a lot of agency in this game. So we will have to see how things develop, and of course, if you pick a Gwen, you're going to have to make sure as Weibo you have ways to enable her later on in the game, so it will kind of pigeonhole you into certain things.
I mean, if you want to get really crazy here, too, even an option to first pick Ambessa, play it into the Gwen, and then if you do drop game 1 as FPX, a chance to take the Rumble first pick in game 2, which could be quite valuable, as I do find that Sejuani ban quite peculiar. But at least Weibo used it to get their hands on this Gwen, and will look to actually deny the Ahri away from this Vi-Ahri combo. So if that ends up being the call, I would love to see a Ryze come in, or really an Akali come in, too, for care. I feel like those couple of champs, especially something like Akali being able to overwhelm, maybe even one-shot the Gwen early on in fights could be really big.
Yeah, and this does mean that Weibo is almost assuredly locked into Xin Zhao on 3, because obviously you're not going to pick it on 2 there. You're going to pick the Ahri to take it away from that Vi combo and then give yourself that strong combo. You know, and as we mentioned, the door is still open for Rumble. That will get locked in, so you're going to have that nice level 6 power for the side of FPX, and a dive buddy coming over with that Vi in the form of the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, spent a lot of time talking about the Tawia and the globals and like the Scion, the Panth, and the Kai'Sa had in that first game, which FPX did beat anyone's legend in just yesterday. Awesome's Kai'Sa was a big part of that. It was a lower damage comp with the Scion and Tawia showing. Kai'Sa can make up for all the damage in the world if you are able to execute it. My concern in this game is that they don't necessarily need the damage of the Kai'Sa, just taking it to really follow up on the Vi Rumble. And if you aren't careful into Gwen MF, the overextending into those champions can be very punishing. As Weibo, a lot of scaling with the Gwen. It feels like Ahri and MF is trying to bridge the game there to make sure that Gwen does get going in the later stages. Of course, a lot of the changes made to Gwen do make her stronger much earlier, but it still feels like she has a lot of that power late. Some of it was moved out of the R into other stuff, so going through those queues can be really challenging.
Galio taken away, Xin taken away, so not a big surprise there, but that does provide some protection for Hung to be able to either get his choice of a Rel or maybe a Rakan, something that works really well with Misfortune. So like the metagaming there is Nautilus will get taken off the board to make sure that Zhao Hu on Ahri can kind of roam free a little bit, and Light can set his feet in these fights.
Yeah, would it be surprised if we just see Leona slammed here by Hong? As I
could do that.
Not exactly sure if he wants to Rel here. Rel would be nice for the MF, but not take away maybe signals that a little bit more potential to grab Rel. I know that jungle's already showing. You don't necessarily want to blind support, but I do think that with the Pantheon here, a strong jungle pick for TN, but a lot of early game again showing for Weibo that can be countered here by FPX, who already have the scaling of the Kai'Sa. Rumble can do wonders later on. It really is only the Gwen that's going to get them that big damage at the later stages right now for Weibo, with a lot of early game power showing around it.
Rel going to be taken away, so going to break up that Misfortune Rel combo. We'll see what the move is going to be for Care here. If he does want to go into that Azir, and he does, so going to match a little bit of late game for late game here, at least in the form of some of these solo laners. Now we'll see the Alistar come through. No surprise there. Try to keep this Rel from disrupting the team. Try to keep Vi out.
Yeah, I think Alistar being able to find that in the back half going to really help Weibo with the fact that they lack that true tank. So being able to pop that ultimate, catch some CC, and try and get off 2 spell rotations in the fight could be really nice for Hong and Weibo. But FPX, I got to say that I've seen them win on comps like this. It feels like they are a team that they have the capability of piloting this Rumble, and we've seen what Awesome can do on Kai'Sa over the top. For Weibo, I think they really need to be disciplined about how they use the early strength. The Pantheon really strong early. See him able to push around a lot of jungle matchups, including the Vi. and MF against Kai'Sa have to keep that Kai'Sa down. So for me, really looking for Weibo to get those early leads and then see how they are going to be able to snowball them across the map in this early game.
Yeah, Shadow and Care might have a bit of a tough time, right? Because early on, you know, a Vi pre-6, obviously a lot less strength, a lot of the strength of her kit coming from that ultimate. And then Azir, as we know, doesn't really become a champion at least until he hits 6. And even then, not his strongest point of the game. So there are worries that Tian and Xiaohu can just run this game. And it would be really nice to see, if you're a Weibo fan, a classic Xiaohu performance on a champion that he's played quite a bit of, and come in and just absolutely ruffle stomp this game out of the jungle and mid lane.
Out of the jungle and mid lane. Well, we'll see if that's the case here for Weibo. Is again, weaker opponent today in FPX, but still looking for convincing wins from Weibo to try and convince us that they can be a top 4 team in this league.
Yeah, you need to avoid the soup. The soup of 5, 6, 7, 8. That's it's not where you want to be, especially because that means if you get to the bracket stage, you're going to be going up against some of these top 4 teams. They are world beaters. You'd rather be up there than playing against them. You know, unless you're like the 5th seed, I'm sure you could live with that. Crowd's not awake yet. That's all right.
The FPX fans really aren't weak yet. All right. You really set him up for that one. As
I respect that fan so much.
I gotta say the soup joke he made about 5 through 8 and being out of the soup. This format really answers the age-old question of 5, 6, 7, 8. Who do we appreciate? 1, 2, 3, and 4 as you get that pass over the playoffs, right? The main stage.
You know who we do appreciate? We definitely have an appreciation for Soup and Mong. Because those guys are elite Ko-Fi supporters. So, the Coffee supporters, appreciate them. Aaron Soup just has the perfect name for this one. And then, of course, we got to get Mong in there, too.
I thought my tie-in was fun. Yanni's was very fun. As lane start, both junglers starting on the bot side of the jungle, working their way up towards top. So, action in that Rumble versus Gwen lane. Possibility. As Sheer, curiously enough, actually going for the phase rush in this build. So, maybe trying to kite out a potential EQ from Gwen, get out of the sweet spot of the snips. I feel like that's why you'd pass up on the Comet. That would make a lot of sense to me. Or the Conqueror as well. So we'll see if Shear's able to execute that with a different keystone at the top line.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it doesn't seem like you'll be running over the Gwen or anything like that because of the exhaust from Breathe. So it makes a little bit more sense to make sure that you're not the one who's going down, especially being able to outrun a Pantheon too, and make sure that once these early team fights come through and you start contesting these objectives, you're on a fair amount of strength to be able to help your team, because that's what we need to see out of FPX, right? Especially in this game 1. You know, this is a team that has won a couple of game 1s against some really good teams. They will smack you in the mouth early, just like Kair's smacking Xiaohu in the mouth right now. And, you know, Weibo, if they're not careful, they will get snake bitten. They will find themselves down 1-0 and then kind of be backs against the wall at that.
And that's really what the key is here for FPX. I think this comp, they do need a little bit of scaling. And for me, FPX, when we have seen them look good, they have an idea of how to play out some of their early games and early lanes. We just haven't been able to see them really snowball that from start to finish to find consistent enough wins. And when they do trip up, I don't think they adapt very well, which is definitely something we're going to look for today. Also, specifically Game 2 yesterday, I thought that FPX had the scaling comp into anyone's legend and played their hand way too fast, contesting dragons and neutral objectives they could have afforded to drop in the game to not play into their enemy, who had better position and a stronger comp at hand when they did have a scaling advantage. Want to see if FPX is able to play better around that today. As cute Q there from Shadow snuck in. I don't think Xiaohu spotted it. And he's actually hovering on the wrong side. That ward's giving him false info, so a chance that Shadow finds a Q flash here.
Yeah, he's not playing toward his jungler either, but now Shadow gets out of there, gets immediately spotted, runs into Tian, which means we could see some problems here. The stuns are out. The electrocutes are getting proc. The shields are there too. Shadow is going to be forced to flash away.
Of course, if he did get any lower at high risk for Pantheon crits coming through, of course that Pantheon passive can work overtime. So good find there by Tian. That Pantheon really, really scary to run into at level 4. As Jouet gonna look, but ends up dropping short. as the Ignite comes down on his face, and that's actually no action on the bot side. So FPX, that first look, going to be neutralized off of, I guess, a nice play from Tian, and a little bit unfortunate from Shadow that he gave up his positioning there, because it was quite good to sneak into that brush.
Yeah, just not quite there, not quite willing to trust himself. And, you know, what's really interesting is that Xiaohu had kind of moved down a little bit toward the bottom side, away from his jungler, just a tad, right? Which I think tipped off Shadow that, like, oh man, maybe they know I'm in here, right? And his jungler's on the bot side, so it was just that little bit of positioning that made him fall for that. And now have his flash down, and you know that flash will be down for when he's level 6, I believe. So, you know, at least for a little bit, he won't have the extra range to be able to ult somebody.
Yeah, and of course the Panthari, I guess same idea as Viari, but not quite as lethal, as Pantheon only has one button to guarantee the lockdown, not a couple, as the Q, of course, packs a bump and CC and assist. Well, that is truly lockdown CC, if you describe it as such.
Gotta get a lot closer, too, as Pantheon,
yeah.
You know?
Weibo currently trying to lock down the map. Of course, a misfortune with that strut passive. And her strength early game, if you get push, it's really nice to rotate out of the lane. And this rotation will catch FPX off guard, as Sheer just going to ult that wave to delete it. But Weibo's bot lane able to get a little bit of free time in the lane, and accrue a tad bit of a lead going up against Awesome, which again can be very big, as you want to really try and keep this Kai'Sa down.
Sheer dropping his ultimate on that wave a couple moments ago. Just a mulligan that FPX is not interested in taking these grubs at all. They will go and take their dragon. Now, you do lose quite a bit here by giving up grubs, right? Breathe is going to make great use of them later on in the game. Even Xiaohu is going to be able to do his thing. You've got one really strong solo laner and one pretty damn good one. You know, but the FPX solo laners as well should be able to hold their own at least. But if Weibo start getting advantages, these turrets will melt.
Yeah, I'm just kind of interested now where Weibo puts their priority in this 1v2. How long do they want to be in this formation? Because I think that the Gwen's really benefiting here, just being 1v1 up against a Kai'Sa, but Kai'Sa can be very scary to give over that solo gold, solo XP to. So just curious if they want to try and break Gwen out of that matchup before she falls. Or I should say when they want to break her out, because she will have a lead against Rumble once they are able to get the 1v1 going, as Breathe is absorbing solo XP and solo gold, whereas Sheer is sharing. So I'm curious how much longer Weibo want to keep this up, because they really are trading power into the Kai'Sa for power into the Gwen.
Oh, this is going to be real bad. Sheer is going to have to run away, and he is stuck. The triple threat of Weibo is here. First blood going to be picked up by Tian.
Yeah, Tian burns the ult, going to be gifted the kill for his use of time, as Hong going to cancel the base of Zhui, and that answer for at least keeping the lanes in that 2v2, that Rumble a little bit too far up for Tian's liking, and he is able to burn that semi-global to get a positive play for Weibo in their favor.
Yeah, not only that, during that time, Tian was able to go into the top jungle of Shadow, take away that Gromp, and then on the other side, Shadow tried to take away, but Breathe stopped him. So, you know, now Shadow is losing out on a couple camps. Sure, he is up a lot of CS right now, but you'll see very shortly that get equalized, as he's going to try to lie in wait, make a play on Breathe.
Of course, no flash on this Gwen.
Oh, he got spotted.
Was spotted there, though. Nice toggle from our observers. See if Breathe was
did he
aware.
not? I don't think Breathe saw him, and now the equalizer on top of his head. Doesn't matter that you exhaust him. That's plenty of damage.
I guess Breathe didn't see him, as that was a little funky, Yanni.
There was a lot of funk on that play. That was the funkiest play I've ever seen in my life, bro. Shadow is out here doing moves reminiscent of the 80s. But yeah, I just cannot believe that this was allowed. I mean, I'm sure they'll show the toggle again. Yeah, just a split second.
Yep. Well, I'm perplexed.
This is the problem that we've been talking about, right? You know,
yeah.
The solo laners of Weibo not playing up to their standards, right? Classic, you know, proving of concept there is Awesome is going to have to burn his ultimate, try to stay away, keep himself alive, As he's been put in a lot of 2v1 scenarios, and while he's been able to get his, does mean that he hasn't been able to be too active so far.
I'm still just so shocked that Breathe went down there. That was such an
Too busy
awesome
breathing.
Yeah, and Hong.
Okay.
He's gonna walk down into the river and get found and
oh.
probably go down.
Yep, yeah, he's gonna go down. Shadow was able to get there in time. Picks up his, Kara picks up his first of the game, and now Tien staying a little bit long here after that play, but the Vi ult is not available. They do not see light around that corner, so he will be able to just barely make it out of there.
At no smite for Tien, loses that buff to the smite of Shadow. Good find from Shadow, who again we were complimentary of when it came to these early game plans and direction. When FPX were winning games, especially on their way to make it to Group Ascend, it was off of the game plans and execution from Shadow. They were finding some of those leads. So in this one, I know that the gold, it's even, not exactly in their favor, but still Shadow making a couple positive plays here, Yanni, to make sure this team has a good chance. Has been nice to see that continuation for FPX again. We have seen them win some games, but still not really convinced of them as real contestants or even like threats in this group, Yanni. Just the fact that we have yet to see them find those series wins, and in their losses, they've not looked good.
Yeah, I like that they've been at least a bit proactive in this game. Yeah, they had a couple of oopsies, and they were given a gift by Weibo, but, you know, at least taking action on them, right, and getting the job done, as FPX will split the grubs even here. And the Dragon up in about 15 seconds with multiple members of Weibo on the bottom side. Perhaps a dive and a Drake is in the cards.
It's still cleaning up the
It is definitely in the cards.
Hong
is just going to drop his ultimate down and tank up this turret, and they mob Sheer.
No chance to win out on that dive, as Sheer has to get through an empowered cow, and that cow could not be moved in the bot lane as Hong. No minion wave needed to pull off that dive. Yeah, that said, that dive could be it. I do like the response from Shadow and Jue. I mean, in the end, it's going to be 3 grubs and the second dragon for FPX. The first part of feats secured for just the dive bot for Weibo. So, again, on paper, not exactly these... Oh, hold on.
Oh, wait, okay. So Tien could not steal it, but Shadow is stuck back here. Is he actually able to get out? Yeah, Tien not going to commit his flash. He saw multiple members in the area and decides that he's not going to go for that. So a nice steal there out of FPX and their jungler.
And again, going back to the big picture, like, yes, Rumble gets dove, goes down, but you're trading that for grubs, for Dragon. That's okay. If you are FPX, Sheer, a little bit behind in this game and behind on the curve, will need a bit of help to make sure that you can get back in it. But if you drop a good equalizer, you can always be useful as Rumble no matter what kind of items you're sitting at. Whereas if Gwen's down on items, you're not nearly as useful as a Rumble is. So, again, I feel like a lot was traded to set that Rumble behind and maybe open things up for Gwen now than what was actually worth it. So we'll see if Breathe can pay off the small lead that he does have as he gets back into his side lane.
And I'm not really sure if this is the member you really want to set behind, right? Especially with FPX having some of their problems in fights. You know, Kara has been unabated this entire game so far. He's 1-0. He's CSing just fine. He's going to get a plate for himself there. And, you know, this is right on schedule. Now, the schedule is going to take some time. It's not like Weibo don't have opportunities to make plays before he gets big, but it's something to keep in the back of your mind, right? Is that this Azir is really just allowed to do what he wants so far, 13 minutes into the game.
Yep. Yeah, I think the idea is that they're going to try and play outside of the range of Azir and around it, as Breathe can get caught.
It's going to be hard to do when Care goes all the way in and he finds his second kill of the game. Now let's see if Xiaohu is going to look for more here. Doesn't have the Spirit Rush available. Charm is not going to land, and the rest of Weibo cannot catch up.
Good sidestep from Care, who really was the one that set up, executed that play onto Breathe, was able to find him in the brush, stop that base, and the Gwen goes down yet again. Weibo looking for the answer, but Carry able to shift the sands right on out of there. And this is not bad for FPX, who continue to farm up these side lanes for Weibo, looking for these plays bot and not really finding anything.
Oh no, his leap got interrupted, and the tank up is going to be there. And the Ignite will not give it over to Hung. That means Xiaohu will get his first of the game. This low damage, high uptime RE.
That was not played very well by Jue, who got that crashed down, canceled the back half by the Ahri, and was not able to escape with his life. So Weibo getting a little something back, but it's still Sheer is able to pick up most of that wave and prevent the turret from going down. So the war for first brick, Yanni, really is on.
Let's see who's going to be able to get that, scoop up all that extra gold.
FPX got
FPX already have feats.
Yeah, it's fine.
So, I mean, we're just, we're worried about who's getting first turret. That's still valid, my friend. That's still very valid.
Plates are down now. For me, the challenge is FPX again. We didn't see them do a great job of playing out 3 lanes yesterday. When you have Rumble and Azir, you have the opportunity to try and play out 3 lanes. Important because you're trying to get farm to make sure both these characters, or champions, I should say, have the damage necessary to get through their counterparts on Weibo. But this is where FPX really tripped up yesterday against anyone's Legends. So it'll be good to see him have a cleaner game playing out the 1-3-1 today.
My goodness, Shui gets chunked really hard. And, you know, for those who say that Ahri build is low damage, just like I said a moment ago, well, if you're 4 levels up, it'll do plenty of damage. Team's hovering around the Rift Herald. 40 seconds until that one's up. Next Dragon in about 1 minute and 20 seconds. And you know FPX is going to want to find a way to snag that one. You get on Soul Point. You get so much control of the map. You force the enemy team to go where you want them to go.
Especially when it's the strength that something like Mountain Soul does bring to the Rift. So honestly, a really big dragon here for FPX, being able to pick that off and threaten Soul for the rest of the game. Still feel like there is some strength in their champions at the moment, but Weibo is a comp right now that could be really strong if they want the fight. Just have to be careful navigating around this Rumble. And we'll see if they want to pull the trigger and actually look for a fight here, as there are no summoner spells that are down on the side of FPX that can be really punishable. So might be a challenge for Weibo to try and find this skirmish. Of course, have Rift Herald to play to, as well as that dragon that's spawning shortly. You got to imagine that dragon for Weibo a little bit more important, trying to deny that soul point now, especially if they do think that their comp is stronger now, and I think their comp does bring a lot of strength to the table here, especially on that Pantheon.
Yeah, and only 3 grubs apiece does mean that, you know, while Rift Herald is very good, it's not exactly going to be a world-beating objective to pick up unless you are able to get so much off of it. With Care up in the top side and generally dominating right now, should mean that FPX is just going to take the time to go pick up that Rift Herald, and it looks like they will. Nobody on the Dragon yet for Weibo, which means they may fancy themselves a fight here. Herald down to about 5,000 HP. Tien does have his ultimate available. The Herald is getting chunked even lower. Looks like they're looking to go all the way in. It's smite and secured by Shadow, but Shadow is caught in the pit with 2 members of Weibo, but now Hung is in there, and sure, he's got his ultimate, but the rest of his team is able to buy space for him to be able to walk out, but the objective does go to FPX.
I mean, big thing was, too, they actually got Breathe off the Dragon. I believe Breathe started soloing it as that Rift play was evolving. He pulled off to go join his team, so that Dragon take will be grabbed in the back half by Weibo, but it's delayed, and in that time where it's delayed, Care gonna not just pick up the outer turret, but Shui also dropping that Rift Herald. They should be able to get a crash.
This will be good, and you know, a lot of teams, they'll make the breakneck pace play of trying to dive. Xiaohu does not have his ultimate available, so maybe we'll see a move like that happen here. Assume is coming through as well. The turret is going to fall, and they're going to look for Xiaohu. The charm is out, but here comes Awesome to the backline, and he gets punted into the turret, but there's the Emperor's Divide, as Hung has to flash away as he watches his Ahri fall.
And it's another game won 2 days back-to-back where FPX taking it to one of the better teams we have in the LPL, and this time around, I really like the map call they had there. Again, understanding how important these dragons are, how important it is to deny a soul point from FPX. FPX say, fine, you want control over that side of the map? We'll give it. We'll take the Herald. We'll go for the crash and even find the play afterwards as Xiaohu, down ult from the last series of events, does flash, but Awesome was able to go over the top and help clean this one up with, of course, Care. A nice Emperor's Divide to push Weibo back. Gets the flash from Hong, too, in the back half. Just a good play, good overload, playing away from that neutral objective, accepting that it's going to be dropped, and finding a lot of gold they can throw in their pockets now. And that lead, as they come back out on the map, continues as Care is eliminating the spot outer turret.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's on 2 items now. That's a huge lead. He's up about 1,500 gold, and FPX really kind of firing on all cylinders here in this first game, making really smart map plays, but it has to continue. Now the soul stacking is not something that you're going to have, so you might have to dogfight for one of these dragons. And of course, we have seen many teams throw around Otacon, which will be coming up in 35 seconds. So, you know, FPX, if they're smelling themselves a little bit too much here, they could bite off a bit more than they can chew.
Yeah, curious to see, you know, Jouet's able to find more angles in these fine sports. Did burn that flash rail power play. I think it was a positive to pick up the inner turret and Xiaohu, but that power play not available for a potential Otacon fight that could emerge here shortly. Will be synced up with the dragon spawn. So potential for Weibo there to look. As, again, down fight, I think it's really important right now that they're actually getting on top of this Azir. And then when Awesome dives in, if they are able to interact with him at all whatsoever, it can be really, really important for Weibo. Their champs do pretty well in the champs that have to jump into them. So I think there is potential for the Alistar, the Pantheon, to really interrupt and make FPX's life hard as Jouet. Life-saving ward there. Going to get the bad news and give his team info. They should be dropping this turret. They don't need to look for that one. It's going to fall on its own as Breed takes care of business.
I'm always worried when he walks into an unwarded bush now because of what's happened earlier. But FPX, and you know, I think making a bit of a miscue there, right? Awesome in the mid lane. Shadow was on the top side, means that, you know, they were going to lose something there essentially for free. Sure, you got that shove on the top side, right? But Breathe does have teleport available. You have all this vision that you still have to clear out on the bottom side. You're not really establishing anything for this next objective.
That's the nice part about those inners going down. Yes, it's a big gold injection, but then you can afford to go -2 on the waves. We saw that there, right, with Sheer pushing 2 waves up top, getting that one in nice and deep. But Breathe can just kind of take his time picking it up, and let's see if we can get other stuff done on the Gwen. Speaking of him, we'll have a Nashor's Tooth coming in pretty soon, as that is the new build, and Hong has been caught flashless.
Yeah, he's near nobody. He's trying desperately to get back to his team to bullet time, but they're undeterred. Our FPX, Jouet is going to get credit for that kill, and the Otacon will be started. Breathe does have a teleport available if they want to fight a 5v4. You know, Otacon can do a lot of shred, but it looks like Weibo are not interested.
Likely to be the withdraw this game, with just the lack of damage and skirmishing that we've seen going on and going around. I will say the scary part about this, upcoming dragon, this is, oh wait, wow, Rose is I'm a little bit surprised about that. As not a lot of kills on the board, don't feel like a ton of damage has been traded around, but it will be the Roses for FPX. Another nice win for them. They're going to keep those experience bars nice and high. And I will say it gives them a clean reset in time to contest this upcoming dragon too. So no Baron on the map, all eyes on this dragon. We'll see how easy this setup ends up being for FPX if they're able to do it right.
And Kair's flash is going to be up for this next fight too. Jouet's flash is up for this fight. Kair also, to mention, has Seeker's arm guard, so we'll have that relative safety if something goes wrong. And, you know, we haven't seen Sheer drop a really strong equalizer yet, and I imagine this would be the right time, right? This would be a huge fight win for FPX. It would propel them very far into the game. 15 seconds until it spawns. FPX are the first ones into the river. Teleport burnt by Xiaohu. Breathe still has his teleport available. Sheer's going to match him in the top lane. So we'll have a 4v4 for right now as wards are just being cleared out in the jungle.
We're going to play the lane first before they play the objective. FPX thinking the same thing. Kair doing a decent job trying to hold the choke here, but it doesn't. No turrets being taken, no use of Azir passive here, just standard ones holding. Kair.
They found Kair. He's got a flash away, so not going to have that tool to go back in, but they're going to go for the fight. Teleports are coming in. Down goes Pantheon, as Xiaohu does have a couple of charges to go in. Maybe land a big charm. Flashes are getting burnt, but here comes the equalizer on the other side. Breathe is going to use the Hollowed Mist to try to get away, and it looks like he will. Xiaohu is out of dashes. Sheer is shoving them away, and the dragon started by FPX.
It should be enough for FPX to get the dragon, and do want to credit Kair with that fight, Yanni, because the engage was onto him. Once they saw the Q being used by Azir, that's really what prompted the trigger pull to engage onto Kair, but his flash got him out of the chain CC that was being attempted by Xiaohu. Made sure that he was able to DPS throughout the fight, and I think it was the big difference maker, make sure that FPX won.
Yeah, it was really sketchy. We talked about he would have these tools to be able to get out of this fight, but that flash was picture perfect. And then, of course, as you mentioned, the re-engaged Kair just able to do so much damage to help Awesome take out the Pantheon.
I really like how Care played that one. Even that equalizer from Sheer just to split him up. No, they didn't find a look in the back half. Of potential.
We're fighting
There's
again.
Breathe
Teleports
now.
are coming in. Tiana's joined the fight. Light is here too. Big double knockups coming through. This could be a bad one for FPX. As Shadow's got to flash out, but they're able to trade back on the Hong. Sheer being a bit of a savior there.
Support for sport trade ends up being even, and something that honestly, quite frankly, looked bad for FPX off the bat, Yanni. But Sheer was in the fight and absolutely roasted some beef in the back half. So we managed to make things a 1-for-1, but a little bit feisty there from Breathe, who I think importantly survives and gets to keep himself out on the map because his economy isn't exactly where it needs to be this game, Yanni, if they want to take over. This Gwen, yes, it's kind of fed, but you need to be ahead of the curve on this champion. That's when you really, truly become the menace that is getting banned in pretty much every lobby we see this this split. So I really feel like third item is big there.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, Gwen is a champion that, for maximum effectiveness, needs to be in a fight for quite some time. This build out of Xiaohu is also very similar, and these fights are not lasting that long. There's a lot of damage coming out from FPX. Take a look at the replay here. I mean, Breathe just walks into an unwarded bush, and that's where all the trouble starts.
It was good peel coming out from Hong. And
oh my goodness.
Yeah, he couldn't do much in the back half once the Harpoon connects, and of course he was down ultimate. That was a back-to-back skirmish off the back of the Dragon, so not able to sneak his way out of that one, but all is okay. Weibo still alive in this game 1, Yanni, but again, it's been a much more competitive game for FPX, and I do want to give them some credit. It really feels like this is a team that has had some decent looks in stuff like game 1. We have seen them come out of the gate with some good game plans, so I feel like stuff is being talked about behind the scenes there. It's just we haven't been able to see this team consistently put it together enough. And they have put it together this game, but we've also seen some games where once the script gets broken, they don't exactly know how to respond or what to do. So I want to see FPX try and keep their cool because they are in a good position to take this game off Weibo.
Without a doubt, Cubby, but you know that Weibo, the veterans that they are, will find a way to try to throw a wrench in the plans of FPX. This Baron is on the map. This Dragon is up in 2 more minutes, and one thing we haven't seen a lot is Weibo's pick potential. I think FPX has done a great job at grouping up in a lot of cases, but Weibo just hasn't been able to get inside the jungle of FPX. The only member that's really had any troubles has been Zhui, and we haven't seen anything more, right? Like, Awesome wisely waiting until his support is in a good position. Now they're maybe looking to make another play on this Alistar. At least going to get some good damage, but Kara's here. Maybe they want more. They popped the Alistar ultimate. That is big.
Yeah, that is exactly what they wanted, is they got that one out. We'll see if Hong has that back up for the next fight. I don't think he's going to get that one back up in time, as he is not level 11 yet. There is so much ability haste on his champion. So we'll be cutting it a little bit close. What FPX does guarantee with sending Cow back now and no ultimate is that they do get full control over this bot side river.
Really big for them. They got some good wards in Weibo's bottom side jungle as well. This Dragon now less than a minute. They're going to look to take out the Scuttle Crab too. The good news for them is that they've cleared out all of the wards, so you don't have too much to worry about. You at least spot one on the backside. The bad news is a lot of these wards are pinks, so Weibo, they will have opportunities to clear them out.
30 seconds before the Dragon. I gotta say, Care just burned Flash? How did that happen?
Huh?
Did he finger a Flash? Oh, wait, no, it's back up. It's back up.
Oh, wait.
It's back up.
Okay,
it's back up.
Yeah, it's a little weird
trolled
sometimes, guys. It's a little weird sometimes,
it's fine.
the feed. You
Yeah,
know, you're good. But now, this is big. Guess what? You know, we thought, oh my god, this is big for Weibo. No, this is big for FPX. This Flash is back up. He still has his Zonias able to pop if he wants. This singular ward doing a lot of work. Just letting Weibo know that FPX are in the area. They have a vague idea of where they're at, but they lost the mid wave.
I like what FPX is doing here. They had the control. They got the fast track to mid, and they're at least going to take the outer before they look at this Dragon. As again, it has to be
now
ripped
it's low.
by Weibo.
2,000, 1,000 secured, and here comes the fight. The knockup is onto Shadow. Here comes the equalizer on multiple members, splitting the fight. Awesome got to the back of the fight too, and he flashes away. Care is relatively safe. And the Emperor's Divide knocks them all away. And the only one left standing is Tien. But he looks like Tien at a Dragon Ball Z because he's a chump. A triple kill for Awesome.
A big fight for FPX in another game one. Awesome gets his hands on this Kaisa. And FPX playing with direction, playing sound here against Weibo in this first game. And punishing this composition, Yanni, as I know that some of these wins from FPX haven't really been quite, as convincing as what we want to see. But this draft from Weibo getting punished heavily by FPX, who are playing really well in this game.
FPX, their map movements have been sublime, Cubby. This is what you expect out of a team in Group Ascend. Doesn't matter that they're 0-4. They are doing the most. Here's the replay. You give up the dragon, but all you got to do is win the fight.
Xiaohu misses out on the charm, the combo. And then Awesome in the back half. Again, that equalizer bought so much space. For Awesome to take an R like that, you saw that Breathe couldn't respond fast enough. On couldn't respond fast enough. And then Care in the back half on this Azir has been, again, really solid in this game, Yanni. As I was, came into the series yesterday, like, kind of excited about the fact that FPX grabbed the game 1. And then that's very disappointed as games 2 and 3 were incredibly one-sided. Yet again, FPX looks like they're in position to grab a game 1, and they've yet to put that series score, that 1 on the board in the win column. So a real opportunity for them to at least take this game and then try and have 2 chances to take the series here. As
it's a nice fast play by Weibo. Going golden is Sheer. A couple of members going to have to wait to get there. Here comes the bullet time as Sheer goes down. Now it's a 5v4. Awesome to the back line. He's got the LPL Kaisajin just buying time, but Zhui is going to fall in the back half. Care, he's going to make big plays. He's flashing on Breathe, and he takes him out, and he puts the turret up too. And now he's stuck in a 2v1 on the wrong side of the map. This is going to be a little sketchy. Care with 2 kills. One more charge on Xiaohu to fly in and try to land a charm, but a good shift away. But now he's not close to the turret. The flash getting burnt by Tien. Going golden is Care, but I don't think he's going to be able to fight his way out. He will fall, and Weibo get a lifeline back into the game.
A nice fast play from Weibo, punishing some of the alt-timers that were down from the last skirmish, and able to find Awesome earlier on in this fight. For me, was the big difference as to why Weibo came out on top this time around.
Yeah, sometimes you Kaisa ult into the back line and it looks really cool and everything went real well. And sometimes you Kaisa ult into the back line and, you die. But Tien's on you there. Breathe is ulting you there. It was really the only move Awesome could make. And, he ended up getting a kill. So, congrats to him. Good stuff.
It was a good response, though, from Weibo. And I really like, of course, they found Awesome early on. But Sheer was down first ahead of all that. So, that equalizer being used very defensively. And someone's missing summoner spells. Tien on this Pantheon was able to actually punish and had flash up by the end of the fight, able to lock down Care because of that. So, again, Weibo backs up against the wall a little bit against a team like FPX. Not exactly what we were expecting coming in today, Yanni. But Weibo having to dig deep here to fight back in this game and really keep their heads above water. As this game, it is FPX with the lead and a lot of scaling on their side. I really like the game state they're in. I feel like this is their game to lose.
Yeah, and Care buying all that extra time, I mean, burning Tien's flash is really important there. He's not going to have it for this next Dragon fight.
Yeah,
and as everybody knows, Pantheon later in the game kind of starts to fall off a little bit.
It does. It's still worth, you flash to get the shutdown onto Care and take him off the map, but for sure something they can punish later on. Care also burn his flash. We still have a window where there is no flash on Awesome, so we do see Weibo grouped up as 5, really looking to see if they can find a pick or a skirmish here potentially, because with the summoner spells still being down on FPX, I would like a fight right here, right now for Weibo if they are able to find one. And need FPX to be disciplined on this timer and wait for Awesome's flash to get back up and see if they can get a good setup with Kara's flash down. I think this is where FPX has struggled in some of these games in Group Ascend. And nice to see them at least show some patience here today as they get the wave first. And now we'll work on the retake to, again, look for that Mountain Soul as they are sitting on Soul Point.
Uh-oh. They spot out the Ahri. Ahri's been spotted. Xiaohu is going to be able to go over the wall, but no ult for that fight. A couple things to keep in mind. A couple of Guardian Angels out on the map. 2 for FPX, 1 for Weibo. As everybody's congregating in the mid lane, Cubby looking for control of this wave.
And now, if you're Weibo, I think that any stall, any time you can buy is good, because this setup looks pretty doomed. Dragon spawns in 7 and 0 turrets down, and Xiaohu's no ult. As they're going to skip over that turret and see what they can do walking in here. But this is scary. Shadow.
Okay, Tien going to get engaged on first. Way off to the side, just trying to keep Breathe at bay. Hong in the middle of the back line, but he's getting melted. Equalizer in a perfect spot. Xiaohu is burning alive. So is Misfortune. What a play by Sheer and friends, and FPX are going to ace Weibo and potentially take game 1.
That's it. Goodbye, Gwen. Goodbye, Weibo. As FPX, another day, another series, another game 1 win against a higher tier opponent than them. As I really was impressed by this game from FPX in the back half.
They played it so clean. Great play by Weibo to try to get themselves back in it, but man, their wave control, their side laning was so much better than Weibo's, and that's the big issue that the Weibo solo laners have had so far this season. And now, as I said earlier, now Weibo's back's against the wall, right? This is clearly not the team that we saw last year.
Yeah, it isn't, and I gotta say with this draft, I still don't like the fact they went for that MF as early as they did. Think that she's really vulnerable to the equalizer, and keep in mind they had to drop that jungle matchup because of that pick. It could have been a Xin Zhao that you're playing into stuff like Rumble, into Azir. We've seen the value of Xin and the ability for some of these LPL junglers to use it. Instead, they grab that MF, and MF Ahri Panth is just so low damage, and then Gwen is so conditional later on in terms of her damage, and I don't want to take away from FPX, who I do feel like played a really quality game here, Yanni. They executed their fights quite well in that game. I just, looking back, don't know how much the team comp from Weibo actually helped with that, especially when you have Hong playing such a engaged role. I think when we roll the tape, we're going to see a lot of fights where he's really far ahead of his team and not actually working on actively peeling for his team, which is maybe the sweet spot that he should have looked for.
Yeah, that's what I really thought that pick was going to be leveraged as in this game, because you've got the vibe, because you've got the Rel on the other side. I thought he was going to be like, all right, come to us and we'll go and make these plays, because you have the pick potential elsewhere. You don't have to go in. You don't have to be starting the fight as Alistar. That's what you have the Pantheon for. That's what you have the Ahri for, to be able to dash in, hit a charm on somebody, and then you get to disrupt from there as Alistar. And it just felt like maybe a misunderstanding of the game state and what was going to be necessary for him and the rest of Weibo to have success.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, a kind of a puzzling game from Weibo. I know that Weibo as a team tend to do this from time to time, but we might have another series today, Yanni, where, again, FPX starts with a win, and we're going to see if they can pick up this series win this time around, because what happened yesterday is we really saw anyone's legend lock in and lock down FPX throughout the rest of that series, and FPX really came falling apart at their own seams. I gotta say, I was impressed by this game. I thought they played really well. These fights are played out very cleanly by FPX, but still need to see them find the series win this time around when they go up game 1 against a quality opponent.
Yeah, they still had a couple of mistakes, and, let's not poo-poo everything that Weibo has done in this game and how rough it was and some of their misplays. This is still a very quality team when you take a look at the players on the other side. They didn't just suddenly get bad overnight. This is just Weibo's in their DNA. Sometimes they're very IG-like in a sense that they will lose games that they should win, and they will win games against really top-tier opponents. But, yeah, kudos to FPX in this first game. Care, especially, really showed up in this game. And, I'm definitely picking him for MVP, although you could also give it to Sheer or Shadow. But I think it's far and away got to be Care. Honorable mentions.
I think it's Care. Yeah, I think it's got to be Care. Care was really solid in this game. Even the one death he had, I felt like was justified, and he played that fight well. Again, to have Care really step up, I got to say he's a mid that I wasn't particularly super impressed with so far with FPX run, their split. But I think of all the people in terms of just on this team and who's really competing and stepping up for this split, I feel like it has been Care, who put up another really big game on the Azir today. The Talia is looking like a must-ban away from him. Definitely a champ I have my eyes on moving forward here, as, of course, Weibo will get choice aside, likely that blue side, but Talia has been really important for FPX, and I gotta imagine this could be high priority later on, but this Kai'Sa dive comp for FPX is clean, man. 2 days in a row where they've won with this and look good against good teams. So maybe it wasn't all the globals yesterday. Maybe it's the fact that Awesome gets to go in on Kai'Sa and make sure the other enemy AD carry dies first.
Yeah, and there was a lot that went right. We elected to disrupt the Rumble, and, we talked about how Rumble equalizers are going to be useful later on in the game, and they sure were. I think Weibo just picked the wrong target going into the game. Didn't go after Care at all. Didn't go after, AD carry at all. This Kai'Sa, Awesome. It's just Just not good. Not good at all. As you look at some of the highlights, awesome, making a real awesome play there. That was super sick. Bold, especially since you're not killing the Gwen first. So you got to be real careful.
Still, the space created in this fight, like he made it all the way to the back half of the fight. Hit Equalizer on the ground that was helping peel for him, and then Kara with a beautiful Emperor's Divine to build more space up. This is the one fight where we saw a bit of an error. Of course, Shearer died early. Awesome as well, going in to trade himself for light. Ended up going down early as well, but this is the fight where I know Kara goes down, but he played so well in the back half, it kind of feels justified.
Yeah, this guy, I'm glad that he shut us up. Earlier we were like, yeah, he's just been kind of there this season. Obviously he's had a couple of good games, but he was not only just there, he was here, there, everywhere. I mean, obviously this is not his highlight because he dies in the end, but still a really solid fight there. And that was his worst fight of the game, and he still did so much work.
Yeah, and again, like this is the fight where Hong's just so far up. Like his team cannot follow up on him, and then the combo once the buttons are pressed by FPX really clean. That Equalizer was beautiful. Shadow's Vi ult locking everyone down on top of it. And I gotta say, that Ahri being denied away from the Vi was pulling up some stats here, Yanni. Vi moves to 11-4 in LPL split 2 proper. Ahri moves to 6-9. I'm really not sold on this Ahri pick, as I think that the Roa. It's very solo queue-esque, but it doesn't play towards a lot of the strengths of Ahri, and when you get more health in the game, a lot of mids just end up being better with those stats later on than the Ahri. So I know that this is a big item, and it's really strong on this patch, but just really not sold on Ahri's strength on the patch, and really saw Xiao, I think, struggle to have a big impact against Kara, who, for me, was the MVP of that game.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that this Rod of Ages build is just a little bit too low damage for competitive play.
Yeah, I just haven't been sold on it. Like, it's
yeah,
just not good enough.
I'm with you on that. And then, of course, because all these Rod of Ages mid laners are starting to crop up, you got the Rise, you got the Victor. You can't burst anybody out.
Already.
Even if you go back to the old build, you're not
Yeah.
bursting these guys out anymore and getting kills. Sure, you
100%.
could take them to half, but they'll stick in. We'll see who our MVP is. It's Shadow. Honestly... Listen, I think Kara was robbed, but I did say that Shadow could have gotten a pick here, and I'm really not too upset at that because he did a lot in the early game. I can respect this, even though I'm not super happy about it. Cubby, your thoughts?
With Gwen and Rumble being on the board, they were confident enough to first pick this high-priority Vi for Shadow, take their choice of the other champ, and that Gambit really paid off for FPX in this game one. Shadow played this pick great. The cease and assist really line up with that Equalizer in the last fight. I thought was really nice, and again, this... Shadow was the player for me that stepped up the most in terms of making sure that FPX even made it to Group Ascend. He's been a little bit shaky in this group. I feel like some game plan's been really good early, but then when he gets lost or the plan breaks down, Shadow breaks down with the rest of the team. Not that game. It was sound from start to finish, and that is Shadow at his best. Great to see him put up a big game, and even though we feel like Kara might have been the MVP, it was a good game from Shadow, and a nice start to the series for him.
Things broke down for Weibo, and the only thing we're doing is breaking. But before that, I want to point out that we are extremely grateful for our coffee supporters and our YouTube subscribers. They help us level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a big bulk of it goes into paying on-air talent and our content creators. Subscribe to our coffee. That's going to be linked in the chat. You can unlock perks like early access to content, the ability to ask interview questions for on-site interviews as well. Those are going to be super sick. I think those are really great perks. You should go do that. And with that, we're going to go take a short break, and we'll be back with the Game 2 draft. We'll see you there.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear, driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. Remember, we got 3 games on tap today, but right now, we are worried about what is going on because we have some fuego for our appetizer here. FPX up 1-0 against Weibo. Again, if you've been paying attention to FPX, not overly surprising. They've won a lot of game ones, but they've never been able to drive it home here in Split 2. We're going to change that 0-4 to a 1-4, Cubby.
They sure are going to try, as, again, FPX, kind of like yesterday against anyone's Legend, put up a good game 1, managed to play a game out well from start to finish, and now let's see if they can play a series out well from start to finish, because we really saw things fall apart as anyone's Legends tightened the clamps up yesterday. We'll see if Weibo can dig deep and do the same, or if FPX can, again, find another game and pick up that first series win.
Listen, as soon as I saw the walkouts and saw him throw up the peace sign, I was like, oh man, this is a different FPX. This is the FPX that won Worlds. Okay, maybe this is not the FPX that won Worlds. Baby steps, right? But, you know, we did talk about how Shadow was kind of going to be the driving force of this team, and while Kara had a lot of fanfare in that game, well-deserved, Shadow, you know, got the job done, was gritty, made a lot of good plays. I would have liked to see more Vi ults in that game, but I think he picked his spots really, really well. Now with Vi not going to be available in this game, and, you know, Weibo already banning his Sejuani in game 1, might have to play something else that he doesn't have as many games on this year.
Yeah, curious to see what things look like for game 2. We're very much expecting Weibo to be on that blue side, but for me, all eyes on that Taliyah. That has been so important for Kara, so heavily prioritized by FPX, and I was looking at some of the win rates as we had more games in Split 2 proper here. 9-2 right now in the LPL, as Taliyah has really emerged as a power pick, and not because of her lane dominance, but because of what she can bring to the map and what she brings to the fights, whether you're fighting through the rocks being thrown out with the Qs or having to run through the ones that are on the ground with the E. Taliyah can buy a lot of space for your team. We've seen her be very valuable in this meta.
All right, into picks and bans. Already Neferi getting taken off the board, so they're clearly well aware of Shadow and how good he was in game 1. Again, we'll see if they're going to ban that Sejuani to take that off the board. Of course, Yone going to get taken off as well.
Really curious here if FPX decides to leave up something really appetizing to maybe make sure they get Taliyah for themselves, something like a Varus for light. Just if they value Taliyah that much, that could be an option for FPX. Of course, game 1, they did ban Ezreal and Varus on blue side. They will keep those on red. And because they let through the Rumble and the Gwen game 1, that does really open up some of the red side bans, as those 2 champions have been staples of red side bans throughout this split of the LPL.
Kalista getting taken off the board now with FPX's last ban looming. Again, you mentioned the Taliyah, but think of the other power picks we have available. Jace, Ambessa, Sion, which has been a big one up on the top side. Something to note, definitely some really good picks available. And of course, Jace that can be flexed. We're going to see the Skarner get taken out. Like, you know, still surprised that teams are taking out Skarner. It hasn't been nearly as ubiquitous in Split 2 so far.
I mean, if it is first pick Jace for Breathe, then you got to imagine that FPX do what they did yesterday against anyone's Legend and go for that Taliyah Sion that they were able to play. They slammed that 1-2 yesterday, so if they don't break it up, you know it's going to be slammed again today, as Xiaohu going to try his own hand at this Taliyah, so we'll see what he can do.
We said it in game 1 draft. He gets Taliyah. It's almost a guaranteed dub, 70% win rate in his career on many, many games. Now, Cubby, what are you expecting the answer to be for this Taliyah?
Triss Maokai, I think, is what I want to see. I know Shadow has yet to play Maokai in this scenario. I think that they bring a lot of reach to actually deal with Taliyah. Can be quite good, but wow, this is quite the opener for FPX. They're just going to blind top and jungle as they slam that Sion down blind and pair it up with a Lilia. So potential for Tristana mid still. And we'll see if Weibo, and if they want to break that, they're going to throw it bot on Light's hands, which is quite tough. But Weibo going to fill out the rest of their draft here. And just really curious to see FPX feel so confident this top side. They're just going to slam it blind.
Yeah, I like the power they're displaying out of these first 2 picks. But you have to wonder, maybe their ego's getting a little bit too big. And they're like, oh, we've got a game to play with. No, you don't. You're 0-4. You do not have a game to play with. Don't act like that. Try to 2-0 this series. The Ambessa will get locked in, so we're going to see Breathed Ambessa. Hasn't been excellent, but we are potentially going to see Tien's Jin Zhao. Please lock this in. The dude is so good on it.
Gonna be grabbed as oh boy Care. We have seen Zed be played into Talia. Again, expect an AD champion mid. I'm still expecting Triss, but Care's got a smile on his face hovering the Zed. And we'll see if they end up grabbing that. Or, of course, maybe he feels like he's able to drop AD. Or drop mid and pick an AD here. That is another option here for FPX. Or take a prio support, grab that. They are going to slam the Corki, which the potential to be flexed with Awesome. And we'll start to throw some bans out as Zig's taken away.
Yeah, we've seen it a little bit less in the mid lane. But still, still a valid option. And, with that, we're going to see some bot laners probably get taken away here. Obviously, you mentioned the Ziggs. Don't know how concerned Weibo is about aiming at the supports, and it looks like very concerned, as Jue's Nico has been pretty good this year.
Yes, and I think that's a deserved ban. Also very telling that Hong probably wants to blind and engage support here. So I think stuff like Leona, Nautilus, those are the two that are off that you got to believe both teams are going to take a peek at. I do think that going up against Lilia, it is very important to try and pick that champion. And with that Braum being banned, it really does force Weibo. I mean, if they ban Nautilus or Leona, the other one gets given over. So curious to end up banning something else. I think that the Braum just is banned because they don't want to deal with Ashe Braum from Light and Hong.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, but I do think there was a world that maybe you could have taken the Braum for yourself, but, maybe you ban the Ashe and leave that up. But, I leave that up to the really smart people and you. Straven is going to get taken away.
What's
as you
that
mentioned,
mean, Yanni?
I mean, you're a color caster. Smarter than me. That's how it goes.
Oh, it would, by smart people and me, I thought you were implying
Oh,
something
no.
nefarious.
I wanted to make sure that you were included in the smart people.
Oh, well, that's very nice of you, Yanni. I will save my clips for later. As we're going to keep those in the bank. Jinx being locked in for Awesome. That's a lot of scaling and a lot of backline here for FPX. And Weibo, got to believe they can take some more stuff to break it. We haven't seen a lot of Aphelios of late. But Light thinking about that could be locked in. Okay.
I like it. His champions haven't been that good this year. So he's just going to go to them anyway. So I'm really happy about it. I'm going to be a little bit sad because this means it's going to be a Nautilus pick because there's Jinx on the other side. I love Thresh, and whenever I see Aphelios, I get a little excited, but no excitement for me. Wait a minute. Oh, wait. I forgot.
An option.
I forgot. Come on. Please. That's so much better. That's so much better. Thresh is so bad right now.
It is. I actually wouldn't mind Blitz, but of course Thresh, you
Yes!
did the Lantern.
Yes!
And Yanni,
Ah!
you get a treat for yourself as Jue is going to try and make sure that the flexibility of Thresh gets taken advantage of in this matchup. Big interaction, of course, that Flay with the Dredge line. You got to wait for after it hits and Nautilus bounces back. Then you can Flay him away and try and get away from that auto attack. As he needs to pretty much take Glacial Augment in order to get that off, but you can match it. So we'll see if end up metagaming that in the back in the bot lane. I do think the Thresh really wants Aftershock in this matchup, but quite curious because this makes for quite the lack of frontline for FPX, and
yeah,
honestly, probably for the best going up against something like an Aphelios, because the setups you really want to be having the enemy team play into you and have that ability to interact. We'll see if Light is given the space to do so, as Zintalia will help a lot in terms of making that space happen for Light.
Yeah, I will say, as happy as I am to see the Thresh, I don't think it's the best pick here, right? I'm going to, use my my prowess on this champion to make some bold declarations here. Obviously, it's great for the Jinx, and, Corki will get some value out of it, but, like, you're really relying on a couple of Swirl Seeds or, the entirety of Weibo walking up to Shadow to really kick off the CC, or you're looking for Scion over the top, right? I mean, Thresh, a champion that is incredibly rewarding when you're so skilled, and Jue, he's an LPL support, he's so skilled, but guess what? On the other side, you're playing against some of the best in the world, too. They know what all the tricks are.
Yeah, we'll see if they're up to the task going up against this Thresh. I'm with you. I really favor Weibo's comp here. I think their ability to make plays on the map, it's dominant, and I'm not sure who on FPX is going to catch these dredge lines, can afford to catch a public execution. It
Nobody.
Really feels like hope things miss, hope Lilia and the marksman scale throughout the fight, and hope not enough plays come down early to slow this comp down, as the onus is going to be on Weibo to make those early plays with the comp they have, and we'll see if they're up to the task.
Still nothing for them? Still nothing for FPX? They're up in the series. Somebody, you know what? They don't
They've
need
seen
no, they don't
past
need
series. Yeah, they've seen the past series and know that FPX being up in a series is not enough to net the kill, sitting at
It's
0-4.
too late. It's too late to Gio if they win the series 2-0, right?
True.
You'd be like, wait a minute. Do you do this after they win? You know, they already fought.
Hey, the true fans cheered there, and they may not be many, but they still exist.
I think
Speaking
you
of-
said many instead of any. It sounded like. But
Ah.
maybe they will make some fans out of LPL fans across the
Wait,
globe.
Breathe is here. They're expecting this 4-5 man. They have the Ambessa here. This is huge.
Oh, this is so risky. Zway's gonna eat the hook, and yeah, this is tough.
That's
Gonna
5.
burn flesh.
I mean, the health bar war actually ends up going over to Jouet, and Breathe has to walk top. He will slingshot back into this matchup, but will be a lead for Scion early game for a little bit here for sure.
Thank goodness the box of lane swap was reduced, because Weibo almost detected lane swapping. I would have sent you straight to jail, but not gonna happen here. Is Hung a little low on the HP department, but Jouet has no summoners whatsoever. Thresh early game is not tanky at all. He has no scaling armor. He just has his base armor and
Oh,
souls.
Tien.
Do you hit level 2 first?
Wait. Jouet just hex flashed in.
Oh no.
Oh,
this is so
no.
bad. Oh, this is so bad. Shui, my guy,
Wait.
please. This is a damn disaster. He's going to go down. First blood over to Tien. Shadow is going to come through, but that's less time for him to clear his jungle.
Shadow one camped and came. Not worth. As you cannot do as much as is in there, and some unlucky timing as Jouet took the hex flash in. Right as Tien showed on a ward, and that signaled the death sentence for Jouet. So, I guess Shadow continues to fall behind, and first blood going over to Tien. Some goofy jungle pathing early on will mean that lower economy for each. That is advantage to the Xin Zhao. Still, we have really scales off of economy, and that's it. So, like the start that we have here for Weibo.
Yeah, super good. Kill on Tien, one of his champions that he's really played so much and driven to great success. And, you know, this mid-jungle duo in their champion picks show that Weibo not messing around here in Game 2. As FPX, they're going to have to farm this one out for just a little bit. Let Awesome get big. Let Shadow clear his jungle.
Shadow not even going to look at this crab. Knows that it's in the hands of Tien. He still has that red buff up. Never mind. He is going to look, but no smite. Yeah, should have taken my advice. Now look,
Yeah.
now Xin spotted on that top side. Sheer sees him dip back into the jungle, so able to still be aggressive in this top lane and care. Staying aggressive in this mid lane, playing that marksman into the Talia. Been nice to see some of these Valkyries come out around the Unraveled Earth, so when that cooldown is down, knowing that he can step up and get some free firing damage into the Talia, so being well managed here by Kara so far.
Cubby, I just want to point out that that move by Shadow is why you were a designated smart person in champion slot.
Ah,
Because,
okay. Thank you.
That's a big reason why. But you're right. You know, Kerr, going back to him, going back to being serious, absolutely doing a good job in the early going in this lane, keeping Xiaohu down, getting some CS for himself. You're going to need some help to get a kill, though, in a lot of cases. Because once Xiaohu hits level 6, all bets are off, man. Your Valkyrie does not go as far as the Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, that's okay, though. As long as he's able to get some economy against the Talia, can be really nice if you're early on those spikes, as Corki can be big. So I feel like that's where things are headed. Tien. Second smite used on the second crab as he picks up both, and now that he is spotted, so Awesome and Jouet will have to back off a bit on that bot side.
Dragon coming up. We're seeing a back come through for Tien. Grubs in about a minute. Imagine that Weibo maybe hunting after the Grubs. Ambessa will certainly be a force in a side lane laner, as can Talia be. We'll see what the move is, because it does look like Tien is redeploying on bottom side.
I think that these early grubs are going to be kind of dangerous here for FPX. Sheer does have that TP available to get back if they really want to contest this, but that's where I get worried about the Talia versus Corki. Talia and Xin just bring so much more to a first grub fight than their counterparts in Lilia and Corki. Not to mention if Hong were to make his way up there too on this Nautilus. I know that he's behind level 3 on the Nautilus. They're trying to hide here. Actually might do so successfully. Blue-purple's dangerous. Jouet's too far up in this matchup. They think they base, but they're lying in wait.
And you can see Tiana's already on the way. No play available for Jouet right now, but they might be able to just walk it out. The Hex Flash is going to come through. When becomes lighting on top of Jouet, he's going to land the hook, but get hooked himself. But there's the Chompers. They're going to do a lot of work. Knockups are coming through. Jouet's going to go down, but Awesome is going to be able to get a kill. The reset isn't as fast because of the slow, but Hong has run out of space, and it's a double kill for Shadow. A nice turnaround from FPX.
I'm really surprised that they waited for the 3v3. Of course, they didn't know Shadow was going to be there, but I think they just win the straight-up 2v2 with Tian rotating. You have Aphelios sitting on blue-purple. I know they didn't base yet, so they were no items. I think that's why they were waiting for the 3, but even if you took a small trade there, it could have been CC and stuff applied before that Xin gets involved. With them waiting so long, it really opened up Shadow to create the space. And again, if you're fighting now, maybe they don't walk this way, but at least you're applying the purple gun, which, you know, has that root, has the slows. And then Tian made a really big mistake here, actually flashed into the Chompers. Looks like he kind of shorted it on the back half, so mechanical misplay from him. And then Hong, of course, at level 3 just gets melted down after going in as the Nautilus. So Weibo gonna end up losing, or I was gonna say maybe losing the first Drake off that, but it looks like it was pulled off of. And it will be the first Grubs being taken by Tian. So win out on the neutrals, but unforced error from them in the bot side, and I think really mismanaged by Light and Hong.
Yeah, and then, you know, FPX, they went and tried to greed for the dragon and, you know, mess up your tempo a little bit, right? This dragon is still up. You would have really loved to have it because Ocean Dragon, pretty solid one when you're in the laning phase. You lose out on the Grubs, so Weibo, as you said, and coming up on the objective trade, and maybe we'll still have some opportunities to try and get this dragon themselves. 7.5 minutes into this game right now. Still waiting for Xiaohu to make his big move on this Taliyah that was first.
I do have a pause in the action here as Shadow going to look to at least dive in to take the enemy Raptors. But Dragon, both teams might be looking at in the back half. As I will say, I still think the fight's a little bit scary here for FPX, just given the strength of the Xin Zhao and what Taliyah can bring to a fight. So we're going to have to rely on the priority that Corki and Jinx can net if they do want to take this Dragon. I think avoiding a fight going to be important. And Sheer did TP top, whereas Breathe has TP up to get involved. So Weibo do have an opportunity to look, find a numbers advantage here if they really want it, but looks like they're okay with dropping this one.
I am a little surprised. Aphelios has a BF sword in the inventory. Easily the strongest member, or maybe at least matching with Shadow. But, you know, electing to just take the scaling there. As we all know, Aphelios, champion that scales incredibly well. So not too much of a need to actually push the pace if you don't want to.
Do appreciate the walk from Sheer. It was just walking down the river to threaten a Sionar in case the fight was taken in the river by Weibo. So, of course, no TP on Sheer doesn't mean that he can't get involved. I'm going to try and get involved on the blue buff take, and that's just going to be yoinked by Tian. There's no way you can contest this. And, yeah, rightfully dropped. So, good job by Weibo, again, to throw a little bit of their weight around. We'll see if this continues into a potential bot lane dive. As no TPs to respond here for FPX.
That should slow up Shadow. I mean, he's already out of mana, and he's got to clear this top side, right? So, at least something to worry about. Hook does not land. What a prediction! Hong forcing the flash out of Awesome. That was awesome.
Wow, what a hook getting him out of the Lantern. That's one way to deal with Thresh. Is Awesome going to be sent all the way back to his inner turret, and that will net a couple plates and a couple for the Aphelios, a couple missed waves and golden experience for the Jinx. Good play there by Hong, as Jouet is going to hit 6, and we're going to see what he can do.
He's got a box. I love making these plays.
Aftershock.
All right, I like this. Hong doing a good job, though, eating those walls to make sure that Light is able to walk out without a problem, but I respect it.
That was crazy. Wasn't a huge fan of that one. Didn't exactly know what we were doing there for Jouet, but, you know.
Trying to make sure they don't get more damage on the turn, you know?
Yeah. But what do we really
try?
get, Yanni?
Super Mega Death Rocket? Not gonna land. I respect that too. You gotta miss 100% of the shots.
That one I do respect. That one actually has a chance to like slow down tempo, whereas the Thresh play really did not. So we'll see if any plays come up where the box might have been valuable. We're going to use that one though, regardless of what we think here up here on the casting desk, and the game going to continue here. Again, FPX really feel like as time goes on, the scaling of the Corki of the Jinx could kick into critical mass later on. But the onus of execution, really tough for them to play this composition. I just think they're really going to struggle to see who catches the dredge lines, who can catch a Xin Zhao engage, and who can deal with Ambest in the backline. These are all questions that I'm not sure if FPX can truly answer outside of an unreal performance from Sheer and Jouet trying to manage this with a little bit of a hodgepodge front line between Sion and Thresh.
FPX moving as a unit, 5 strong to head over to these grubs. Breathe does have teleport available, and the grubs have been started by Shadow. Teleport's going to be coming in behind the pit. Hong and Light on one side. The pincer could come in hot and heavy soon. They're going to take one away, but the team is split up. Cares to go over the wall, and the hook misses on Xiaohu, but Xiaohu's going to die on the one side. Meanwhile, in the back of the fight, Shadow is caught, and he is down. Breathe gets that kill. Tien is going to fall, and FPX is winning the fight. Asuma's getting excited, but Sheer trying to flash to get in the way of Hong, and he wasn't able to do so, but they're flashing after Hong. They've got plenty of damage and the kill, but there is the ultimate coming through from Breathe. He's caught in a 1v4. Can he find Care? He can't find Care. He don't care. Double kill picked up, and FPX running that fight.
And this series continues to get more interesting as they ran the fight, but it started with Xiaohu running it down. The Weaver's Wall got off on the wrong side of the freeway, was taken down by FPX, who really isolated him out, got nothing done in the fight. And then Tien, yes, he traded out for Shadow, but he traded out. The resets came in on Jinx, and this double Marksman comp just won a fight at second grubs. That's huge for FPX moving forward as, again, Xiaohu, I don't know why he got off on this side, and I love that, really the turn from Jouet, so convincing onto Xiao, who got the fight off to such a positive start. Sheer's doing a really nice job of buying space. Aphelios having trouble interacting in the back half. And with Awesome getting another reset, Hong being so far behind, they chase down the Nautilus, pull off another reset, and make this fight look easy. With a nice save from Jouet in the back half to really follow up this public execution and save Care. That was looking pretty nice, pretty schnasty at the back half there on the Thresh.
Yeah, that was a well-timed hook. Oh, it's just
nice toggle. We missed the vision break. That was big.
Yeah.
We return live. Dives on both sides. Top laner's going down.
Oh, we're going to get the Lantern in for Care. He's going to take one turret shot on the other side, but
that's big.
Breathe is able to dodge out of the rocket. Now the question is, how long is it going to take for them to take out Breathe?
Okay, he's dead.
He's trying to sprint away, but yeah, no Drakehound step left. He's going to sidestep. Who's going to... Oh, he might give the kill to Awesome here. This is really bad. Breathe. There wasn't a good person to give it to, but man, that's rough.
I would have rather have given it to Corki than the Jinx.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, that's a bit of an oopsie there. So on the back half, we'll say that because that play took longer for FPX, that did slow down the tempo a little bit. There's still one grub on the board. FPX, though, sticking with their strong side bot, will start getting through this dragon, and Corki going to start looking at that turret. As things still look good here for FPX. Again, they have a little bit of a gold lead. They have a ton of scaling on their side with the double Marksman and the Lilia. And for Weibo, we said early on that the onus was kind of on them to make some plays here, Yanni. The first few plays we've seen from them have not been good. Xiao has really not had an impact on this first pick Talia this game. I know he got counter-picked, but it's been Kara having a much bigger impact on this game and, frankly, on this series.
Yeah, that first ultimate was not it for Xiaohu, and now we have to start talking about, well, if it ain't going to be Xiaohu on his Talia, it's got to be Light on this Aphelios. Remember we talked about this is one of his better champions that he's played throughout his career. Champions that are seen as being out of the meta just a little bit, but Aphelios has had a couple of picks. I mean, now I'm looking for Light to be the guy because he hasn't been disrupted. But the problem is, Awesome is just ahead by quite a bit, even though the gold is even.
And, I mean, he's going to have so much range to pack, too, later on. This Nautilus can be paper in the front line if you do stall it out well. I just think that the way they fought into that Scion, the ability for Sheer to hold space against the Aphelios, was so important in that last fight. And could be really important in future fights here. It's going to be something that Weibo has to deal with. But at the moment, Weibo getting control over this top side. Xiaohu has not been spotted hovering up top. They already sacked the bot outer turret, so going to look to secure top outer. Care doing a nice job of respecting this. As Weibo actually snows us all the way into the red buff. Now we might get a fight or a skirmish.
All right, let's see if we can blow up
Oh,
the Nautilus, but the
that's
Knockup's
not
going to go on to carry. Here comes the public
Wait,
execution.
the synergy.
He got pulled away! Oh, the anti-synergy, as you said, and Awesome is going to get a kill, and it's going to be time for him to potentially reset.
Sheer.
Light's going to have to flash over the wall, but they're going to land the Knockup on Sheer, but no Swirl Seeds have landed. The hook just to get over the wall. Zhui trying to get close, but that play was doing nothing, and now the play is split. He's got to flash back over the wall. Awesome on one
time.
side, Sheer on the other side. Shadow ready to go, trying to make plays. Sheer in the thick of things, knocking up two. They're going to look for Tien. Tien's going to go down. Awesome gets another kill.
Here's Flash.
Will they find more? Flash, knock up, chunked, but Breathe in melee range, cutting them
Resets.
up. Awesome, going a little too far, but he flashes the wall to find Xiaohu. He's in melee range of Breathe, and he don't give a damn. He picks up another one. Triple kill for Awesome.
And FPX, they're looking not just to win a game, but actually win the series, and looking good in this one as, again, that force from Weibo. It was a good pick on Nakara, but this synergy coming out from Hong and Breathe, the dredge line pulled him out of the public execution that was being perfectly set up by a depth charge. So Weibo not on the same page. That was critical for making sure this fight went sideways. As again, look at this depth charge from Hong. It's good. It's going to ring true on Nakara. The dredge line, though, yoinks him out of the public execution. And the Lantern yoinks him out of being on the wrong side of the free state, or the freeway on the Weaver's Wall. Xiaohu gets stuck in the back half. Light's in a terrible spot, has to flash out. And then the space bot from Zhui. I know this is a little bit funky, taking the Death Sentence over like this, but he stalled and corralled Weibo in as Shadow and Sheer were able to rotate. And Sheer, again, he goes down in this fight, but the Scion was so big, created so much space. He did his job and more in this one in helping the Jinx clean up.
This champion is a menace, my friend. I mean, he's tanking up so much. Breathe is at least finally able to get in there.
Yeah, and then
But
Awesome
Awesome, yo, I respect
Good
the hell out
flash.
of this. This guy has played incredibly this game. And look at the picture-in-picture. We're in a fight. Super Mega Death Rocket not going to land. The Herald does go down. Let's see if we're going to get any more fighting. Good dodges on the Swirl Seeds. Tien onto the side. Hook coming down on the Sheer. But Hong is caught out. The knockup is there. They found Awesome. Awesome down to half. Awesome is dead as Breathe is chopping him down. Sheer's on the other side trying to buy space, but he goes down. But multiple members going to sleep. Can they capitalize? This is Kare's fight to win, but he can't get close. He's got no mana. Breathe looking to walk out of this one, but he can't dodge out on enough Swirl Seeds. It was a disaster, but the crisis was averted. Or was it? Wait, Care. He's looking to kill Light, but he gets knocked up. He's got to flash away. Hook goes down. Shadow finds Light, and now he's gone golden.
Lantern. But
the Lantern is there. Tien is walking up. Tien, why are you walking up to this? That's why you sustained just enough to survive. No mana on the members of FPX. It was ugly, Cubby, and I'm not really sure who won it. But FPX are still hanging tough.
A 2 for 2, Herald secured, but you'll take the team that was down, probably got more shutdowns. Is that
Here we
mid?
go.
Will just miss out on Tien, does delay his recall, which is important as we are 25 seconds before the Dragon. Potential for more fights here, Yanni. As with some of the key summoner spells being down, of course, Awesome blew both his summoner spells to clean up the triple kill in the previous fight. He ends up eating the public execution and being taken down by Breathe in this fight, which made things a lot closer for Weibo and really forced a hero fight out of Shadow, who played great in this one. Honorary shout out to Zhui too, who I think bought a lot of space, as this hook onto Hong is what gets the good start going here. Responds to that depth charge, or I should say dredge line that connected out on the Scion, but Breathe gets into the back line. That all just goes sideways from Light. That could have been really impactful. That connected. Shadow flashes in on the re-engage as this fight is everywhere. And it really ended up being even in the back half because Kara was down mana. He was and also the heroics of Zhui with that Lantern. As we got to return to live because another fight being set up. Breathe not spotted yet.
All right.
Oh, they found
Does finally get spotted out. Hook does not land, but look who gets pulled in. It's the Scion. Rift Herald is going to get deployed in the middle of the fight, maybe looking for knockups and CC. But now, Dragon is low, going in, and Tien takes it away. Now he's alive for now, but Breathe. He finds Awesome. Awesome gets shielded, but it's not going to be enough. He stands tall and dies, but there's multiple members. It's Benny by time, but on the backside, Tien is trying to buy some space to protect his team. He ends up going down for it, but it could have been a lot worse, Cubby.
Shadow's been so big in these fights. He survived a couple, getting really strong on this Lilia, as that was a big sleep to stall that one out and make sure that even though the Dragon went down to Weibo, it was FPX that won out on the skirmish.
What a game this has turned out to be.
This has gotten crazy the last few minutes.
These fights are crazy. Cubby, we said at the top of the day that after what we saw IG do to top esports, anybody can win any given game in the LPL. We weren't sure if FPX could prove it, but they're doing their damnedest to do so right now.
This Scion holding the front line, it's making things so hard for this Talia that's been behind, and Aphelios as well. But in the back, I know Awesome falls, but Shadow, he's 8-3-7 on the scoreboard. When we get back to live, has that Zhonya's, and man, when Lilia gets that big, said this was a pick that scales strictly off economy, Shadow's damage has been very significant in this game, Yanni, as he's been doing work on the Lilia pick. And you got to believe that when Awesome gets those sums, that flash back up, how much harder are fights going to be for Weibo, who have to deal with this extremely fed Lilia and Jinx in the hands of FPX.
Game 1 MVP looking to make it 2 straight and looking to lead FPX to their first win in Group Ascend. They're looking to try to dive on this top side. We see a teleport coming in from the Talia. The Otacon has been aggroed, but it doesn't look like they're going to stick around for it.
Yeah, they don't want that. Just fix your waves. Again, I think that if you play for the Jinx Flash Timer, which they do have it back, really important for Awesome and FPX that they have that one. Do you like, though, how they're able to group with the Scion and throw their weight around a little bit? I was a little bit concerned as to who would catch things outside of the Scion, but if Scion's there, then that's the person who's able to face check these brushes and catch a lot of the skill shots, then engage that can come out from Weibo Gaming as Sheer, again, blinding this champion. He's down on the scoreboard, but his value has been nothing but up in these fights as he's been really big on this tank pick.
Yeah, Scion, you don't really care how much gold you're down, how many CS you have.
Your W makes up for it, you know?
Yeah, as long as you're thick enough to be in the fight, you're making impactful plays with your ultimates, and you're knocking up a hell of a lot of squishies, and that's what he's been doing in this game. But as you mentioned, the gold lead, not that far apart. Weibo
no,
still
it's not.
Very much in this game, Cubby.
I think the big thing, too, I mean, this game has gotten really hectic. I think the Weibo's engages this game, they have to be clean. Like, even that fight, finding Awesome, we saw the flick miss. You can hold the flick as Xiaohu and wait for something like a public execution to land, which it did on Awesome, and guarantee the fact that W comes through. Like, these fights, they have not been clean, and when you don't have a clean fight against a Jinx, against a Corki, against a Lilia, who can really ramp throughout it, and the flexibility that this Thresh has really brought the front line for FPX, we don't see a lot of this champion these days, Yanni, but Joue's been making really good use of the death sentences and the lanterns to really play in that backline with his teammates, but also make sure that he's empowering both them with connecting CC and his front line being able to walk up as they have those lanterns in their back pocket if they need it.
Yeah, Brother's got 100% kill participation right now. This is, you know, after that first death early on, I was a little worried, but he's really put it together in these fights where he's been really important. Not every death sentence is going to land, but his lanterns have been on point. The Flays, as you mentioned, buying space. He's really done a lot. As
Hong is going to be caught.
He's going to go to the wall. He's going to be asleep for this fight.
I don't like that.
Pulling the trigger a little early as Shadow. Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Cubby.
Yeah, I just don't think the Swirl Seed was required. I think you get the flash out of Hong either way by just threatening that Q from the Scion. As you can see, this skirmish, this forever fight, as Shadow is hitting these balls, he's ramping up with that passive, that move speed. Actually going to try and get in here and maybe yoink the Raptors. Let's be a little bit careful.
Just trying to tag up as much damage as he possibly can.
Okay.
Xiaohu is forced it back, dragging him 45 seconds. Remember, critically, Tien took away that last dragon, so it's not going to be a sole opportunity for FPX, but just sole point. 55 seconds, Baron's going to spawn, so we could see a little bit of time on the map with 3 major objectives up, Cubby.
Breathes hunting for Kara. Kara, all that.
All right, Kara.
Phosphorus bomb. Okay, going to be enough to buy some space away from Breathe. I will say, giving over a lot of Infernal Drakes to Weibo can be dangerous. They have 4 members that are building damage. Zim will get tank items now, but this Ambessa and a lot of the champs could really be empowered. Obviously, same thing for FPX. I just don't think that you want to allow for Weibo to stack up 3 or 4 of these dragons, and stopping them at 2 could be big, but at the moment, Weibo don't have control over that bot side of the map, and before Dragon spawns, have really pulled Otacon aggressively. Is that Weaver's Wall might just secure it? And yeah, FPX going to drop it for that sole point.
Yeah, now they're kind of lost here. They're not going for this dragon. We see some pings on the mid lane, but they don't have a wave there quite yet.
And no one's on the dragon. You can't
was...
rip Baron at 25. I think that this is like fake pressure but they actually might want
wait,
to fight.
we want to just go. We want to just go. It's a 4v4 for right now. Tien is the one that gets tagged. The Shadow going to get some movement speed from the Baron. Tien so low and out of this fight. Hook does not quite land. but here's a multi-man sleep. It's going to be only one because the cleanse gets used, but
Yeah,
so much
Xiaohu.
space. Xiaohu's on the wrong side of the fight, and Care finds him, and he's going to look to find Tien on the backside, but Breathe
Good
is
Care.
able to get in there, and Light is doing a lot. Awesome gets knocked up, but now they're going to turn onto Hung, and Care is able to flash back
Care.
over the wall to get away from Breathe, and Light will fall too. FPX are creating discourse in these fights, and they have an opportunity to take the Baron and shock the LPL.
Oh, they gotta stick around for it. They have Shadow. There's no Smite. Breathe has a TP. No public execution if he wants to contest this. But FPX, it's not just gonna be a game win tonight, Yanni. They sure as hell want that series win. Might be able to do so against Weibo. As again, with how hectic this mid game got, some of the carries for FPX got astronomically fed. You're looking at a 9-3-8 Lilia, a 7-2-12 Jinx. These are solo queue score lines, and FPX making good use of these champions in this fight. As I thought Care played this one really well. It's an aggressive TP into the back half. With Tien chunked out early, Care manages the back half of this fight really well to distract Weibo. It cleared a lot of space for Awesome, who a big catch on the Xiaohu, again out of position. Xiaohu not having a good series. But look at Care in the back line. Light cannot follow up onto Awesome, who was depth charged. Breathe has to retreat, has to try and peel for the rest of his team, and cannot do so as Care managed that fight brilliantly on the back half, utilizing the Valkyrie and the Flash really well to take down Tien, pressure Light, and avoid dying to Breathe. Great fight from FPX as they come back out with Baron on their shoulders and a Dragon in their sights.
The old Corky Pincer gets him every time, Cubby. Let's see if Weibo is going to fight around for this Dragon or
Sure,
just
can
let
all-
it go. Remember,
Okay.
it is not soul, it's just soul point. So Weibo will not go after it. They will allow more time for Light to scale.
I mean, again, if Light scales, it's nice, but you're always going to be outranged by stuff like the Lilia, like the Jinx, and you have to get through a Scion. Seen that be quite tough. Light has no cleanse, so if another ball like that connects, the sleep could be deadly. No Mikhails on the side of Weibo either. As Care, making sure that Baron's played in at least 2 lanes. He's going to be prepping this bot lane and working on the inner here in a moment.
FPX shoving in this mid wave here with this mid turret down to about half HP, 4 strong right now. Looking to take this one out. They're going to be able to bail out Awesome as well if they want it. It looks like Weibo, no ability to fight,
That's
but
noob.
Care gets picked off on the side lane. Huge for Weibo.
Yeah, there was no flash available on Care. I didn't exactly say how that one happened. I'm going to imagine it was a public execution from Fog into that Weaver's Wall. So good side lane set up from Weibo that Care falls
he flashed
victim
in the
to.
last fight. He flashed in that
he-
last fight away from
yeah.
Breathe.
No flash, so good punish. As FPX not quite able to link up and prevent that against the Corky, and will really slow down the Baron. As, yep, okay, not even from Fog. It's going to be a point break. Yep.
Oof,
That hurts.
that's tough. You know what? We talked about how FPX is not a perfect team. They still have a lot of work to do, and they are prone to still making some mistakes, and that is a big one. Because their
This-
Baron value, not going to be as high, right? Look at this Baron power play. It's only about plus what? 1100?
Tien.
Maybe less. There's a teleport. Tien on the backside. Awesome is cut off for right now, but he's able to operate at least a little bit, but Breathe up front.
can't really
doing
auto.
a lot of damage. The knockup is there, and Shear's going to go down, but a couple members going to be put to sleep. Big knockup's there, but Awesome is still A-okay. He's going to get slowed up by Light, rooted up as
Oh,
well,
great zap.
but they're looking for more. Shadow is doing so much. He's so fast, but Light trying to make a hero
Shadow.
play, and he gets punished for it, and he goes down. And now the rest of the fight, Shadow is zooming in. The Legos are on the ground. Breathe takes out Care, and Shadow, he wants more. He's always wanted more of this game, but he won't get it as he's forced away.
Shadow still continues to be massive in this game, but Weibo with the numbers advantage really catch Jue way out of position under that turret. Managed to get something back, as that's a lot of shutdowns that go over to themselves, and they keep this game within 2K gold. As again, numbers advantage able to snowball this one through. I think importantly enough, Jue just way too far up under that turret, was way out of position. But Shadow and Awesome, they're the two ones where, again, we said they're fed. These solo queue numbers are big. I want you to watch Awesome buffer this zap coming up. It's what really, through this play right here, yep, that route, was able to get that zap onto Tien. That opened up another reset for him. Light did flash in to kill Awesome, but ends up going down to a well-played fight from Shadow. Gets the Zanyas off during the W. Can do that on the W, taking advantage of that mechanic. As Shadow survives and Light being no flash in the next fight, you got to imagine that's going to be the focus for FPX.
Cubby, this is a crazy game, but crazy is our game here. in the LPL. Now, a couple critical summoners, Care and Awesome. Their flashes are coming up. Shadow's got his flash. Sheer's got his flash. Like, everybody's got their flash on FPX. And as you said, not light. He's got cleanse, but you can only cleanse so much. Looking for Zhui to be the one to kick things off with a big hook.
That is the big one. Double monster objective spawning here in 90 seconds would be a soul for FPX. So FPX can threaten the soul just to rip the Baron. Keep that in the back of their mind too, because with Corki and Jinx, we'll shred that one quickly.
Awesome on 3.5 items right now. Light on a firm 3. We'll see if Awesome is able to get his 4th item before the next fight starts. But right now, these inventories are looking mighty fine, and Shadow is looking mighty scary.
Say, a Rywise on this Lilia too. We talk about the range advantage that FPX has with the Corki, especially the Jinx, the Lilia. You throw a Rywise on top of that for Weibo to deal with. I mean, if a Q lands in these fights, the front line, the ability for FPX to control this, the space, is going to be way higher in this fight. And keep in mind, I mean, anything that connects now onto Light could just spell his doom from Shadow, as he is the one that is flashless and really has to be protected here by Weibo in this setup.
You saw Xiaohu chunking out Sheer just a little bit. He's got that Rabadon's death cap. Sheer with the sidestep. Hook not going to land on a Hong, and Sheer will be saved by the Lantern once again. Zhui has been good at placing them in perfect spots.
Sheer going to hit the base too. Does have that TP to come back. As Weibo, they're going to drop that bot lane. Did make it all the way to the inner. They will sack that to make sure that they are 5 strong on mid with Sheer TPing in. Shadow with the passive is going to keep it going on to Breathe.
Breathe is going to go to a sleep. Tien a little too far up, and a hook lands onto the Nautilus. Hong's going to go down. Sheer is going to flash away. The resets are out. Is Awesome.
It's all FPX.
Has a lot of room right here. Flash hook! It burns the cleanse out, so Light has no sums, and he's going to get run down by the deer and the rest of the squad, but he gets out as much damage as he can before he falls.
Shadow.
Breathe on top of Awesome. Awesome trying to live, but he can't. But Breathe will breathe his last, as Xiaohu can only watch as the soul will be claimed by FPX.
And Shadow's looking to clinch this game for FPX again. With how bloody this game's gone, absolute solo queue numbers being thrown up by a few of our players, as Shadow monumentally fed in this game as the Lilia. And no matter how much chaos takes place around him, he's the one that keeps on throwing out the Qs, throwing out the swirl seeds, and ramping up throughout these fights, spelling the doom of Weibo. As I gotta say, this one started off, I didn't love this engage from FPX onto Breathe. Feels awkward. Sheer throwing himself in there. Feels awkward, but they win the front to back thanks to how tanky Sion is compared to the Nautilus, who threw his life away to really keep that backline busy for FPX. Then the Rywise, the ability to close in the space. Zhui burns the flash, gets the cleanse off Light, who, I will say, the green-white setup, I do like that for Light in these fights, but was just not enough. It's picture-in-picture. You called it out. Hong's dead, and Shadow's out.
Yeah, that's despicable. That should never happen. You got to be careful with that sort of thing, because now it's a 5v4. Baron is available on the map once we're out of this replay, and Tien is going to die. He's going to get knocked up. He's going to fall. FPX are going to go and take their 2nd Baron of the game, Cubby.
Again, so tough to deal with. Shadow, the Rywise, makes it all that much more harder to space this Lilia, or really just deal with everything that she's throwing out. The saving grace, you got to imagine if Weibo have any chance, it has to be Breathe in the back half. He is quite big on this Ambessa. But between Infernal Soul, the 4+ items coming in on these Marksmen and the Lilia, and now Baron to boot, this might just be the doom of Weibo and a surprise 2-0 here for FPX.
Weibo in dire straits, Cubby. They are sinking to the bottom of the soup as we speak. We'll see if they're able to wade their way out somehow, some way. But it's going to be difficult as the siege is on in the top side.
I love how Shadow's the one who's stopping things mid, too, because he knows with his move speed, he can just always be involved in these fights regardless. Sheer doesn't want to separate from his team because he wants to tank things up at the front line. And with these objectives falling, resets onto Awesome. Sheer takes a lot with Care.
People are getting low. Care's almost dead.
That's a lot of
Care's got to get out of there. Are they going to turn around?
Half.
Breathe got hooked. The Flay is in. They're going to go. Public Execution on the backside. Manages to find a kill. Breathe is going to be in stasis from GA. Shadow's away from the team. The rest of Weibo's around. The hook was mistimed. And there's a huge seismic shove. And they find a couple as Weibo are able to stave off FPX.
Yeah, just too far up, too split, and in the choke, the Talia is so valuable, so hard to push through for FPX as Weibo get to stick around in their base, and Xiaohu has had a tough game, a lot tougher than what it looks like on the scoreboard. Steps up huge and finds a couple massive flicks to keep Weibo in this game.
Xiaohu finally making the play we needed him to make. When the chips were down back against the wall, he saves the game to give Weibo one more fight, perhaps.
And Light, the damage being pumped out from this Aphelios, again, a pick that we aren't seeing quite as much anymore, but Light's done a nice job of managing these guns. Blue-purple, a great combo, and the Infernum gun was burning through the back half of FPX here, enabled Breathe to get in on the back half. The member that we really highlighted as has to step up and be big in these fights. That GA and him engaging there, I know he goes down, but it did buy enough space to make sure that Xiaohu could hit the flick and Weibo could win the fight. We'll see what Breathe gets. You got to assume at this point he's got to sit on that GA. Tien also has a Guardian Angel available now. But as well as Awesome, as he, being down Flash now, made sure to complete that one before the Grievous or LDR or potential Mortal Reminder coming in. So a lot of GAs and luxury items coming in now, Yanni, and we are at the point where any big mistake from either team will just spell the doom of the game, as with Inhibitor down, any mistake from Weibo, that's going to be it.
Weibo have made many mistakes. FPX are known for making mistakes so far. Flash hook does not land. Zhui wanted to put the nail in the coffin. Gonna have to flash away. Xiaohu, the knockups are there. Big blocks coming out from Hong. Shadow is golden, and he gets seismic shoved, and he goes down. But it's got to be Awesome, who's got to try to find a way to get close, and he just can't. It's a 1-for-1 for now. Hook does not quite land. They get the turret, but nothing more.
Light's been able to hold strong on the Aphelios, and FPX another bit of a botched engage there, as I like the idea on the Xiaohu, but no chance to get through that. And Shadow was really caught out. Again, no flash, had to burn the Zhonya's early. I think importantly enough, flash is going to be available for FPX as we are approaching that Elder Dragon fight where truly anything can happen in this game. As again, I don't understand why we're forcing this hard. And again, Shadow like pushing through this. Yes, they get the turret, but you put yourself in a really rough spot there against Nautilus, flashless, and fighting a front to back. I think for me, the front to back has been what has really hurt FPX with them pushing forward so hard. I think that playing the front to back where they have to push into Sion or try and get past Sion to get to your backline, that's where the fights that FPX have been winning. With that happening and the Shadow able to go crazy in the back half as well, as we're seeing that Light did indeed take Gathering Storm. That is quite nice for him. As well as Awesome. So both getting some mileage out of that in the back half. But man, with everything up for Elder, Yanni, the hopes come down to this. It feels like FPX, they've taken so many steps necessary for them to be up in this game and be in position to actually not just win a game, but win a series against one of the stronger teams in the LPL and Weibo. But with an Elder Drake, all that good work could go to the wayside here as anything can happen.
All bets are off, Cubby. FPX is forced at some inopportune times and have found themselves in a position of strength, but with the threat of losing an Elder looming. Remember, Tien stole a dragon earlier.
He's
you know he's liable to do it again.
Him and Xiaohu are both flashless. These Swirl Seeds from Shadow, if it finds either of those members, will be significant.
All right, Breathe is not quite close to the fight yet. Sheer just trying to buy some space for his squad. Xiaohu is just throwing rock after rock, but they're not quite landing. Breathe gets spotted out, and here comes the Elder. It's been started up. There is a ward on it in the pit. What a hook. What a hook.
Hong's
they
caught.
caught Hong. Beautiful play by FPX. The Weaver's Wall is there, and Shadow's going to go over the wall. He's going to flash on the priority targets. Light is cleansed, but you can't cleanse that. He's low. He's trying to survive. Public execution for Breathe on the back line, and Shadow crashes on him. Breathe is caught between a rock and a hard place. He's slowed. He's down. FPX, do you believe they take the 2-0 over Weibo?
Oh, the Phoenix had to die a lot to bounce back, but no one is able to take down FPX for the 5th time in a row in Group Ascension. They pick up their first series win after quite the surprise in a 2-0 over Weibo Gaming.
Where were you when FPX got their first win in Group Ascend, a team that we dismissed as being on the bottom, contending with Team WE as the bottom 2 in the group, and they drag Weibo into the soup?
And what a win. I love seeing the teammates praise Shadow there. What a win for him. Again, a player who has had trouble just keeping a starting seat in the LPL. won the starting seat even in this team, helped them manage to make this group ascension in the first place, playing with those 3 seeds. And now carrying games like this, going to be a double MVP for him likely in the back half of this game, Yanni, with that Lilia going turbo throughout the fight. What a great bounce back for Shadow, as I feel like his form, his level has really risen in this split, and is a big part of the reason why FPX not only find themselves in this group, but also now taking wins against teams like Weibo. As FPX, we were asking for them to improve in this double round robin, and it looks like over time we have seen FPX have better looks. We didn't see the same mid-game collapses. We still didn't see it be perfect, but much cleaner compared to the last 2 series they had tonight, Yanni, and managed to find that elusive series win.
And if I'm NIP and I'm Thunder Talk, I'm worried. I'm shaking in my boots because FPX, listen, Weibo, they got a good squad. They definitely did not play their best, but FPX, this game was no gimme. This team can win games. I love that you praise Shadow because Tien has been a great jungler for as long as he's been in League of Legends competitive, and he looked like a peasant today. Shadow ran all over this guy.
I just can't believe how big that Lilia got again, with how bloody that mid game was. Solo queue numbers just ended up being put up by really the entire lobby, but it was Lilia and Jinx, the big benefactors of those mid-game skirmishes, as Shadow wasn't able to go turbo this game. Again, like sitting after, it was like 3 fights in a row, and I was like, oh my god, like the Jinx is like 6-2-10 and has an IE, and Shadow, we saw the early Zanyas make a big difference as he was 8-3-7 after like the second or third mid-game fight in a row. So really the sloppiness of both teams, it just ended up being that the carries were the ones that were granted the gold for FPX, and they were the team that really executed their team comp better. I feel like the Scion Jinx, Lilia was just a much better core at the end. Sheer did a nice job of holding the ground. Jway did a decent job of being malleable in the fights as the Thresh, helping out both the front line and the back line, and it was FPX did a better job playing out their comp and find a surprise win against Weibo.
Yeah, I have to say, out of FPX, very impressed by everybody's play. I don't think one player on that team played a bad game. I think they all played pretty damn well. It was a well-earned win. I see you looking like you just sucked on a lemon. Who do you think played a bad game?
You know, it wasn't a bad game, but when a game gets that bloody, you see some bads.
That's decision making. That's a macro thing.
It is.
That's a macro thing. The micro was there.
I saw
Jway,
some
little suspect on some flash hooks.
I was about to say Jway was a little bit of a flipper that game. But that's
everything else, no.
LPL.
Everything else was great. The lanterns more than make up for it.
That's it was solid there from Jway. He definitely helped out with making sure that both the front line and the back line could play safely. Lanterns were communicated well, and usually don't see a lot of Thresh. We haven't seen him really crop up even in Fearless, where you're just seeing more champions. Has been a champion that has been ignored, I think, for very good reason. But hey, Aphelios Nautilus, you have a Jinx in your team. That is one of the matchups where you can play Thresh, and Jway being willing to bust that out and really be that makeshift front line and back line to help assist his team and provide that flexibility that the Thresh can on the Rift, ended up being big that game.
Yep. Sometimes you don't have it with the hooks, right? Sometimes you're not hitting all the flashy hooks. Not everybody can be Mad Life, but on Thresh, it's what you do with the other tools in your kit. That's where he came up huge. That's why I was like, this guy played a good enough game that he gets some plaudits. Take a look at these damage charts. Light, man.
Look at Shadow.
Light tried so hard this game.
Dude,
he tried so hard, but Shadow, yeah. No,
ballistic
right.
from Shadow. Oh
you
my
don't see junglers
God.
do this.
51k from the Lilia. That is a massive game. And again, cannot praise Shadow enough. A player where, again, it feels like he's just been someone that hasn't even been able to keep a seat in the LPL. Like, the impression of him as an LEC player versus an LPL player, LEC fans have a lot better memories of him competing in that league. But to see him really clean things up and have much better form in the past few weeks, and not just for himself as an individual, but also for his team. I mean, he's helping them make Group Ascend, find wins against Weibo Gaming. This is not where we had FPX at the start of the year. So between him coming in, Awesome coming in, and the coaching staff, and Chang's and others, FPX are a team that really has been scaling throughout this season. It's been really good to see.
So happy for this guy. If you had any doubts that he is LPL worthy, they should be silenced this game, this series. Incredible. Potential back-to-back MVP performance. You could give it to Awesome, but I think Shadow should definitely get it.
It's Shadow.
It's got to be Shadow.
Your jungler just did 51k damage. I don't care if
That
you're the
doesn't
leader or not.
happen. Yeah, we just said
it goes
that
over
doesn't
Shadow.
happen.
It
This
goes
is
over
the
Shadow.
equivalent of Wilt Chamberlain scoring 100 points, bro. Like, you don't see that happen pretty much ever. Buying so much space. Even in a fight like this, salvaging what was poor to start.
Yeah, I mean, really looking back, Shadow was just so clutch in these games. Again, what can happen on Lilia if you do get up in a game early? I mean, this fight, he's level 16, right? He's got levels on everyone except for Breathe in terms of his opponents. It was just, he got so big so early, and it made the game so hard for Weibo to play later on.
Yeah, this is a champion that is completely dastardly, right? Because you just...
Yeah, look what he's doing to Tien.
Yeah, like the dude just got,
He's
the dude
smoking
got
him in the
1v1.
fight.
Remember, I said earlier, he ran over this guy. He made him look like a peasant. This is absolutely what he did. And then he's just knowing that, I can just go in on Light, dude. I don't care. Yeah, sure, Light got a lot of damage on the back end, but he's dead now. You don't have to worry about him. You know, Lilia just in... You know, against these melee champions or these champions that aren't super long ranges, are just a nightmare to play against, Cubby.
I mean, got ahead early, started ramping up and ramped throughout this game. As let's take another look at this final fight.
The nail in the coffin.
Yeah, of course, Sheer. I think Sheer flashing over to find Light there was so big. I'm actually surprised that Light was healing against the Scion. Sometimes you don't see that one happen. And Shadow just running through the entire fight to find a Q on Aphelios is, okay, you know, the way I can casually do. And even fit in some emote spams here in the back half, which I really appreciate. Oh, they're zooming in for it? Yes. Yes. Support BM here in the LPL.
We love that. Look how excited. Look how excited they are. Well-earned victory. Yep, that's well-earned victory. There's not much more you can say.
Chang's kind of reminds me of Golden Glue because it feels like it's just a kid in a candy shop like in the back room. It's like, yeah, go team, we're winning, right? It's always kind of fun. So, hey, props to him and FPX. That's a team on the up. That's a team that's surprising in the LPL, and pretty tough loss for Weibos. They're going to feel the pain from that one. Again, came into the day being like, hey, we aren't really convinced that this is a top 4 team, and leaving the day convinced that they're not a top 4 team, as Weibo is still leaving a lot left to be desired on the Rift.
See who our player of the game is. It's going to be Shadow. Back to back. He did it. We bow to our Jungle King as he gets the job done.
7k gold at the end.
Oh my god.
Holy
Bro led
smokes.
the way for FPX here tonight, and they end week 2 on a high note. Next time out, they'll be against JDG. The competition is only gonna get stiffer. But you know what? If they can take out Weibo, Cubby, I don't know if I'm thinking they're gonna win against JDG, but I certainly think they will put up a fight. Now, this is time for myself and Cubby to depart. Rafa and Bloxer will be covering the last 2 games of the evening. That'll be Thunder Talk versus IG, and then the last game of the day, BLG versus JDG. That's one you're not going to want to miss, but you should really tune in for both of these. So peace out from the both of us, and enjoy the rest of the evening filled with LPL.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no, hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no, keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth, maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no, hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no, keep running.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, blood stains washing underneath the waves.
And welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for 2 more best of 3s tonight. It's a long one. on another day, another night of the LPL unofficial English broadcast. If you were already tuning in, then you already just witnessed FPX 2-0ing over Weibo Gaming, which is, it wasn't on our,
No.
docket for today, Blockster. It wasn't on our checklist, but you know what? Here we are in a world where FPX can finally close the distance. We saw them take one game off of IG, but then, they dropped the ball, couldn't get to that finish line, but, glad to see that they're making progress and able to close it out against Weibo today.
Absolutely. It looked like FPX, all of their series, they were getting so close to being able to win games, win series, getting so close. Finally, they get themselves over the hump right here. That's really moved the mid-pack right here. Got a lot of teams now sat at the same sort of score lines. Just fascinating what's happening here in Group Ascend.
Yeah, well, as you can already tell, we have a caster swap. Rafa and Bloxer back in the casting booth for the final two series of the day. We're going to get right into the thick of things. It's Thunder Talk taking on IG. Now, both of these teams coming off the back of, well, I wouldn't say, the most, one was an expected outcome, Thunder Talk dropping 2-0 against Weibo Gaming, but IG prevailing over Top Esports 2-1. Credit to the Shy Nidalee making another appearance. Maybe we might see it again today in the series against Thunder Talk. Who knows? But reminding everyone who is on the roster for these two teams. We're going to look at Thunder Talk first. In the top lane, you got your main man Hoya, jungler Beichuan, Satab in the mid lane, and then the duo, 1xN and Feather.
Yeah, this roster has been looking, well, interesting, right? They had a shockingly good split one for themselves, were able to get themselves into the playoffs, didn't go quite as far in the playoffs as we would have hoped, but they were really showing some good things during that split one, especially versus BLG. They turned into sort of a nightmare for BLG every time they ended up facing each other, taking these series all the way to 5 games, and it was so much fun to watch. Then coming in to split number 2 into the placements, it just wasn't looking so good, and that has kind of continued right here into the split 2 proper. The team looks like it's got a lot of promise to it, but they just can't put things together right now.
Yeah, it really feels like the lane swap meta was a big boon to Thunder Talk during split 1. But now that we're back to normal lanes, it doesn't seem like Thunder Talk are able to make the most out of it and really elevate 1xN and Feather, who have by far and away been the most consistent and most reliable parts of this roster. But even in some of their losses against, granted, it's against some of the better teams in the league, but not even 1xN is looking like the promising potential sophomore that we saw in split 1. Getting outclassed and not living up to that potential. But Thunder Talk still have some room to go here and there. They're not one of our bottom expected teams. They could be, hopefully breaking into that top 6 alongside the other teams. And as you can see, Bloxer, nothing is really consistent so far in the way the things are playing out in Group Ascend right now.
Teams are taking wins off of each other left and right. I mean, we didn't expect the FPX win earlier. We probably didn't expect IG to beat Top Esports yesterday. So you can take games off of almost anybody at the moment. But in terms of expected wins, IG definitely going to be coming into this one as favourites. They would have been coming into this one as favourites even if yesterday hadn't have happened. But thinking about yesterday, the way they were able to beat Top Esports, just crazy scenes.
Yeah. And for IG, still another roster that just doesn't really make sense in terms of results so far this split, because they will drop games against FPX.
Yep.
They will lose series against, top dogs like BLG and Anyone's Legend. But then another top dog, they'll overthrow in Top Esports 2-1. And you just think to yourself, okay, when is the consistency going to come in for a roster? Is it just going to, happen eventually over, the 8 weeks of the Rumble stage that we have for us? Is it going to be, 1 or 2 of these players stepping up? I know that at least for the sake of IG, they're looking a lot better than split 1 was kind of looking out. So the overall trajectory is rising in consistency. It's just still not there yet to make them a definitive top 3 squad.
Exactly, and the fact is that they come off of a disappointing split one, like you said, go into the placements, 6-0 in their placements. They look absolutely on fire in placements. They take out JDG twice. The rest of their group, not so strong, but you know, that's the way that those groups were seeded. And they looking good. And then they come into the next stage, the split 2 proper, and like you said, they drop that game versus FPX, and all of a sudden, there's questions. Then they get summarily dismantled by their next 2 opponents. Yes, those are great teams, and we're beginning to go, okay, maybe this is like a middle-of-the-pack team. Then you just beat Top Esports in what was actually a really good set of games as well. It wasn't even necessarily that they were just completely dismantling from the very beginning. You know, they were throwing some early games, getting themselves back into it, and it was a lot of really good team fighting. Something actually I've been quite critical of IG for in their previous series that actually allowed them to prevail here over Top.
Yeah, when every single member on IG is locked in and playing at kind of the ceiling that we've come to expect from their pedigree and their resume, then yeah, these guys can tango with the best teams in the LPL. But we're not getting that every single time we load up onto the Rift, you know? Sometimes Gala, even though Gala was probably one of the more consistent performers in Split 1, he's dropping a game and dropping the ball in a couple games in this second split. Rookie, famously criticized for Split 1, you know, he levels up the consistency, but then sometimes he's getting outshined. The Shy, many overextended a couple, one too many times, you know, we don't know if it's a good death, if it's a bad death, you know, the impact, you know, is remained to be seen. And then Mako and JJ, probably the foundation for this squad, the two that have to make the most happen on the map. Sometimes they're doing their damnedest and it doesn't matter, or when everyone else is actually playing on form, then they're the ones that drop the ball, and it's just like, if you're an IG fan, you are just praying that you can get all 5 of them. They don't have to play at peak, they just have to play together, you know? Everyone has to play on similarly a same level above the norm, and that's enough for IG to at least, you know, be competitive with the top teams. And since Thunder Talk is not a top team, that would be enough to take the 2-0 sweep today.
Yeah, but in terms of teams who you really don't want to have some bad team fighting, not be playing together with, I think Thunder Talk's one of those worst opponents for that, because Thunder Talk, for all their faults, they are going to play together. They love a team fight, and they love to all just go flying in. They love these very aggressive, engage-based compositions, where the second that somebody decides, hey, this is a good fight, they all go in. It's not always been working out for them. In the split 2, there's been quite a lot of situations where they all go flying in and all get themselves killed. But IG, they're not so much a team that's all together. They're much better individually, I think, than the Thunder Talk members. But if Thunder Talk are going to prevail today, it's very much going to be because they're more coherent as a team.
Yeah, and Thunder Talk at their best, as you outlined in Split 1, these guys, even though individually they may not be the best or be able to stand up to some of their individual counterparts, but as a team, Split 1, they proved to be always a unit. At least a 5-man squad that always believed in the same vision, in the same play together, and committed. And, you know, when we talk about, like, even Tier 2 developing teams, one of the key core philosophies that we always ask for is, we don't care if you're, you know, playing mechanically on, like, you know, some super god level. You know, you don't have to be, like, rank number 1 challenger kind of level mechanics. We just ask that you are coherent with your squad, because that will always make the difference.
It really can do, and Thunder Talk, they used that all the way through Split 1. Split 2, it actually felt a little bit like they've had some issues with having that same level of coherency. Not to the same level as IG, I don't think, but still, there have been a few cracks forming. Perhaps it is the lack of the lane swap meta, like you said earlier. For whatever it is, they've been looking better and better, and you know, there are a ton of games to play out in this Group Ascend. Group Nirvana, you barely get 5 games to be able to play and get together as a team. Group Ascent, you've got game after game after game constantly playing up against these top teams. Yes, they get pushed around by BLG and AL, but at the same time, that's at least time for them to have been playing together, practicing up against these top tier opponents, and hopefully getting that consistency back for themselves, and maybe they could pull out a few funky picks here to really be able to push things forward.
Yeah, and not to, you know, discredit the potential of them taking a game off of IG this series, let alone winning the series outright. But I think the goals and the expectations for Thunder Talk is more of a long-term investment versus, you know, a short-term expectation of being able to win the series today. And if they lose, expected. Thunder Talk, you know, still measures to be, you know, a less competitive team than IG, but considering the names that are on this squad and the investment potential on this squad versus IG, who strayed away from the developmental path and said, screw it, we want a super team, we want to win as fast as possible, and they're still struggling to kind of like get things working and gelling together. IG have way more expectations and more pressure for them to perform than ThunderTalk do in this series.
Absolutely. ThunderTalk, they could come into this one feeling a bit free, feeling good about themselves, because there's only those 4 places that go on into the playoffs. Everybody else has to then go play against those top Group Nirvana teams. You know, it does feel a lot more like you can chill out a little bit. As soon as you're in this Group Ascend, things do feel a little bit better. But we are going to jump into the pick and ban right here for the 1v1. So it is going to be Rookie up against Zetab, and this should be a really hype one.
Some hype bans being eliminated by a Rookie in the Yasuo. I guess the Rumble, not as hype. I was hoping that Rookie was going to follow some trends like, Zetab, no Yasuo, no Zed, no melee assassins at all. Whereas Zetab is doing, you know, he's doing good work on the Rift by eliminating all the non-fun champions like the... Oh, yes! Look at that.
Let's go.
Zed arrives, and Rookie, you know, Jace, the reasonably fun champion to witness in a 1v1, especially when it's against a melee assassin like Zed. So we're going to get to see a display of skill between Zetab and Rookie.
Yeah, we got to see a ton of really hype Jace matchups yesterday. One against a Kiana, once against a Yorick. 1-1, lost one. It was really good fun, but the Zed, that is brilliant, because it's very much all about that all-in potential that you can get once you hit that level 6. You want to avoid getting poked down early on by this Jace. That's where the Jace really comes on top. And then once you do get a little bit of that poke down, maybe you can all-in. If not, the Zed's just going to be flying on in. This one should be incredibly hype. Hopefully this isn't going to be one that's sorted out by tower kills. I want 2 kills right here.
Either 2 kills or an epic showdown in the Ring of Fire by the end. And you know what? The Ring of Fire showdowns have delivered. You look at that Yorick and Jace 1v1 between Tarzan and... who did he play against? Was it Sheer?
It was Tarzan and Sheer, yeah. Hype. Woo! So good. So good.
Who's to say that junglers don't have mechanics, baby? You know? Thank you, Tarzan, for making us jungle mains look good out there on the Howling Abyss. As we take to it once again between Zetab and Rookie. This is for Sign Select, and if you haven't seen one of these before, well, welcome. Win conditions as blocks are outlined. First to tower, destruction. First to 2 kills before Ring of Fire, or first to kill in the Ring of Fire. And that means, even if you got a kill previously, it doesn't matter. Once the Ring of Fire is active, it is last man standing.
Absolutely. 5 minutes for the Ring of Fire to begin closing in, and as a part of those rules, 100 CS no longer is going to bring you that victory, so we have removed what was easily the worst of all of the win conditions. That one was always quite boring to watch somebody play for. Now we just get to see as much scrapping as possible. Like I said, we are going to be seeing this one up against Zed, Jace. Really interesting as a matchup, something that we could potentially see mid lane during the actual series if either of these two want to get really insane. I'd be surprised. I would be very surprised if that is the case. As you can see, Rookie using that poke really effectively right now, trying to just chunk Zetab down.
Yeah, I don't believe Zetab has pulled out Zed in a competitive match yet. I know Saber has pulled out a couple Zed games over on Ultra Prime. One of them was really pog. The other, not so pog. But it's okay. Yeah. You know what? I still appreciate that we're getting, you know, Zed being shown more on Summoner's Rift. I think he definitely does have a place in the competitive meta. I think it really works well against Talia. And Talia has been, by far and away, one of our most contested mid lane champions.
It really has been. Any of these very aggressive assassins can work great. I think Zed's always sort of hovering on the realms of possibility for these mid lane pickups, just because we do have so many of these safe champions who usually could just sit there, kind of do nothing. Rookie going all in here. Hang on, does he just get this kill? Yes. Wow, okay.
Does. And Rookie should be able to dodge the last bit of turret aggro, forcing that first kill onto Zetab. Rookie should have enough time to clear out this wave. Actually just going to go for a turret play first. He is getting very low in HP.
Yeah,
But
don't
because
die to the
Satab's
minions.
Yeah, Satab's death timer is long enough that Rookie has plenty of time to get all of this accounted for and get a fat back with that amount of cash.
Yeah, with the kill also getting that empowered recall, so going to be able to come back to the lane nice and quickly. Tons.
Holy moly.
Yeah, I mean, this tower's also pretty low. As much as we said it would be nice to not see it be a tower kill that goes down, with this tower already chunked to half, and the towers being so squishy in this mode of the 1v1s, is looking like that could also be a possibility. You could see after that solo kill went down, Zetab looked so just... like, what do I do? You know, he was really laughing about it. That is the thing with the Jace. Straight under your tower. The second you get chunked, you can just get all in. And we see it once again. That's half of Zetab's HP just gone. And the item disadvantage is also huge at this point.
I mean, I appreciate that Satab is trying to
Hang
go
on.
combat for combat, blow for
Ayo.
blow, but this is just a losing 1v1 at this point. You know what? Satab did not want to take the coward's way out and wait for the
Nope.
Ring of Fire. He said, I'll just try it. Why not? I might as well go for it. And unfortunately, you just got Walla Diffed, buddy. 3,400 gold in the bank that Rookie walked back to the base with, whereas poor Satab, you know, trying to make the best work out of the trip he took to the dollar store, and a couple long swords and a pickaxe. Not gonna feel that great against a full-on steel-plated caps and a phage.
No, Zetab saying, hey, I'll see you on the Rift, Rookie. You know, we will get to play this matchup out plenty. Let's just get into it. Let's move on beyond these 1v1s. Still, the 1v1 side select is actually really important because blue side at the moment is very much the priority. Pretty much every single team is always picking themselves up blue side. B1 picks at the moment are so strong. Things like the Gwen, the Varus, those champions have been popping up. If you don't ban them over on red side, it feels just so great as a blue side pickup.
Yeah. I would be so curious if a team ever actually won the 1v1 and said, no, we want red side. You know, we want to be the ones forced into banning all the OP power picks. I feel like you would have to have a legitimate draft prepared, knowing like certain team priorities, and then just leave a bunch of power picks open, and then just take the gambit and say, okay, yeah, you get one thing, but then we get these two oppressive things, and that outweighs, you know, the sins we have committed in the draft. But I don't think any team has taken that venture quite yet, at least for game one. So, IG gonna have their hands full, but also their pick of the litter when it comes to picks.
Apparently, AO did pick red a couple times.
Did they really? When they won side select?
In series, they've been taking red a few times. Okay, I was gonna
okay,
say,
now,
as the straight up 1v1, that would be crazy to me if you are winning that 1v1, instantly picking yourself red side. No, in series, that is interesting too, because it really has just been blue side priority. Pretty much since Fearless really got introduced, it does mean that blue side's got quite a lot of an advantage at the moment. But we are going to jump on into the draft right here. Bans going through very quickly right now. A lot of those priority picks gone. The Varus is up and available though. Gala's been pretty good on it, and it has been a B1 a lot recently.
Nefiria is also available. Some teams have been dropping it completely, even when it's available. None of the champions that you could easily take into Nefiria, like the Pompey, are actually available to counter it. But I think teams are just less comfortable with putting their jungler, especially if they are in a normal facilitative role for the strength of the team. And depending on what other champions you're drafting alongside it. For example, if this Talia is locked in for Thunder Talk, Nefiria doesn't really make most sense because you want to pick something that will set up the Talia to guarantee the seismic shove combo, right? So normally Vi would be a great pairing here. Not available. Xin Zhao probably the next best answer.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of the Xin Zhao popping up at the moment. Can also pair it alongside the Sejuani if you want just a little bit of extra tankiness to get yourself into the late game. Either of those pickups have been looking fine recently. But also, you can just pivot and go somewhere else at the moment. You do know what the top matchup is going to be. Can potentially just take something into it, and is going to be the Ambessa locked in right here for Hoya. Has a fine matchup into the Scion and can get into the late game. We'll have to see what kind of squishy champions it has to try be chasing around during the team fight. IG right now are just going to grab themselves this Xin Zhao. I'd be very surprised if you don't want to lock this one in. In terms of those top tier of junglers, it really has been those two. The only other one that's been popping up quite a lot is the Skarner. JJ had a good performance on it yesterday. It is one of the better picks for him.
Yeah. IG's still going to take their time in deciding what jungle pick they want for JJ. immediately locking down a control mage to match against Satab's Talia.
Yeah.
Seems like Xin Zhao is still the best pick, and IG have the core of a pretty damn solid front line. And even though Xin Zhao is not necessarily a tank, against most long-range compositions, which seems to be dominating the metagame recently, very powerful with that Crescent Guard, because you can just completely neutralize any bit of that late-game burst from long distance away. You can completely mitigate a whole hyper carry trying to find that first kill in a fight.
Absolutely, we've seen a lot of Misfortunes use the full bullet time into the Crescent Guard, get absolutely nothing from it. Not going to happen in this game. It is going to be the Kai'Sa locked in right here. A little bit of a dive composition beginning to take shape right here for Thunder Talk. I was actually wondering if we might get the similar sort of thing out of IG, because it works pretty well alongside things like the Xin Zhao. I think the MF is still going to look pretty attractive here to IG. Gala had a pretty good game on it yesterday, and in fact, Thunder Talk, yeah, they recognize that. Get rid of it.
Yeah. Pantheon is looking better and better here for Thunder Talk when I look at what kind of champions they've already drafted together, because Talia would like some setup. Mbessa would like some setup. Kai'Sa just wants CC being put into the kit, and IG immediately recognize, hey, you know what? What's the skirmisher that's still available that would be nice with this composition? Immediately banned. So now, looking down the list of skirmishers that have on-demand CC, there's not that much left, Bloxer.
No, you're beginning to get into the realms of looking towards the slightly tankier versions of this, the Skarner, the Sejuani. I think those are still going to be potentially quite attractive options. Right now, Thunder Talk very much going to be focusing out onto Gala, making sure that he doesn't have a lot of the best picks. I'm shocked that we've seen Avaris get all the way through to second round bans. It's often been one of the first pickups. If you don't grab it B1, it's often going to be an R1 pick, so that one going straight through. Wouldn't be surprised if IG here want to take out another one of these heavy attack junglers. Yeah, the Sejuani going to go off of the board right here. So either you want to get very aggressive right here, grab yourself something like the Lilia or the Neferi, or the Skarner really is the last remaining one of these big tanky jungle pickups that you can really play.
Yeah, I mean, the on-demand CC from Impale would be great, but in terms of early skirmishes, Skarner is nowhere near as powerful as Xin Zhao, especially with all the nerfs that Riot has, you know, given the Scorpion. After its heyday of being the premier jungler, being permabanned in pretty much every single game. Now that it's locked in for Beichuan, I want to point out already that Thunder Talk not necessarily having priority in a lot of these lanes. Sion can kind of, you know, hold its own against the Mbessa, but when you look at Kai'Sa being blind picked by Thunder Talk, IG, I imagine, you have the means of being able to pick a strong laning duo here. Maybe it's just Xayah Rakan.
Yeah, the Rakan has been rising in priority recently. The Xayah also just gives you so much extra survivability up against a very tough-to-play Thunder Talk composition. At the same time, it's a lot of dashes that the Talia would really like to make the most of if you do grab yourself something like the Rakan. Honestly, we've got a lot of these best-in-class supports still available, and the Alistar here would also be good in shutting down the possibility of a Rel being picked up here for Thunder Talk. So I think this is going to be the pickup right here. I feel like Leona or something like that probably going to be the pickup for Thunder Talk, unless you want to go Enchanter. You do have enough tanks that you can potentially go for something a little bit less of the tank engage support option. Maybe they grab the Rakan. Okay, this would be interesting. Works well with the Kai'Sa in terms of the full dive potential. At the same time, a little bit squishy into a lot of damage from IG.
I was about to say, recently this week, a lot of the answers to Alistar have actually been Nautilus, and even though I'm not a support expert, I'm not a bot lane expert, so I can't outright say that, oh yes, this means that Nautilus is a direct counter to Alistar. I'm not sure if that's the case, but based on what I'm seeing and how some of these Nautiluses are playing out dives, 2v2s, there is solid interactions that you can go for and understand if the Alistar engages, either you can hook onto him, intercept the headbutt, delay the pulverized combo from coming out, you both proc Aftershock, and then boom, it's like an even trade. Or if the Alistar engages on your AD carry, the Nautilus can always threaten the other marksman and just keep him there. And we've seen many spectacular Nautilus outplays. Shout out Jue from FPX, who probably put on one of the best Nautilus games I've ever seen. There is potential, and even though a lot of people will meme the Nautilus as like, yeah, you know, just standard support, do your job, you point and click, ultimate. don't sleep on it. There has legitimately been some good outplays and good thought processes in trying to actually like make dives with the Alistar completely neutralized.
At the same time, I've also seen quite a lot of the Nautiluses just hook the Alistar to try start a fight. The Alistar really doesn't mind it too much in terms of, hey, I'm tanky, you've just pulled me a little bit closer in for me to get my combo off once you've blown all of your CC. If you use all of your CC right onto me, well then I'm doing my job right here as an Alistar. I don't think it's quite as direct a counter as something like the Alistar into Rel is, but like you said, there are some nice interactions, and if this game is going to be decided one way or the other, I really don't think it's straight up going to be the support pickups. There's far too many interesting champions in this game for that to really be the case.
All right, well, let's see how it all plays out. IG taking against Thundertalk Gaming on the Rift. Let's see you in game 1.
It's so hype. What can we see here? What can we see here from IG? They're coming off of the back of the biggest victory that they've had in the split so far. Thundertalk, they could really use a win.
Thundertalk already getting aggressive level 1. Just using the power of a lot of the synergies these champions have together for that first level of the game, but Mako looming on over to the right side. And a reminder, this is Mako's 1,000th game today in the LPL.
That's
crazy. That is insane. Like, it just, for any who was tuning into the LPL for the first time this season or recently and may not know, you know, the long history of Mako, I mean, this guy was with EDG for years. Probably one of the longest stints any LPL player has been with an organization before eventually going over to, I want to say, Top Esports last year, and then coming over to IG this year. But Mako, responsible for being a part of that team that gave LPL its 3rd world title with EDG in 2021. A lot of people, when, you know, they look at LPL and they look at LCK and go, oh yeah, okay, like Faker is the franchise player for T1. Well, Mako was the franchise player for EDG. No other LPL player has had a stint that long.
No, he was with them for 9 years. 9 full years with one team is crazy. Most players are not lucky enough to have a 9-year-long career. 9 years with one team was brilliant to see, and congratulations to him on that 1,000th game right here. He's playing on a very strong IG squad at the moment, a squad that just came off the back of that Top Esports win, of which he was a big part of it, was really good on a lot of these engaged support champions, things like the Alistar. See what we can do in this game. Obviously taking a big chunk of health at the moment, as you do. Alistar very weak during the level 1, but they've managed to get through that. They haven't had to blow any flashes, any barriers, so they're going to be pretty happy with the way the bot lane has gone, at least for the first couple of minutes.
Definitely was expecting IG to try and set themselves up with a bot lane duo that would have a little bit more pushing power, but already the troublesome against 1xN and Feathers, Kai'Sa and Nautilus is proving to be a little bit more difficult than IG had in store for them. Because one of the things I wanted to outline is IG with a Xin Zhao into the likes of Skarner. If you have winning lanes, there's a chance that you can try and really drive in a lot of pressure into slowing down the Skarner, trying to give yourself that big snowball advantage, being able to play for grubs early on. Doesn't really seem like that is in the cards, at least on the bottom side of the map.
For the minute, it's just going to be a lot of pressure going down from 1xN and Feather. 1xN, we've usually run a head-to-head graphic for him. It would have been an interesting one today, but actually, 1xN really hasn't been able to step up in the same way for Thundertalk recently. We'll see if he's able to do so on the Kai'Sa. This is definitely his kind of champion. Actually, we might be getting a gank mid lane right now. No, okay, just gonna be going past. Yeah, he was walking up into that. I was like, do you want to go for this straight away? It would be great to see. A lot of Xin Zhaos recently have been playing the game a little bit slower, oftentimes because you're into things like Devi, who can just out-gank you a little bit. Hang on a second, there's a lot of damage going down. Bechuan is here.
As long as Feather's got to dodge that Blade Caller, but he steps on forward, threatening with the Dredge line, and Gala forced to burn both summoner spells.
Alright, Bechuan immediately going to be able to use a gank very effectively. Gala losing both summoner spells right now. Miko also going to be using that Ignite, so you've got quite a lot of summoners missing down in this bottom lane. Thundertalk going to want to keep this pressure up as much as possible. Could open them up to a gank from JJ, so they're going to have to be careful to be respectful of that. But with all of the pressure right now going on in the bottom lane, this is a great way either for Beartron to get involved in this lane, or to say, hey, I don't have to worry about this too much. I can now go play around elsewhere. And the Grubs specifically, they've been such an important factor in teams winning or losing games recently.
Yeah, I mean, there have been times where a team gets the first 3 Grubs, and then something goes wrong for the enemy team trying to contest for the second round of Grubs, and suddenly the other team has 6 Grubs, and we don't see any more fighting for the mid game, but just towers slowly depleting across the map, and that's where the gold acceleration has happened, and both teams definitely want to avoid that today.
Exactly, that's why I think getting first set of Grubs is so important, right? Because it means you can choose for the next set. Do you want to go play around them? If something does go wrong for you, then it's not such a big deal. 3 for 3 isn't an issue. And for a team like IG right here, with something like the Scion and the Azir, those champions love to sit on a side lane before teleporting into team fights. With 6 Grubs, they could be incredibly strong. For the minute though, 20 seconds until the Grub spawns, and we're going to have a little bit of fighting potentially around this Drake. It's started up already by Thundertalk, but they're getting a bit surrounded at this point by IG.
Yeah, they have to really rely on Satab's little choke that he is holding.
Oh, Beartron, okay.
As an escape route. Mako's trying to threaten him, but he's only got CC. Gala finally arrives to the party. 800 on the Dragon. Beachwan flashes because he knows they were about to steal it just from the back of an AD carry. But without a flash, Beachwan is open to get swooped by Rookie on the Emperor's Divide. And it's the first Dragon going to Thundertalk, but IG say, cool, we get 2 kills.
Yikes, you could see that one coming from a mile away. Thundertalk could really index into getting themselves this Drake, and the positioning just left them so out of sorts. You can see the recognition from Betra where he tries to turn it around, tries to go get a kill onto JJ potentially, but you just don't have the damage at this point in the game. You highlighted it brilliantly during the draft phase, right? This champion, the Skarner, a lot of nerfs recently, a lot less skirmishing power than he had previously, and they end up losing out quite a lot. Now, straight onto the Grubs goes JJ. He's going to be able to pick up at least the first one, but Bechuan and Feather are in the area.
Yeah, Bechuan now has Smite over JJ, and with the strength of his support, being able to make his way here. Rookie tries to face check, and even though he's not in danger of dying to a Nautilus support that is only level 4 versus level 6 Azir. Hang on. What about a Scion that tries to join the party, but Hoya blocks it. Bechuan throwing and pinning JJ into the wall. But remember,
flash.
This is a Scorpion with no flash, and he's got nowhere to go. JJ just merely interrupting his escape route, and the Shy is gifted a kill.
Ah, that's not good. This is now going to be 3 kills going over to IG. They're going to pick up the Feat of Warfare already. And Thundertalk, they're trying way too hard to fight for these objectives and just not recognizing that their composition isn't online yet. We'll have a flashback all the way to this Drake fight originally. And you can see, just looking at the map, completely and utterly surrounded are Thundertalk. And because of that, you're taking damage on both fronts. Vetron has to flash back to be able to go get the Drake. But once you put yourself in this bad spot, it's just going to be almost impossible to play out this team fight. And indeed, they do end up losing all of those kills. And then again, they fight too hard around the Grubs and give more over.
You know how I said IG had slightly better tools early on? Obviously, there's like scaling elements in Azir and Scion, but all I have to look at is Xin Zhao versus Skarner.
Yeah.
Pre-level 6, right? And as we both called it out, you don't have flash. So you don't have the luxury of getting too greedy, trying to, you know, force too many Grubs away, because yes, Bechuan was successful in taking 2 away from IG and preventing the doomsday scenario of, you know, 5 Grubs, 6 Grubs away from IG, but you have now given over nearly a 2,000 gold advantage, kind of for free.
Oh, what?
Now they're maybe jumping onto Mako. He still has a flash, so he's just biding his time until he has to flash over the wall. But Jeje throws out the Crescent Guard, but now the Crescent Guard has run out.
Yeah.
And maybe he is cooked. And you know what? I might have just cast a curse at IG, and for that, I apologize.
Yeah, I was surprised actually by how hard Thundertalk were going for that play. I thought it was going to be very unlikely to pick up the kill onto the Alistar as you recognize, flash available to him. But all of a sudden, JJ decides to get involved, pops that Crescent Guard way too early, and as a flashless Xin Zhao, once you're pinned up against that wall, there's really no way that he was going to be able to get out of that one. Thunder Talk, they get that kill back. It does go over to Bechuan, not exactly the ideal. I think I would have preferred either Setab or 1xN to be able to pick up that gold, but it's still going to be something for this Skarner. Get him towards that Heartsteel a little bit quicker, become that tanky menace that you really need him to be. And it is something. It's a way back into this game here for Thunder Talk. They are down by about 700 gold. Really not too much at this point into the game. Minute until the next set of grubs. Minute until the next Drake. Those two are going to be spawning at the exact same time. And with 2 grubs already picked up for Thunder Talk, they're in the slightly freer position for picking which they want.
Yeah, I was definitely operating under the presumption that IG were about to hit 1 item power spikes before the second dragon of the game and the second grubs rotation. Oh
no.
Did you see that sidestep by JDG to not give Hoya any more distance on the public execution? Cleanly played by the jungler of IG.
Really nice little fancy footwork, nice mechanics to be able to avoid that one, and Hoya gonna go down as well. That's now 2 kills right here for the Shy. Someone who we would usually talk a lot about, but on this side I'm gonna have a slightly quieter early game. It's about that late game power spike where he's got all of the health stacks, just an immovable object. And to be honest, into this composition right here from Thunder Talk, it's only really a full multi-round combo from Setab or 1xN building quite a lot of aggressive anti-tank items that's really going to be threatening the Shy. If we get late enough into this game, it kind of feels like Thunder Talk are going to run out of damage to be able to deal with him.
Yeah, Ambessa's not necessarily known as a tank shredder. I don't think Ambessa would die to a tank, though. Once you get enough items, you have enough CDR and Omnivamp that you can sustain through it, but yeah, that will be a reliable front line for the side of IG, and because you already have an Alistar and a pseudo front line in the Xin Zhao with the Crescent Guard, you know, this is definitely the closest to a team fighting composition we have gotten from IG in quite some time, especially since they are one of the teams that likes to experiment with Shy's picks. Shout out to the Nidalee top. Maybe we'll see it in game 2, who knows. But right now, it's all about that second dragon and the second round of grubs.
And they both have spawned up right now. Once again, Thunder Talk, they're going to get themselves around this Drake pit a lot quicker than IG. Last time it put them into a pretty bad spot, but you do now have yourself that first item completed onto Bechuan. He's going to be a lot tankier to be able to try step up into the situation, but it's a lot of components on the rest of the members of Thunder Talk. IG, they've got most of their first items completed. They're in a significantly stronger spot.
Good chunk by Rookie, but he flashes forward and calls Setab's bluff, getting the Talia flash as well. It's ult out from Rookie, so no more Emperor's Divide available. Setab still has the Weaver's Wall available, but IG have bullied their way back into the river.
And right now, Thunder Talk, you can see they still want to go in. Bechuan stepping up very aggressively right now. Setab does have the ulti available to potentially try to split this fight, but goes wide.
Oh, Bechuan flash forward, but he got CC'd! He was looking for an impale, but he has no time to set it up. And once again, the Thunder Talk jungler costing his team a play around the objective.
Dang, exactly what you don't want to have happen right here. And again, 11 seconds onto this death time, and JJ can potentially go up for the rest of these grubs if he wants to try to initiate the same play that we saw the previous time around. It's just really unfortunate, but you can see the vision set up right here around this bottom side of the map. There's just so much more vision for IG. They knew what was happening. Now there's an attempt at a play on the other side. Shy gonna get jumped.
I don't think he has enough mana for the unstoppable onslaught. He's just gonna accept his fate. Good setup by Setab to help Hoya with the 2v1. Bot lane, what is happening? They are pushing 1xN and Feather beyond the first tier 1. Now JJ has to be careful about Bechuan. Still has the impale. He never casted it in the previous fight. Good punt away by Mako, but the death charge hits both of them. JJ popping the Crescent Guard, trying to block as much damage as he can. Flashes away from the dredge line. Good use of the summoner spell. Hoya here, looking for the public execution angle. Hits Mako.
Oh no!
The impale is just too short. And Thunder Talk invested so much for that play and get nothing.
Oh no. Oh,
Wait,
maybe they still get
rewarded.
something, Gala.
There's still a feather sword for Gala. He pops it, but he's got 3 members on him. He's not escaping that one. It's saved for Thunder Talk. Gala being a little too greedy on the base, thinking that no way the Thunder Talk were going to continue going for more.
Yeah, but Thunder Talk, if you think that, you haven't watched them play. This team just goes in and in and in. They do not know the meaning of chilling out, and they at least managed to pick themselves up something for the play. They got a kill top lane, they get a kill for themselves bot lane, but this play just missing so much from Thunder Talk. I don't think Feather actually managed to hit a single one of the hooks in that play. Obviously, the last one was flashed away from, but even before that point, we're going to go back quite far, though. This is the point at which Bechuan died just before that Drake, and he's just going in by himself. Yes, you've got that Heartsteel completed, but you haven't stacked it up any. You're not particularly tanky as the Skarner right now. This is just way too greedy right here. You cannot be going for this one, especially not the point at which Mako has gone back to base. Yeah, you have to just go sit under your tier 2 tower and recall.
Thankfully for IG, they're the first ones to the Grub Pit. It doesn't seem like Thunder Talk will go for any contest whatsoever. I mean, Bechuan has a smite, but JDG has been able to preserve it because he's got Gala and Mako assisting him here on the objective take. 4 Grubs total over to IG, being able to take the second dragon as well, as we saw from the previous play. And the objective game is pretty much evened up, slightly favoring IG. Neither team has taken the first turret of the game, but with 4 Grubs on your side, definitely favoring IG on the first ones being able to get it done.
Yeah, absolutely. All of the Grubs they've got available to themselves, plus the fact that they just need to get one more Drake or the Herald or first tower to get these feats of strength completed. Actually, they've put themselves into a pretty good spot at the beginning of this game. Now, what we saw from them up against Top Esports was very much that they were losing early games and then fighting back for themselves by just over 1,000 gold. Can they hold on to this lead? Can they execute this one well? Because they've got the kind of composition that can play really well into the late game. Like you said, between the Azir and the Sion, that's a lot of late game scaling you can think about, and JJ's done a good job of bridging this early game gap for them.
Yeah. It's definitely what you're hoping for as an IG fan, knowing that IG have struggled against some of the top teams, but still being able to pull out a comeback. Now that you have the advantage against a team like Thunder Talk, for the sake of consistency and for your squad's overall progression, they gotta maintain it. They locked down Mako, but he still has an ultimate, and the Impale is broken by the Unbreakable Will, but Hoya now lands the public execution. At least takes out the support of IG. The Shy is flanking Satab and 1xN on the right side, but he's got no support. He's forced to flash away. 1xN just might run him down. The flash from Bechuan finds JDG, the crescent guard. He dashes away. Here comes Rookie. Go sweep. The Emperor's Defy pushes him right into Gala's waiting arms. The feathers rip Satab and 1xN asunder. Bechuan's got no more damage dealers. He's got to run for it, but this Scorpion just might be bird food. As Gala, can he deny the other blast cone? Not going to happen. Bechuan should be able to escape from now. He's going to lead him into Hoya, and now both of these champions might just turn it around back on the Shy since Gala abandoned him. It's getting close, but the shields from Hoya, and there's just not much damage left in the tank for Shy. He's going to try to run for it. Mako flashing forward. He wasn't coming back, but the slow by the Skarner W. This is a clown show, bro. Oh my goodness.
There's feats just picked up in and amongst everything else. Mako actually going to keep stepping forwards right here. Gala doing some decent damage to this tower as well.
Mako,
coming in. Hang on. He's got no flash now.
Oh goodness. Feather, does he have another dredge line in him?
Hook? Where's the hook?
Oh, sidestepped.
Rafa, what was that?
I'm still processing it.
We've
first
got a Drake
jitters,
up
baby.
now.
I
Yeah,
don't know
potentially
what else to
first
say.
game jitters. You know, IG, they just had to play out the craziest game versus Top Esports. Have a look, though, at how many big ultis are used in an attempt to kill this Alistar, right? The Impale immediately gets unbreakable away from. Then you get the public execution going in. Finally, you get the cow. But at that point, you've blown your 2 biggest ultis, really, just straight onto a champion that, hey, likes it when you use all of their damage into them. And then it's this right here that you're going to see from Rookie, where he manages to get this huge Shurima shuffle, pushing everybody back over. The fact that Setup just about gets caught by that is crazy. Puts them into the bounce house, and it makes that team fight very easy for IG to be able to win. There's a little bit of Clown Fiesta on the back end of this one. The Shy stepping up and getting abandoned by Gala. If Gala follows him there, they probably do actually get a couple more kills onto Thunder Talk. Instead, that one ends up being a little bit of a mistake.
There's a lot of fumbling and a lot of stumbling But you know what? Rookie is having a very clean game. And if you're an IG fan, that is one thing you can at least be grateful for. That your mid laner is putting in that work. 3-0-4 on the Azir. Especially, you know, we know that Rookie hasn't always had clean Azir games this season so far. Shout out to the NIP series back in Split 1. But you know what? Rookie has evolved past that shadow, past those demons. He's now back, trying to strive for a cleaner form in this Split 2.
And now is going to complete that Nash's Tooth, so is in a very strong spot in this game. 2 items completed onto the main carriers of Rookie and Gala. So they're going to be able to carry this one out just as long as they get enough frontline protection, something this composition should be able to do pretty well for them. Going to be able to grab themselves this Rift Herald as well, so the objectives really have been in IG's favour. The kills too, it's turned into about 3k gold lead right here for IG. Might expand even further with this top lane tier 1 falling. And for the minute, Thunder Talk, they really need to find a way to get back into this game. They're down in terms of gold pretty much across the board. It's just top lane where they've got a small advantage. And as much as Hoya's looked okay in some of the matchups, it hasn't really been Hoya's split so far. Darkness.
Definitely
so
a
much
tough one.
darkness.
And Beichuan has to be one of the few to step up forward first. Mako will greet
might
him
be
alongside
gone.
the Shy. I think they briefly
gone.
saw that it was 2k HP, but yep, Otacon ripped. Flowers uncontested by the rest of Thunder Talk, and that public execution did not land, and now Beichuan
Ooh,
is all
Shy?
by himself with the Rookie. Maybe they can fight their way through the bot side, but the Shy
Oh,
is
no.
a giant wall, and Gala punishes all who try to pass through the wall. Thunder Talk have nowhere else left to go except backwards, and JDG will ensure that Satab will fall as well.
Brilliant play right there from the Shy. Gets a double knock-up straight into the ulti combo and is able to just buy so much space, so much time. At the same time as that's happening, Bertrand's in the backline of that fight, attempting to get things done there, really isn't able to do so. And because the Rift Herald was still in the back pockets of the IG members, look at that, 4 of the grubs, going to mean tons of these mites helping rip through these towers. The gold lead has been busted wide open, 6k an advantage for IG, and they are just in control of the Rift right now.
7,000 gold ahead for IG. We'll take a look back at that replay once again.
Right here, Bertrand goes flying in, but it really is the Shy just buying space, buying time right here. It just is a brick wall, like you said, that nobody else, none of the actual damage dealers are able to step through. You see right there, he does the ulti knock-up combo and just buys enough space, enough time for the damage-dealing members of IG to get the kill onto Bertrand and then turn around and start hitting onto those main carries. A brilliant job in this game so far from the Shy. Obviously, we think of him as playing these wacky carry top laners. He's been playing the Nidalee a lot recently, but still, you can put this man on a tank and he will just buy you space, buy you time, and win you team fights.
Oh, now Rookie's looking for Beichuan. He tries to flash over the Impale, but it's equalized out by Rookie just casting the Seeker Stasis. Thunder Talk lose out in their jungler once again. Now have to defend a dive. Oh, goodness gracious. Satab just lost 3/4 of his HP. 1xN under fire. Mako and JJ flashing forward.
Okay.
Looking for 1xN, but he pops the barrier. But the Shy wants a piece of that goal. The guys are too. Meanwhile, IG on the left side, they're just killing Thunder Talk members left, right, and center. And Bloxer, I think it would be disingenuous to say that this game is not over, but it's pretty hard to say so, because it is still at 7,000 gold lead, you know, to their credit. You know, it's not been ballooned quite as much, but I mean, come on. The base is all yet to be completely ruined.
Yeah, 606, 3,700 gold lead right here. 3 items completed onto Rookie. This game, it isn't done. There is still a chance for Thunder Talk to be able to get back into this one, but they've got the kind of composition that was really going to be spiking at this point once they've got these 2 items completed. But they're so behind the curve at this point that IG, they've got beyond that point. They're going to be more than happy to keep taking these team fights. They've got the unbreakable wall between Mako and the Shy, and the damage dealers are just shredding. You can see here, this just has not been the game so far from Bertrand. Really nice bot back over the wall, and the golden 2 to stop the Impale from being able to do anything. Bertrand has been caught again and again and again, and this Skarner has been one of his best picks. Feather also now just gonna fall. It's not done until the Nexus explodes, but game number 2 is gonna be a little bit of a change up we'd have to hope for from Thunder Talk.
Now, historically speaking, Blockster, the times that we have seen IG get super close to closing the game out, one of two things happens. One, they approach the Nexus, they siege, and then we see the Shy have a happy gaming moment.
Yeah.
And then suddenly it's a 4v5 against IG, or in favor of the enemy team against IG. And then maybe there's a chance. And IG have lost a game because of that in the past. We're going to see if history does repeat itself, or if they will progress past that point. Good public execution, but a better defense by the rest of IG to defend their backline from getting swarmed by ThunderTalk's divers. And it's just no use whatsoever. Every attempt by ThunderTalk is not effective, and IG will take the first game in this series.
Yeah, really quickly as well, pre-Baron. This is a 24-minute game, just about going to be 25 seconds once they're actually able to take all of this down. Setab going to slow things down just a little bit, but he is well and truly dead right here. Knocked up, taken down. That's going to be the ace to clean this game out. 25-minute game here from IG in game number 1. ThunderTalk summarily dismantled.
It was scrappy. It was messy.
Yeah.
It was a little weird sometimes, but you know what? IG, in the end, an overall clean game and very clinical when you're looking at Rookie specifically, being able to be the shining constant on this IG Super Squad. And thankfully for them, now moving up 1-0 in the series, and a effectively fast win at that, which now puts not only us in a position to believe that IG should sweep the series, you know, even more, but also it allows us to move one step closer to our third and final series of the day.
Exactly. That third and final series is going to be so hype. Of course, we've got at least one more game between these two. And what a game it was from IG. Yesterday, it was a real slog for them to be able to get through that top esports series. They were able to pick up the win. Really impressive. ThunderTalk is the kind of team we wanted to see them completely dismantle, and they were able to. I think this is the best kind of look that we've seen from IG in terms of the drafts, where they've got tanky top support, an engaged jungler, and then just plenty of damage that can scale well into the late game through Rookie and Gala. Gala had a pretty bad time early on in that game, but was really able to turn it around.
Yeah, once he had the Shy in front of him, he did his job. He was laying down the feathers. There was a zone where ThunderTalk, if they crossed it, they were in deep doo-doo, you know, to be polite.
Yes, they were.
If one might say. And it was best exemplified on that topside Otacon fight. Literally, even though I think the Shy was maybe not even 2 items fully complete yet, I think 1.5, he was so damn tanky, and because the rest of ThunderTalk had been slowed down because there were so many skirmishes forced by them throughout the early mid game, that they didn't have the money or the items to be able to start dealing with a 3,000 plus HP Scion at that point, right? And if you're trying to burn him down, and suddenly there's all these feathers starting to stack up behind you, you're like, guys, we need to get out before Gala rips us a new one. And with the Blade Caller, so really clean stuff by IG.
Yeah, it felt like IG, they were in control of this game from the very beginning to the very end. That's going to be reflected right here in the goal graph. You can see the amount of damage that was done. Actually, the Shy still dealing crazy amounts of damage right here. Is able to almost do as much as Setab was. And Setab, 1XM, neither of these two carries were really able to just do their thing. And it started from the beginning of the game where ThunderTalk over-index into try and get themselves that first Drake, get themselves surrounded, caught out, give a couple of kills over. And from that moment on, they were really just so far behind. But even beyond that, it was Betron, I think, who was just having the roughest of the games. He was trying to go in constantly, as you have to do on the Skarner, but was never able to do it in the laning phase, so he wasn't able to get himself an advantage at that point, and then was just too far behind, wasn't going to be tanky enough, was trying to get those impales off, never landed a multi-man impale, which is what ThunderTalk would have needed to be able to play this game through, and it meant that once he died, there wasn't really the rest of the front line needed to stand up to IG.
Yeah, this guy was trying to play Skarner like he was Pantheon. Or Lee Sin, where he was trying to be super aggressive early, trying to look for very, very early dives and ways to snowball his bot lane, which I think is okay, but just the inability to adapt when the play was no longer looking good, I think hindered ThunderTalk and damaged their chances in this game far more than had they just, you know, kind of handshook the early stages of the game and just said, okay, you know what? They're threatening us on this objective. We're going to take what we can, and we're just going to back off, you know?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
yeah.
They needed to... I don't want to say Thunder Talk need to chill out a little bit, because that's so counter to the way that they played. That would really take away from the identity of this team.
Right.
But the decision-making on when they're going in isn't necessarily the best. Whoever it is that's doing the shot calling was doing so well. This play was so sexy. Just have a look at that one in the cinematic view. That was gorgeous. Whoever was making the calls for Thunder Talk in Split 1 felt like they knew exactly what they were doing, because they were constantly going in, full committing to fights that were really good for them. It's now not working. They're now going very aggressive on fighters that clearly were not going to be winners from the very start. That first Drake fight is what I'm specifically thinking about in this game, but it's been shown throughout this entirety of the Split 2 so far. So they just need to change up a little bit of that shot calling. Whoever's making those calls, maybe change who it is, or just rethink what is a good winning team fight for them.
Yeah, and while we don't necessarily tout Beichuan as like one of the best junglers in the LPL, he definitely looked a lot more nervous than he normally does. I feel like one of the strengths of Thunder Talk when they're playing well, not necessarily, you know the marks of a top team, but when they're playing well, because we have seen it before, is he and Feather are very synced up on which targets to prioritize and when they're lining up the engages. They were very disconnected the entire game. Beichuan sometimes getting caught in Super Narnia while the rest of the team is getting pushed out by the enemy team. And so then it's just forcing Beichuan to like try and make these miracle plays to bail himself out. And when you overcommit to a decision like that, I don't necessarily condone him for making those decisions, but he does look worse because of it, right?
Yes, exactly. It makes it look like he's the one throwing the game fully for the team when he's just the one trying very hard to get something done, try to make it into a victory for them. It's really unfortunate. It is the mark of this kind of champion, of this kind of play style, but it really was a dismantling here. I think something worth bearing in mind is that the game is slower this season with Atakan, with Baron being pushed back to 25 minutes. This game is pretty much a 20-minute game from previous seasons. Being able to win the game without having Baron even spawn is crazy fast for a game to happen. And Thunder Talk, after they lose in what was the fastest 1v1 we've seen, then to lose in one of the fastest games we've had in a while, really doesn't look good for them in this next one.
I mean, IG are trying to speed run it right now.
I want to go home.
They want to go back home. They want to, clock out. Maybe go for some early hot pot. I don't know what time it is over in China right now. I have to do some quick math, or maybe our producer would know off the top of her head. But disregarding time zone differences,
Rookie.
I mean, who else?
Yeah.
What a sexy game of Azir from Rookie, being able to show and live up to the standards that he has set for himself in Split 2. I know one of the interviews that featured him recently was him talking about him trying to re-find his form and trying to challenge himself to play up to, the standards that he used to be, back in his prime. And he knows that he's not as good as he used to be relative to the strength of all the other mid laners in the LPL, but that has been his big focus, especially for Split 2. Glad to see that he is at least dialing it down, against some of the less competitive teams, because he has to really be on his A game when he challenges, the top dogs in the league.
Yeah, absolutely, and he looked brilliant yesterday as well, especially on the Azir they had in that game number 1 yesterday against Top Esports. He was a big part of why they were to overcome one of these better teams that we've got in the league, and now today also showing up in a big way. Hopefully this is him finding his footing, this is him getting comfortable in the meta at the moment. I think that the champions that are strong in the meta also does really suit him and what he likes to do, so it has just been nice to see him really getting himself back up to form. He's not reaching the same heights that he did in years past, but at least right now he is looking good.
Yep. Well, that's game 1 wrapped up in the books. We're gonna get ready for game 2 on the other side of this break, so we'll see y'all in a bit.
Nidalee games in here, though. Look at this Nidalee game. A little shy cosplay. Yo, Rafa, are you still in the chat? Look at this. We cooking with this, baby. Dun 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 dun. Triforce, Sundered Sky, Shojin. I think the build's good. I've been doing this the Sundered Sky thing since year up of last year. And I think that's really OP because if you go Sundered Sky on Nidalee with grass, you auto attack and then switch, and you get the bonus damage on the melee variant of Sundered Sky because it actually triggers more HP, more damage, just like grass does. So I think it's really good. Yeah, it's really really good. Needs a better Sona game. But yeah, now the Shy's a fraud though. He literally didn't even go he didn't go what's the face. He didn't go Ignite. Bro played TP. TP Nidalee. Like what the hell? Come on, man. Like he's just actual fraudulent behavior with good Nidalee games in here.
A fraud.
Listen, Lurlo kind of dropping facts, you know? Not only explaining the benefits of the AD Nidalee top tech, where the real trick is very similar to how Jace with Grasp also tries to maximize its Grasp procs is when you're in range form and you have the form swap available, you cast the auto attack. While the auto attack is in the air, you form swap. The game is now coded. Oh, and hey, look, I have a demonstration video for you. So when you're in melee form, you get 5 HP for the Grasp proc. When you're in range, you're 3. Now the trick is, you want to have form swap available, cast the auto attack. Right here, you swap to melee form, and I got 5 HP, even though I casted a ranged auto attack there. This also works for Sundered Sky. Since Sundered Sky, you deal more damage and essentially heal more when you're casting an auto attack in melee form, but you can kind of bug the system throwing an auto attack in range and then swapping to melee, because by the time the auto attack registers, it checks to see what kind of champion you are, and since you're in Cougar form, you're a melee champion at that point. So, very neat tech, which also makes it a much more mechanically demanding style to play, and it's not something that we recommend a lot of top laners just to, you know, whip it out and be like, yeah, you know, I can do this. Like, there's games when we look at when the Shy is picking Nidalee and we're like, are you sure you don't want to pick something else here, you know? But he's doing it anyway. We don't need to look at the rest of this clip. I'm BMing a poor bot, you know, for no reason. It's just practice tool, guys. It was for demonstration purposes. There's a reason why I cast and I don't play the game professionally.
Of course. But hey, it was a good little show of what you can really do to elevate this Nidalee top. And hey, it's been the Shy's best champion so far. He's the one he's got the 100% win rate on. He's played 2 games, completely destroyed his opponents on both of them. Even though, you know, what was it? Coward fraud going for the TP and not the Ignite. I do love it, though. I think it would be really fun to see it in this game. I just don't know that IG are going to need it here.
Yeah, you don't need to flex that kind of tech on Thunder Talk. You destroyed them in 25 minutes with a standard team fighting composition. I mean, if you really want to, like, practice something that you've been working on that you don't mind sharing with the rest of the teams in the league, go for it. But yeah, I mean, I'm in the same boat with you, Bloxer. You can just run a similar style composition. There's plenty of champions that fit the archetypes of the draft that you just got away with in the first game. Go ahead and call it a day. Clock in, clock out.
Exactly. This could be a very quick 2-0 right here. If you really want it to be. Thunder Talk, they are once again going to be able to get themselves this blue side, banning away the Jace, the Neferi. We're not going to get to see that one. IG, though, they are very much trying to focus out onto Bechuan. He has been the kind of driving engine here for Thunder Talk, even though he didn't have the best series in the previous one up on that Skarner. With both Vi and Sejuani taken away and the Neferi, that's a lot of that top tier of junglers just gone.
I'm curious if Thunder Talk purposefully let a ban go through, or if there's like some, you know, ban missing that we don't know about, of like if there's a rule, but we don't know for sure. But that means when Rumble are available, if IG don't ban either of them here.
Yeah, indeed, they're just going to get rid of the Rise, so you've got quite a lot of that top tier of B1s to grab for yourselves. things like the Virus still up and available, and then, like you said, Gwen, Rumble, both of those. But those are 3 very strong picks, and you could only grab one of them right here as Thunder Talk. If you give over all of those options as well, you are really handing IG a ton of the best stuff. Looks like they're just going to go for a completely different style. I'm not so sure about this one.
I mean, IG may have been onto something by banning away Sejuani and Vi away from Beichuan, since he is kind of the main facilitator for Thunder Talk. But now that Beichuan has something like the Lilia, which prioritizes more for self-interest and trying to play for his own advantage, you're now relying on your solo laners to be a lot more defensive, to be able to find winning matchups so that the Lilia can thrive in more than likely an ideal matchup for the Lilia.
Yeah, but right here, now you have given away a ton of those top priority picks. IG, they're going to slam themselves to Gwen. Such a strong pickup. Oftentimes the sort of thing you have to ban out on the red side. Now, nice and easy to be able to grab that one as the first pickup. Hovering on towards the Corki, again, something very strong. We've also seen in the previous round, we had quite a lot of bans going down towards that bottom lane, losing out on quite a lot of those champions as well, just through Fearless. So it makes sense to be able to pick yourself up this ADC as quickly as possible. Now, with the Rumble still available. You can also grab yourself the Yone here if you want it. This is a Thunder Talk composition through and through. You are just full slamming the send, go in, try for that wombo combo kind of team fight, make it all work together. It can work, you know. There's good setup from the Lilia into the Yone, then you can slap the equalizer on top of everybody. At the same time, if you begin to fall behind, you are so squishy as a composition.
Maokai locked in for JJ, just making sure that he has a solid jungler that can provide tons of disengage options, tons of objective control, and at least guaranteed primary engage for the squad in case Mako decides to go a route that does not involve himself being a, engage support or a tank support. And with the bans that are coming out, they're trying to thin down that pool for Feather because they know that no one else on Thunder Talk is going to be a tank other than potentially the support.
Yeah, right now, Thunder Talk very much are just going to be very squishy. So they are going to have to be a bit careful with this one. IG, this game is wide open for them right now. They're going to start out by banning away the Rel. Works very well in these kind of wombo combo compositions. I wonder if they're also going to get the MF off of the board. Again, the kind of champion that can work alongside all of this. I don't think 1xN has looked great on the MF. I think he likes champions with a lot more mobility, like the Kai'Sa in the previous game. But at the same time, if it fits with the composition, maybe we end up seeing that. Yeah, IG just going to get rid of it.
Yeah. Not only eliminating that wombo potential, but also it's not an ideal pick for IG in their instance because there's so many ways that the MF standing still casting a bullet time can be punished by an incoming equalizer, an easy to land Fate Seal. Varus gone off the table, and IG are going to give Gala something that he can be a little bit more self-reliant with. Ezreal, I think that would definitely make a lot more sense since there's so many things that you have to avoid as Thunder Talk, but at least with the Kalista, you're going to have counterpick support. More than likely, this should give you a winning lane in the bot side of the map, dragon control, and at least Gala can still play with mobility to dodge a lot of these skill shot reliant ultimates.
Yeah, the Leona is still up. That could be the look for IG coming into this one. Right now, Thunder Talk, what do you want in terms of the ADC? Like you said, oftentimes just going to be a winning lane into the Kalista no matter what you do. So they're going to grab 1xN, the Ezreal. It's nice and safe. It can sit you a little bit further back. You can also just be abandoned by Feather. He can go and try roam around, get involved across the rest of the map. Feather hovering a couple of very interesting pickups. He has been known for his hook champions. He's really good on that kind of hook style champion. But in this game, I don't know that it's going to be the best look. You need something a little bit tanky. Otherwise, you are so squishy overall in this situation. I think the Leona's both a good pickup here and a great takeaway from what I think IG would have wanted. But IG, they're just going to slam themselves the Renata right now. It's the perfect pickup into the kind of composition that wants to go flying into you, wants to engage as heavily as Thunder Talks does here.
Yeah. Hostile Takeover will punish any of the Thunder Talk members that go way too deep and have no way to retreat. I mean, when you look at how much disengage that is available at IG's draft, it is scary. And if IG are if they get to be the first ones to an objective, Thunder Talk are so hard pressed to reliably brute force their way in without taking too much damage from the saplings. I think this will be a game that, even though JDG is the only frontline member on this squad, I still feel like it's powerful enough to rush the Leandries on the Maokai so that you have really strong setup. You can chunk out a lot of these squishies because other than Feather, there's no tanks, right? And then that just makes it a lot easier for the rest of IG to navigate these objective scenarios.
Absolutely. On the other hand, this composition right here out of Thunder Talk, it's a very them composition. It's all about the all-in potential, going flying in as a group, exactly how Thunder Talk like to play, and there is a ton of damage available to it. Can scale pretty well into the later stages of the game. They just need to be careful early on to not begin to slip behind. This composition falling behind really isn't going to be able to fight its way back into this game, but if you can keep yourself even throughout the first 10-15 minutes of the game, once you have those 2 items completed, these champions are incredibly strong, and the wombo combo potential, if you can land a multi-man lilting lullaby right here by Bechuan, then you can make these team fights really work in your favor.
Yeah. Series point on the line. Invictus Gaming leading the series. We're going to see if Thunder Talk can rise to the occasion and bring us to a game 3, or if IG are going to clean this series in 2 games. It's time to take to the Rift, y'all. Let's see you there.
Come on. I want 3. Rafa, I want 3. I know you're excited for the next series, but I want 3 right here.
Do you want 3?
I do. I love Thunder Talk.
Okay. I mean, I can go ahead and get Slayer because he's the Thunder Talk hype man.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I respect it, and I would love for the Thunder Talk narrative to be able to rise and be able to get a game after, you know, such an abysmal game 1 showing.
However,
and thank you for picking up on my subtle context. I didn't say it, but, you know, it was felt. It was felt in the way I delivered my wording. However, IG still favored them. And, I mean, you know, being on this nocturnal schedule, I wouldn't say no to getting to the banger of the night, JDG versus BLG, just a tad sooner.
And IG, they're very much looking like that's going to be the case. They've looked so strong these last 2 days, taking out Top Esports yesterday. A massive rivalry they're finally able to overcome. And now coming into this matchup with Thunder Talk, they dismantle them in game 1. What can they do in this second one? They've got the kind of composition that can certainly do so. Thunder Talk missing a ban? Really odd. We still have no clue why they did that. If they wanted to leave a ban behind, or if they had to miss that one, if they just made a mistake. Really not sure what was up with that one, but it did leave a ton of those priority picks available for IG. Most specifically, the Shy has got Gwen.
Yeah, and Gwen has been one of the most dominant top lane champions we've seen emerge this split so far. The story of it was super comical because going into the placement stage, we were like, oh yeah, Ambessa, by far, you know, the most broken top lane champion that you can pick. You can blind into everything and she'll be fine. And then Gwen was being experimented with, and people were like, you know what? With the changes, you know, Gwen might be playable. And then we discovered, hang on. Okay, Satab taking a lot of damage from Rookie. Gotta be careful. We discovered that Gwen is actually insanely strong level 1 now. And Riot was forced to nerf the champion because she was so abusive in lane, and yet she still has quite an excellent scaling power curve. So
yeah,
the champion just is never bad unless you are a bad pilot.
Yes, exactly. You have to play Gwen actively poorly to not make this champion still do a boatload of damage. The needlework can just shred through people, and especially in the hands of someone like the Shy. He's played a very interesting series so far where he plays the Scion in game number 1. It's just a brick wall, as you pointed out. Now in game number 2, he's been given so much more carry potential right here on the Gwen. At the same time, there are plenty of other carry options available. Gala right here sat on top of this Kalista. Now, we weren't sure how much we liked it during the draft phase, but we'll have to see what he can do on this champion. There's a reason it's one of the highest priority pick bans. It still does a ridiculous amount of work once you get into that mid game.
JDG is leaning forward for a dive. They can make it happen. Maokai, one of the best turret divers in the game. Gotta be careful, though. It is a Leona, but the target is on Ezreal, waiting for him to shift before he commits to Twisted Advance. JDG gonna flash away so that he doesn't take too much turret damage, and they can always look for another dive here after the turret damage has stopped ramping up. But Gala Oh, but they have
nice.
the bailout. Well executed, well timed. This bot lane is off to the races.
This is exactly what you want to see right here. Both of the kills too going down onto Gala. Exactly who you want to be getting fed and ahead at this point in the game. Going to be able to push this wave through as well, so you're going to miss out on a little bit of the extra gold and XP2 here as 1xN, making this just such a rough early game. You can see he is able to get back into lane with just an extra tier, whereas there's going to be a lot more item power, almost 1,000 gold lead already in this bottom lane. That's nuts.
So, the concerns that we had around the draft phase where your main facilitator on the team takes a carry jungler into his rights and kind of leaving the bot lane up to chance. Well, IG are now making the first punish with that move. Now, Beichuan has a moment where he's level 5 alongside Feather, 3v1 versus the Shy. He's trying to clear out the wave as fast as possible, but he pops the Ghost, and now he's running away from safety. But you know what? I wonder how much time the Shy can stall here, and if anyone is going to get assist gold, it's just Hoya. So that is probably the best scenario that the Shy could have hoped for.
Really is. He's able to get the wave into what's a really good state for him, right? You can see it's just going to be pushing into him a little bit at this point. And now he's going to be able to get back to lane, only having given gold over to his lane opponent. It's still a death, you know, it's still something good. The Rumble getting early gold is nice, but at the same time, he makes the best out of a bad situation. As we have a look back at this dive once again, really well executed. I love the way that this little bit happens right here, where you're taking a ton of damage, but the bailout up and available. Steps back up, is able to grab the kill for himself as well. Survives, takes the ignite away from Feather too. Now we're going to see these bot lanes heading up towards the top side of the map with the grub spawning in just a second's time.
Yeah, it's just the awareness from Gala, recognizing that he needs to save Feather so that he can kill him after he takes the last turret shot, killing him and putting him into the bailout state before then looking for that final Ren. Just clean stuff from IG. Now, credit to Thunder Talk. They're the first ones to this grub rotation since IG opted in to use their Callista power to get that first dragon off the map. But IG still in a gold advantage. I have the confidence that they can at least have the proactive means to set up for the second grub rotation on time and prevent Thunder Talk from being able to claim that objective as well.
Yeah, there was no real rotation there from IG towards the grubs. They were more than happy to be giving that one away. You would love to be able to get all 6, of course. Anytime that you've got yourself a Gwen on your side, you love to be able to get all 6 of those grubs, can just melt through towers. But still, going through 3 would be more than fine, and grabbing that early Mountain Drake is going to make this laning phase a lot easier as well for the members of IG. Now, engage is happening.
Beichuan still has a flash. He's level 6, but they engage right on top of him, now flashing away after securing the crab. And he pops the Lilting Lullaby just before the Shy is able to close the distance, but the fight on the other side of the river is going haywire for Thunder Talk. IG have done away with Hoya, and they got Satab on the run. No flash, no fate sealed. He's just hoping for either a lucky base or an execute to the tower.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Sapling... Oh, it's just out of vision. That's so unfortunate right there.
Listen, man,
so close.
Thunder Talk needed a win somewhere in that scrap.
And hey, it comes through. You also managed to just about limp away from that situation as Beichuan as well. It's not going to be quite as bad as it could have been. We'll have a look back at what actually kicked this one off. Beichuan was...
No way.
Oh no.
The LPL observers are on point tonight. Just pointing out every small bit of psychic damage that could be landed into Beichuan's psyche at this point.
That's so unfortunate. He does at least manage to limp away right here as the Lilia, and Setab goes on a magical journey to be able to survive. Crazy plays back and forth, but still IG coming out on top with these ones. They've got themselves a decent little gold advantage. Like we've said though, the majority of that at the moment is going to be onto Gala. Rookie also got a bit of a chunk advantage too. You can see he's up by, what is that, about 20 CS at this point. Same thing happening down in the bottom lane as well. 20 CS the gap there. So it is just IG playing this early game out a little bit better for themselves with the composition that needs to get into a good spot in the early to mid game, because you've got yourself this Kalista. You know, later on into the game, that's where Ezreal can really pop off. We've seen a lot of 40,000 damage Ezreals, you know, 40% of the team's damage across the course of games. And it really is going to be about getting yourself into a good spot earlier on for IG and not allowing this Thunder Talk composition to really get itself into a good spot later on.
Yeah. Definitely not ideal for Thunder Talk for their bot lane duo, who, you know, received notable all-pro mentions in the first split to be down this early. At least, you know, Beichuan, who, you know, they kind of invested with this Lilia pick to be the one that is receiving a lot more resources this game, and just kind of saying, guys, good luck. I promise I'm going to carry later on. Just give me time to scale. But for IG, they are checking all the boxes. JDG is getting the full clear and gank for his Kalista Renata lane. The Shy is absorbing ganks and making good deaths, legitimately good deaths. The best case scenarios in, you know, whenever he is getting 3-man goon squatted. And Zaytab forced away, the Shy being able to clip the end of the Fate Sealed, but not enough damage on the Needlework to at least threaten Zaytab, but at least pushes him out of lane.
Yeah, so they're going to have to go back to base. Does have the teleport up and available, so can just come back, stop this tower plate from melting over to the Shy. Still so much damage going on over. And like you said, this is an IG who are looking really good. They have so much momentum off of the win versus Top Esports yesterday, beating those demons, and now putting themselves in a good spot in the early game, at least, in this matchup versus Thunder Talk. Next set of grubs have now spawned. The first set did go over to Thunder Talk, and actually Beichuan is in the area immediately, and it looks like JJ just going to pick himself up this Drake. It's just going to be another Drake for grubs trade. Giving over all 6 for Thunder Talk, though, is a risk. At the same time, grubs are very much a win more kind of buff. If you never really get near the towers, you can't use them effectively. That's what IG are going to be banking on.
Imagine the mental damage that is done if you are able to beat a team that had 6 grubs over you. And it's not even like Thunder Talk don't have ways to actually make good use of that. You have a Yone, you have a Rumble who can overheat for that. Thunder Talk are now going to all in a 4-man dive on the top side just to shut the Shy down. Lilting Lullaby not even needed. It's just a great amount of CC. But the great answer by IG, 3-manning in the mid lane. 1xN pays the price. And Thunder Talk are going to look for first brick with the power of 6 grubs.
And you don't even need to use a teleport to be able to get yourself into that play in the mid lane. Now you've just taken down 1xN. They are going to lose this tower. Like you said, it is a good injection of gold. Mako needs to be a little bit careful here, stepping up into the face of quite a few enemies, but it's a free pushing rookie on the bottom lane, getting himself a ton of gold, a ton of tower plating. Might actually be able to grab this tower as well. There's nobody from Thunder Talk in the area at this point. And there was also a plate picked up for Gala in the mid lane, so just massive advantages being found here for IG. Yes, you get a kill by Thunder Talk, but it kind of feels a bit like a desperation play.
And 1xN, the player that we touted as kind of the star of Thunder Talk, has just been pretty much abandoned this game.
Yeah.
He is on the Ezreal. He is someone that will be a little bit more self-reliant and can, you know, has a lot more tools available to get out of sticky situations, especially once we get to mid-late game, and has a lot more ability haste under his belt. But right now, it doesn't feel great to be this behind early when you are so dependent on that mid-game spike, the Trinity Force, and the Muramana fully stacked up. If you are decelerated a lot by IG at that rate, then you're really hoping that Beichuan and the rest of the company are going to carry it forward.
Shy going in again, landing a ton of that needlework onto Hoya. Has to back off a little bit because of the equalizer, but still doing big damage to his lane opponent, chunking him out massively. And it's probably going to spell another recall right here out of Hoya. I've got a lot of pings going on towards IG in the bottom lane, and they are going to have a little bit of a push going on here, but I don't really think you're going to be wanting to dive onto a Yone anytime soon. And yeah, as you said, with the item disadvantages, I mean, look at the inventories right now. You've got first item completed on all the carries here for IG. It's going to be a couple of Leandries grabbed between Hoya and Beichuan. The burn damage is going to be pretty insane for them.
IG trying to pressure this bottom tier 1 turret. It is answered by Thunder Talk, 3 for 3 so far. You even had 1xN thinking about at least leaning towards the bot side if they really indexed on making the dive happen against Zaytab and Feather. Most flashes are up and available. In fact, as I take a double check, Everyone's got flashes back up. It's just ghosts that are down, but those guys are on the top side of the map. They're not, you know,
They're not part of
involved
this. They're
in
not
this
important.
play. Yeah.
Ooh,
Meanwhile-
TP, never mind.
Well, the Shy is asking for a bailout, but he's not going to get one anytime
Yikes.
soon because Hoya overheats and puts that guy in the dirt.
That's unfortunate. So much damage was being done right there by the Shy, but he goes way too far forwards. Like I said, was asking for a little bit of help from Rookie, but that's pretty much just the TP wasted here. Not what you would like to see as the Corki. Thundertalk, they are finding a few ways back into this game. You know, they're only down by 1,000 gold. They've actually got a decent advantage right now in the top lane, small advantage in the jungle as well. Thundertalk, they are showing that they can fight back for themselves a little bit, but IG, they are just in a very strong spot once we get a multi-man skirmish. For the minute, there's not really the objective to play around, but that's going to change very soon. Minute and a half until both the Herald and the next Drake are going to spawn. And if IG want to keep the pace of this game high, grabbing this Drake, getting themselves onto Soul Point already would be massive.
Shout out to the LPL observers who caught that Mako was forced to flash. Feather was looking with the solar flare, and to Mako's credit, he had no idea where the rest of Thundertalk's squad was, so it just had to respect the potential of getting caught out, just to make sure that his life is preserved. Third Dragon coming up in less than a minute, same with the Rift Herald, and Otacon still a few minutes away. The Shy trying to do combat against Satab while he's got reinforcements waiting in the wings, but Thundertalk is also trying to make that collapse happen, and the Shy is going to have to back up and respect it.
Yeah, doesn't want to get caught out here once again. Is all of the deaths right now on IG. That's not too rare, that's not too surprising, but still, the Gwen, we talked about it, getting it as that R1 pickup, it's so huge, it's such an important thing to have. Mako,
History
no
repeats
flash.
itself. Mako, no flash this time, absorbs the solar flare. The Fate Seal follows up. Jeje is trying to CC Satab as long as possible, but this bailout is just going to extend the inevitable. Mako falls. The hostile takeover was already used, and IG are now down a tool to brute force their way back into the pit.
Yeah, they really would have liked to be able to put themselves on Soul Point. Right now, their composition spikes so much earlier on into the game. But now, all of a sudden, with that death, Mako not going to be helping out in this one. Let's see if IG can really do anything about it. They're still trying to step up. JJ is still in the area, but no, not going to be able to do anything here. Actually, might get caught. Hang on.
Jeje is forced to go in, but remember, he doesn't have an ulti. And what a beautiful equalizer! Hoya looked through Jeje's autobiography, knew exactly where he wanted to leave, and laid down the red carpet of death, and Jeje had no choice but to die.
Now you're giving 2 kills over to Thundertalk and this Chemtech Drake. Exactly what Thundertalk needed to try to get themselves back into this game. They do not want to be 2-0'd right here.
Hoya now flanking Gala. No flash on the Callista. IG, they're collapsing. And the early game lead that they had for this Callista has just been dashed away by Thundertalk.
Yeah, this is the Thundertalk that we know and love. As much as they can fall behind early on, they love team fighting, they love just going in, and with the kind of composition that they can do that with has been great. We highlighted it earlier on, right? You've got the double Leandries between Hoya and Bertron. That's a ton of damage, and the burn as well makes it so tricky for IG to be able to step up in any of these situations. Not that it's been stopping IG, this is another thing, right? Classic Thundertalk, well, classic IG, looking so good, and all of a sudden begin to throw it away.
Yeah, when we saw Thundertalk get 6 scrubs uncontested, we may have not, said it directly, but our tone was very clear. It was a very bold decision by IG to make, and a risky one at that, and now they might be paying the price as Thundertalk able to capitalize on some mispositioning by IG and just forcing the play, seeing remnants of what made that Thundertalk magic happen in the first split of the season.
With a very aggressive composition out of Thundertalk, not necessarily in that it wanted to go in the early game, but in that around these team fights, you gotta all go flying in, get these big multi-man combos off to really make it work. We haven't even seen that so far, and it's been a good early set of fights for Thundertalk. And by picking themselves up that Drake, they've also bought just another 5 minutes, slowing down the pace of this game, getting them closer to these advantages. You can see from this one, Hoya, he's just hiding in the darkness. It's not exactly what you want to go face check into Gala.
And unfortunately, Mako cannot do much. If the handshake does not land, then there is no other CC left outside a hostile takeover, which in that moment, was already used since he had done it right before his death and walking back to mid lane. Thunder Talk now find themselves 2,000 gold advantage, just under 20 minutes in the game. Dragon spawning in 2.5 minutes. Otacon less than that. And the Baron still 6 minutes away. What seemingly could be a long time relative to how we have seen the game play out so far. But the way that Thunder Talk have rebounded and quite punished a little bit of the complacency by IG this game is now setting them up to at least, I know it's early on to say, you know, the gold lead is very small, but when you just look at all the pieces that Thunder Talk have set up for themselves, the Yone is scaling well into that 2-item spike. We gave our concerns about 1xN not being able to hit that 2 items without IG being able to steamroll them. They're past that. More mana almost fully stacked. Trinity Force completed as well. Thunder Talk have gotten through the early game stage woes, and now they're back on track.
This is the first gold lead that they've had all series long, and they're really looking to keep pushing it further forward. Lilting Lullaby gonna land. Nice.
Holy moly!
Oh
I don't know
my!
how that Zenith Blade landed, and 1xN is able to get vengeance for himself as that True Shot Barrage just neutralized
boy.
Gala. And the rest of IG are collapsing once again. Thunder Talk! A far cry from what we saw in Game 1. It's now IG on the back foot, stumbling and falling. Thunder Talk looking large in Game 2.
They're going to get a clean ace right here, and they've also got themselves the Rift Herald to be able to make this push hurt even more. All 6 Grubs too. We talked about how Grubs is a win more kind of buff. Well, Thunder Talk are winning, and here comes the more right now. They're going to be able to pick up 2 towers, maybe even get a charge onto the 3rd.
Definitely potential, since you have 6 Grubs on your side, trying to do as much damage as they can. Yeah. It might die before it gets there.
It will, but still, the fact that you were able to get even that much, you said it was a small gold lead, a modest gold lead. Well, this is now 6,000 gold of an advantage for Thunder Talk, and they are in complete control of this game. And once again, it's IG just stepping up in a situation they don't really have any right to. Betron makes it happen. The cleanse at least keeps Gala away from the sleep, but like you said, the Zenith Blade landing there is crazy, and the immediate follow-up out of 1xN. This guy, we keep talking about him as being one of those big carries for the team. He's not stepped up so far in Split 2. This game, though, he's really come to play.
The fact that IG made it their mission to bully 1xN for the first 10-15 minutes of the game, and we were rightfully concerned about whether he was going to be able to still be a relevant factor. Yep, those concerns are quelled. And now Thunder Talk, there's nearly 6,000 gold ahead. And at this point, IG, they're just hoping for a miracle fight to get themselves back in the game. Otherwise, it is game over. We might just be going to game 3. The Fate Sealed lands onto Rookie. And this is just curtains. This is just a courtesy. Oh my goodness. You see Beitron getting fancy, flashing Q forward, not even needing the Lilting Lullaby. Everyone from Thunder Talk is just styling on Invictus Gaming. The Otacon will be taken afterwards, but at this point, Thunder Talk have everything they need on the next fight to just run into the base.
Yeah, what did I say? I want a game number 3, and Thunder Talk are attempting to deliver right now. Another team fight where IG, they're just stepping up. They feel like they need to do something at this point in the game. They're falling far too far behind on the kind of composition that you can't afford to do that on. They get the Drake. They do. That is something for IG. They have got themselves onto Soul Point, but it's Chemtech Soul. It's not necessarily the Soul of Dreams, not the one you really want to be relying on to get you back into this game. Can see in this one, the Equalizer is just gorgeous. It completely splits up the backline, does a ton of damage to Rookie and to Mako, and then Rookie, just gets one tapped right here. And sure, a couple of kills do go back. The Shy is able to pick one up, but the lead that you're in right here as Thunder Talk makes it so easy to just keep stepping up. You just have a wallet diff.
I mean, the fact that Beitron is just Q flashing, not as an ult setup, but just to put more damage.
For fun.
I mean, yeah, for fun. I mean, I think Beitron is feeling so amazing right now. Like, obviously, when you play a good game, you're going to feel good. But it's even more euphoric when you were kind of sprinting it in the first game, and you bounce back, and you're like, game 1 doesn't even matter, bro. Look at me now. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal, 5-0 and 6 on the Lilia, the highest bounty in the game. and he's still not died yet. I mean, Thunder Talk took a big chance in saying, after that Game 1 performance, Beichuan, we're going to give you the keys to the kingdom. We're going to let you be the star. Can you deliver? The answer's yes so far.
Yeah, absolutely. 7,000 gold going to be the lead right here for Thunder Talk. A ton of that right now. Sat on top of Beichuan, as you are saying. We've got a minute now until Baron's going to spawn. Setab, is he just caught? Yeah, he's just going to go down here. That's just another kill picked up. Oh,
well,
boy. Why there?
Sometimes this is how it starts.
Yeah.
It's still a 7,000 gold advantage for Thunder Talk, and as you
Ralph,
outlined, the
I'm
Chemtech Soul, not necessarily the, the greatest dragon to acquire in this scenario. However, certain champions like Gwen make really good use of it. Anyone with a bailout make really good use of it. So it's not the worst setup.
No.
And if IG are able to stall out the game for another 10 minutes, if they get Soul and then you play for Elder, I mean, then I don't care about gold leads at that point. If you somehow flip the Elder and you get Elder, then you might as well
you can win the
still
game.
be able to win the game at that point.
Yeah.
So Thunder Talk, you gotta be careful now, because the game is no longer IG's to lose, it is yours to lose.
Exactly. And we've seen IG mount these kind of comebacks before. They're not one of the cleanest teams that we've got here in the LPL, but they are fun to watch. Let's see if they can do something. They've got some tools available. The fact that you're able to get a little bit more gold going down over to these main carries is going to help too, with so much of the gold advantage right now being into that jungle role. You know, as much as it's good to put a Maokai behind, there are other champions you would rather be further behind right here. IG, though, right now struggling to get their own red buff.
Solar Flare fishing, equalizer, beautiful, right in that choke point. The rest of IG's backline forced to retreat as Setab tries to go in. The Soul Unbound keeps him alive. The Shy keeping Hoya and Setab back. But the rest of Thunder Talk can lurch on forward and just annihilate the backline. True Shot Barrage will do a number in Rookie's back. Mako could be falling next. 1xN not able to find it. But Thunder Talk have done enough damage that it's only Mako left. And this is game.
Yeah, this is going to be over right here. They've got themselves a ton of grubs. They can step up. The grubs will spawn. No, they're just going to wait for the wave. Don't want to go in a little bit too far. Looks like it's just going to be a base TP coming out right here from Hoya. With the timers going down. 4 seconds until JJ. 10 seconds until Gala. Way too long for anybody important to be back up and available. We're going to be going to game 3.
Disaster scenario avoided for Thunder Talk. They're able to make the comeback happen, and we're going to game 3.
Oh, it looked like it was going to be a really short day right here. 2-0, 2-0 into the banger series at the end of the day. But no, say Thunder Talk. This is one of the banger series of the day. 1-1, IG and Thunder Talk. This was a Thunder Talk roster through and through. This composition fully indexed into the team fighting, into the skirmishing, exactly as Thunder Talk loves. And they execute on it really well.
And I will say, even though we're going to a game 3 and it's extended the overall time of the series, two things I can appreciate. They're being courteous with the game times. They are stomps, both 25-ish minute wins, but also a good sign for both teams to show that they can be extremely dominant once they get that lead in the mid game, and they are just rolling through it as fast as possible. No signs of, they're like we said, in the first game, IG were getting a little scrappy and, things were a little messy, but then once they found the lead, it was just way too hard for Thunder Talk to come back into the game. Game 2, very similar. Obviously, IG had the lead. Thunder Talk invested into the top side of the map, being able to play for their advantages there. Got a strong mid-game lead off of it. And yeah, Setab got caught out one time, but you know what? No big deal. Everyone has an oopsie. And Thunder Talk made sure to close the game out from that position. So now going into game 3, Bloxer, I'm trying to determine what the priorities have to be in terms of draft for both teams.
You've lost out onto a lot of these very high priority pickups. Remember, in that previous game as well, Thunder Talk didn't ban a champion. They just skipped their third ban of the first phase randomly. So, there are still a couple of things available. Things that we've been seeing quite a lot recently, like the Varus, who's just slipped through quite a lot of this series, made it to the second round of bans. Maybe that's going to pop up. in terms of overall compositions, though, I just need, again, something on Thunder Talk where Bertrand try carry for you, where 1xn is actually going to be able to get through the laning phase without being shut down too much. They were shut down a little bit at the early stages of this game, but were able to get themselves back into this one. And I gotta be honest, Hoya looked way better in this game than he has done for a while in a couple of these series here.
Yeah, I mean, even some of the games, despite their losses, Hoya looked at least stable, nowhere near as shaky and kind of a liability in the placement stage games that we saw opening up the second split. But yeah, Hoya Rumble, baby, he cooked them. He, like, pun intended. And look at that, he's even topping the damage charts as well. Every single equalizer felt fight winning for the side of Thunder Talk. I think there was only one fight where he came over early, and it was kind of that weird river fight where IG were still kind of in control, but every ult then was in a choke point, and it just put IG in a really bad spot. My favorite equalizer was the one where he predicted where JDG was trying to escape, and JDG just essentially walked into his own grave at that point. Really on point game here from the top laner for Thunder Talk.
Now, as much as I've got a lot of praise to give towards Thunder Talk in this game, I've got a lot of criticism right here as well onto IG. They made some really bad decisions throughout this game, but I think one of the first ones was during the draft phase. We were a little bit critical, a little bit dubious of this Kalista pickup, and it came to fruition, right? It didn't feel like Gala was really able to do anything on that beyond the first, 5-6 minutes? That was looking good, and then from that moment on was just getting caught out constantly, wasn't really able to use this Renata combo either alongside Mako, and the composition, it felt like it just didn't have anything to really bridge it between the early game winning bot side and then the rest of the game.
Yeah, I almost feel like with Kalista compositions, you want a little bit more peel, but then again, like, I wasn't upset with, the draft in terms of the disengage options they had, but it definitely didn't seem like they were set up right in a lot of these situations. There's multiple times when Thunder Talk can just kind of walked up and was able to force fights, and I feel like you should have more strong control of these choke points, right, as IG, and I don't know if that is a fault of I'm not sure. I look at some of these fights and it just seemed like Thunder Talk was forcing them before IG had a chance to get really strong setup. So maybe that
the thing with this composition, right, especially when you've got the Renata and that hostile takeover, is that your engage is your opponent's engage. They're trying to jump into you and you're able to turn that around in a team fight. That style only works when you're ahead. When you're behind, they just get those kills immediately. You don't have the time to be able to turn that around into that re-engage after the initial engage comes through from Thunder Talk. And so without your own proactive engage support, without really having JJ in a position to be able to step up and initiate those team fights for them, well, it didn't really feel like there was anything to do. That's partly the fault here of the Shy. Having the Gwen, he really needed to get himself an early advantage. He had one good death, which we were not unhappy with, but then he wasn't actually able to get any solo kills for himself, never was able to scale up to the point where he was actually dealing enough damage, and this composition just doesn't work from behind whatsoever.
Yeah, credit to Thunder Talk for really driving in the advantage on the top side of the map. It wasn't just okay, we ganked the Shy and then we left it alone, right?
Yeah.
They had to match the amount of pressure that IG was putting relatively into 1xn's side of the map, and making sure that, well, if 1xn is going to suffer, then we need to make sure that the Shy suffers as well, and at least it balances out in who's getting a lot more leverage this game. And thankfully, the way that Thunder Talk were able to play it out, it was not just Beichuan getting a huge advantage, but also Hoya, who, you know what? It definitely was a toss-up, but I think the equalizers themselves, Hoya paid back tenfold for the game. And if there's any Beichuan fans in the chat who are disappointed, thinking, "Oh, he should have gone and he was deathless on the Lily, had 10 Dark Seal stacks," blah, blah, blah. Like, Beichuan did a really solid job of the game, but I think you would be hard pressed to deny the impactfulness of Hoya's Rumble this game.
Yeah, the Rumble was just shredding through people. Like you said, the equalizers incredibly well placed right there. But it was the kind of game where there were multiple carriers able to step up. In fact, when you look at who did the most damage in this game, it was pretty much even overall in terms of damage share across all of the carriers. It was just Feather who wasn't doing a lot. That's fine. He had a ton of really good engages too.
He's Leona.
This was exactly. We are happy with this one. And Thunder Talk, it was a really good team win from them. Congratulations though to Hoya for that player of the game. Well deserved.
Yep. Well, I didn't think we would get here, but we're going there. And Bloxer prayed for it. He asked for it. And it has been delivered. Game 3 between IG and Thunder Talk coming your way after this break. And welcome back, y'all. Game 3 between Thunder Talk and Invictus Gaming happening anytime now. Anytime. Just waiting on that draft screen to pop right back up so that we can see the exciting conclusion between these two teams. Once again, we are not seeing what was expected on our checklist today. You know, to recap for anyone that is just tuning into the LPL stream, earlier today was an FPX series versus Weibo Gaming, where we all naturally favored Weibo Gaming to win the series. FPX swept them 2-0. That was bizarre,
Crazy.
but awesome for FPX overall. Then in this series, we were like, okay, you know what? Invictus Gaming should sweep Thunder Talk. Invictus Gaming win the first game very dominantly, kind of messy in the first 10 minutes, but
All good.
it was. And we're thinking, okay, going to game 2, they make the dive happen with Callista. Gall is fed. The Shy gets a good death off. Everyone is chilling. We're like, yeah, this is an IG 2-0 at this point. And then, what happened, Bloxer? What happened?
Unfortunately,
Thunder Talk.
Yeah. IG did an IG and Thunder Talk did a Thunder Talk, right? This was very much their kind of games. We were joking, right? Me and like a couple of other people having a laugh. Oh, what would it be? It would be so funny, right, for IG to go and smash top yesterday and then just lose right here to Thunder Talk. That was a funny joke. It's possible here. Now, can you beat IG twice in a row as Thunder Talk? I'm not sure about that one. But at the same time, the fact it's even a possibility is crazy.
FPX were super close to doing it in their respective series against IG. They destroyed them in the first game, and then the second game was super competitive, and FPX were just moments away from being able to close out the game too, but IG persevered, and we even saw a little bit of that kind of potential in this second game where Thunder Talk were getting a little complacent themselves and mispositioning some of their members around the map, but Thunder Talk were able to avoid Doomsday scenario. Now bringing us to a game 3, IG, for the first time this series, being able to acquire blue side, and actually I lied. IG had blue side in the first game, but they are back on blue side, is what I meant to say. And a lot of power picks have already been used this series. We're going to see what's left and available.
Okay, instantly going to be taking the MF off of the board, clearly not wanting to give another full wombo combo composition right here over to Thunder Talk. It is exactly the kind of composition that they are best on, so it does make a lot of sense to want to take that one away. See what this final ban will be from Thunder Talk, if they even decide to take a final ban. They didn't in the previous game. It's going to be the Neferi taken away. Now, oftentimes in this situation, teams just slam the Varus straight up as one of those first picks to be able to grab for yourselves. Things like the Cassante, though, are also still available and unbanned at this point.
Now with Varus, you have some flexibility. If you have a solid team fight front to back setup, you can go for that on-hit attack speed. Varus, very good at shredding and destroying tanks, but if you have a poke setup and you have a lot of squishies on the other side that are very dangerous to a Varus, then you opt in for the lethality build. You try to poke them from afar. Thunder Talk, though, gonna go for an old classic for Beichuan, and that's Sejuani. Powerful pickup to help facilitate the rest of the lanes. He got his carry game in, cashed it in on the Lilia, made good use of it, back to the facilitative role.
Yeah, exactly. He had a pretty bad game on the Skarner, then a great game on the Lilia. But there's only so many of those kinds of very carry-orientated junglers that we've seen Beichuan really play, and as you said, the Sejuani, a big pickup for him, and it works well into almost every composition. It keeps it very wide open in terms of what you want to play. This Victor does narrow things down a little bit more. You're going to be looking to get set up into the later stages of the game. That Arcane Storm can be huge, though, if you can get the scaling off. IG right now, they're also pretty far open. The Varus works in all kind of compositions. Plenty of different builds that you can go towards at the moment. Oh boy. Go on, let's do it again. Yeah, okay. Now, I swear, in the previous 2 times that we have seen this Nidalee picked up for the Shy, it's been an encounter matchup. He took it, I think, once into the Gnar. What was the other one? Was it into
and the
Kennen?
Renekton?
Was it the Renekton? Okay,
Yeah,
so he
it was
has
the Renekton.
picked it into both the ranged and melee kinds of matchups, but they were counters both times. This time, he's feeling good enough to just slam it blind.
Now, what I like that IG is doing with this setup is they are not revealing if this is Nidalee for the Shy or Nidalee for JDG. because
Can
you
do
have now
jungle.
locked in this Silas, most likely for rookie against the Victor matchup, and IG can debate depending on what Thunder Talk lock in for themselves on 3rd and 4th pick here, because more than likely they want to save counter pick for Feather in the bottom side to ensure that they have a good Hoya is not scared at all. He's like, go ahead, throw the Nidalee against me, the Shy. I dare you. I've got Yorick ready and available.
Alrighty. The Yorick, when the changes came through, I looked at them and was like, that looks like they're making him pro playable. But that's odd. Yorick's never pro playable. That's not the sort of thing that Riot really seem to want to do a lot of the time. No, it was genuine changes that make this playable. Now, it can still go into the jungle at the moment. This is obviously going to be a Yorick in the top lane, and that makes this a very uncomfortable matchup for the Shy if it is indeed going to be the Nidalee top. You can do so much to the Nidalee. You can, obviously, with Kuka form, jump out of the cage. It makes it a little bit of a skill matchup in the top lane, but it will be very explosive, and it also unlocks so much split push potential for Thunder Talk. Slightly weaker than his split pushing was prior to the changes, but is still available here. These compositions right now are wide open in terms of what they really want to be doing. Thunder Talk, they're kind of looking more towards the later stages of the game right now.
Moxer, I'm in the same boat with you. More than likely, this should be York in the top and Sejuani in the jungle. But what if?
But
Let's open a can of
change
worms
it.
here.
Yeah.
What if, because Sejuani was played top lane yesterday by Philandra. What if? You know what? I don't even have to complete the sentence. I've already put the thought in your all's minds.
What
if it's as normal, no need to panic. It will all come down to what Thunder Talk lock in for themselves, and even if they, decide. Actually, regardless of what Thunder Talk lock in for, 4th and 5th, they can easily swap between Sejuani and Yorick. I guess it really depends on what IG round out their composition with.
Yeah, I was wondering what ADCs were really still left up and available. Thunder Talk, they've gone towards the Jhin right here, so they are very much going to be looking for the later stages. They need these team fights to be slower. You really need Jhin to be able to get a couple of rotations worth of damage off to really make these team fights work out for them. The Zeri would have been far more aggressive, far more Thunder Talk overall. But 1xN, he has shown some pretty good performances on this champion. What are you going to grab as IG, though? They still very much need themselves a support, and then maybe a top laner, maybe a jungler. We will have to wait and see here. Lots of flex picks we've got potentially in this game. Rel going to be locked in, finally. Often surprising to see the Rel get all the way through into the last game, the last round as well. All of these champions are strong at the moment, but the Rel especially so. Okay.
If it's the Jarvan, then high chances it's the Shy's AD Nidalee top lane. Because I don't think J4 top has been seeing any moonlight anywhere else on, solo queue that I'm aware of. It would be quite something different. Now, Thunder Talk still have a support to lock in. They could try to go for an Enchanter support. You already have a Sejuani that could act as your one-man front line to do it all and do the face checking for you. This gives you a little bit of an advantage in the bot lane to help 1xN get that push. And with Karma, it's not just about the push blocks, it's about those annoying shields later in the game. When you look at IG, their damage is very bursty in terms of profile, not really sustained damage unless Gala goes into the attack speed Varus route. But if he goes the attack speed Varus route, then he's in range of Victor, Sejuani. He's outranged by Jhin with the curtain call. That puts him in a tough spot. So I think this is a pretty solid answer from Thunder Talk to go with something as annoying as shields for their final pickup.
Yeah, I mean, with the Karma in your lane, you've got a lot of poke, a lot of potential in the individual laning phase. At the same time, though, I am a little bit worried for Thunder Talk's composition. It might run out of damage here. A lot of compositions, when they have the Jhin, your Jhin gets ahead, wonderful, you're cooking. If you begin to fall behind, it's so tricky to really make it work. And with this kind of comp where it's very much going to be a two-man carry front between the Victor and the Jhin, you really need to be getting a lot of power into these laners to be able to get these actual fights to work for you. IG's composition, I think, is a little bit more wide open. You've got more places to try to play around. Obviously, I's going to be up in the top lane. We're going to see the third iteration of the Shy right here onto the Nidalee. The previous two were victories. Can he make it a hat-trick?
This is for series point. This is for IG trying to ensure that they are one of the teams deserving to be one of the top ones in the league. If you want to be respected like that, you got to make sure that you can close out series against teams like Thunder Talk, who, while they've got gumption, they've got guts, they don't have nearly the consistencies and the star power of some of the top teams that we have in the league. And it's up to IG to prove that on the Rift one last time against Thunder Talk, as all 10 summoners load up onto the Rift. And it's time to see how this series concludes.
Oh. There's some Thunder Talk fans. There are. There's at least 5 of them.
They're few, but they're loud and proud, and that's all that matters. Don't let the
Exactly.
IG fans dwarf you out, TT.
It is always great to hear some more fans for some of these smaller teams, newer teams, to really be showing up in a big way right here. Thunder Talk, I think they're going to have found themselves quite a lot of fans in that first split. We're looking so good. Right now, they've got IG on the precipice of losing a matchup. Let's see if they can really close this one out. It would be a crazy story of the day. As you said earlier, FPX being able to beat Weibo, Thunder Talk beating IG here would make this truly a day of upsets and set us up so well for our final series of the day later on. Right now, looks like it's going to be standard jungling so far. It's going to be Bechuan starting towards the top side of the map, working his way down, and the opposite here for JJ.
Yep. It does give JJ options to potentially threaten Hoya on the top side, since he will be finishing his full clear on that top side river. And with the way that the Shy wants to play out this lane, it's all about being a nuisance, trying to poke out this Yorick, using the ranged form, auto attacks, combined with the grass procs, and just constantly harassing and poking him out. And to be fair, Yorick does have sustain, but it requires him being able to walk up and smack the Shy with a Q shovel. And so far, he's not been given the chance to do that.
No, this is going to be the sort of matchup that really sucks for the Yorick earlier on. You're constantly going to be getting poked out, having to sit quite far back. Once you have that level 6 available to you, Maiden does do a huge amount of damage.
He's not going top? He did this in a prior series.
Yeah.
He full cleared his bot red side, and instead of
Now
going
he
to
goes
the
for the
full
gank.
clear top side, he's looking for an early gank on the bottom side of the map. Mako already burning the cleanse out of 1xN and Feather. Now Feather has to flash, and Jejet doesn't get to predict it, but he flashes forward, guarantees the kill for IG. Now bot lane is on the board.
Exactly what you want from JJ right here. The Jarvan, very similar to the Vi and the Xin Zhao in that you can gank so effectively early on, and you really have to, right? Often said, if you're not ganking a couple times in the first 5 minutes, you're not playing this champion effectively. And this is going to be exactly what JJ does. Makes use of the weird pathing, getting a kill early on for himself. It's going to be huge. Accelerate yourself into this game and make it so you can help out the rest of your team, carry them through, because you've got a lot of very aggressive lanes that you need to be focusing on. Being ahead is going to make it that much easier.
Crucial for IG to ensure that they get that wave fully pushed in before Bechuan has a chance to threaten Gala and Mako on the bottom side of the map. Gala, thankfully for himself, still has both summoner spells and something we didn't actually know, Bloxer. This is a TP Varus, no combat summoner spell other than the flash, right? But now, the Shy prepping this massive wave. Unfortunately for him, Jejet is not quite in position on this crash. Could have maybe been an opportunity to really make Hoya's life in this laning phase really awful, but he's going to be able to absorb the crash and catch most of these minions here.
Exactly, and actually, like we said beforehand, like the fun little video that played before game number 2 highlighted, Shy also likes to play... Hang on. Uh-oh. I'll say tab. He's just
right
down
on
here.
the say tab. I mean, he could
Wait.
flash away,
No, he's
but
fine.
between grass procs,
Wow.
the sustain he has in this lane is making him a little more beefy than usual, and he's able to preserve the flash.
Yeah, I'm shocked that he's actually able to just walk that one out. Sure, he's going to have to blow the teleport to get back into the lane, but still really well played Setab. Just going to be able to hold himself poised in that situation. As I was saying, it's going to be triple TP right here for IG, and that could change up the way that this game plays later on. You've got so much extra maneuverability. It also means Gala's going to be able to get himself back into this lane constantly, keep up the pressure, see if he can get himself a bit of an advantage over 1xN and Feather. And with all of the poke that this bot lane can provide, it makes it that much easier to be able to absorb some of that poke and just go back to base for your sustain.
Yeah. About a minute, or just under a minute before the first rotation of grubs does spawn on the Rift. As you called out, multiple TPs have already been expended. JJ, crucial that if he is able to find any aggressive windows here. Oh no, Satab, gotta be careful. Does plant the ward down, but there is a control ward already in that line brush, so it is now gone. At least TT know that JJ was hanging around on this bot river.
Exactly, we've already got that Mountain Drake up and available. Both of these teams going to be looking towards that one. You've got a good amount of damage for both of these teams in terms of the skirmishes. But to be honest, there's a real lack of melee supports going on down in this bottom side. It's going to make this Sejuani a little bit less effective overall. Right now, JJ heading straight up towards these grubs. Wants to pick this one up. It is really good to be able to get these early grubs onto this kind of composition. You can use it very effectively right here as the Nidalee. You can see already a couple of plates going over to the Shy. He's got himself a 600 gold lead right now. And Hoya just not having the best time.
Yeah. The Shy being able to hit level 6 before Hoya, I think, was able to find a big, massive trade.
JJ.
And with the Sheen, and this is something that we saw in another series. Take the first grub and then immediately bull rush over to the dragon. Not necessarily to start it up for yourself, but just to put some pressure on the enemy team and deny them tempo of being able to complete it for themselves. Shy's got to be careful. It is fighting a 1v2, not just Yorick, but the Maiden as well, but able to keep himself sustained thanks to that Primal Surge.
Yeah, Maiden just does also so much healing, so much drain damage too. JJ, like you said, is going to be able to pick himself up the first grub, grab the Drake, and now wandering his way back up towards the top side of the map to go try and scrap for this next set of grubs. If you can grab all three of those and the Drake, that's the perfect start right here for junglers in this current 2025 meta. H1, he is around, and he does have some resets coming through. Rookie not going to be around if he needs some help. Setab would be able to roam over a little bit quicker, but the Shy is in the area too. Let's see, does he actually step up for these grubs? It would be risky to try to do so.
And Jeja doesn't have Smite at the moment, so not going to start it up and then potentially set TT up for an easy leash of the grubs. They already have 1xN and Feather rotating to the top side so that they can contest for the last two remaining ones. And because IG are already basing and redeploying back on the map a little late, they've just conceded the other two grubs over to Thundertalk. But at least it's not 6 grubs again like it was in game 2. But this does set up IG if they want to play for dragon stacking instead of contesting the second rotation of grubs at the same time as the second dragon coming up.
Yeah, these two are going to spawn pretty much on identical timers right here, which is going to be interesting to see how that works in 4 minutes time. Because you get that first grub as well, you also stop it being a stack towards the feats. So it's just an overall nice play right here from IG's jungler. JJ has been a real carry potential for them. He's had some pretty good games, some also pretty questionable ones. So far looking good on the Jarvan after that early gank. Bot laners, top laners, they have swapped around a little bit right now, and you can see the Shy still so happy to be stepping up right here, but it's so much easier to lane now that Maiden is up and available for Hoya. He's a lot less likely to just get solo killed. Does still have to be careful. There's obviously big damage that the Shy can put down.
Shy's gonna take a bit of a beating, locked in that dark procession. H1 was in the area, but Jet popping up on that bottom side jungle, getting mid prio from Rookie as well. Being the first to move over and threaten, Hoya has to respect and not go too far forward, otherwise risk being extended or overextended in the waiting arms of something like a Cataclysm and a Silas coming his way. Oh wait, what is this?
Gank big, that was a play top, okay.
It's just the Chaos Storm thrown out by Satab. Good flash by JJ to dodge the Glacial Prison. Could have been deadly if that had connected. No flash on Jarvan available, but a big chunk on 1xN. Still has both summoner spells available, just in case he needs it to escape. JJ looking to at least stop it. I don't think he has enough damage by himself to make the play possible, but
he's just going for it, okay.
But the shield from Karma is going to keep himself alive for now. They're just keeping 1xN locked under the tower. Beichuan is sprinting it towards the top side to see if he can bail him out, but it might not even be needed because there's just not enough damage left on the side of IG unless he can find this arrow. Gala winds it up.
Nope, not going to be able to pick that one up. There would have been a shield available on Feather again, so it would very unlikely to kill in that situation, but you still are able to at least get some good poke down. Fact is, though, 1xN doesn't flash, doesn't cleanse. It was only the heal out of Feather needed to stop that play from happening. It's quite a lot of time invested up towards the top lane to not really get anything from it. Still, small advantage right here for IG. They've got themselves about 1,000 gold of one, very much spread across all of the lanes at the moment. So IG, they're going to be happy enough with the way this early game has gone. They've not got the kind of composition where they have to get ahead early. It's not the same thing that we saw in the previous game, where as soon as they started falling behind, there was just no way for them to get back into this one. They do still have recourse, they do still have options.
It definitely feels weird to say that if you don't snowball with Nidalee, then you're kind of doomed. But because of bruiser itemization, we've actually seen there is one breakpoint in Nidalee, at least 80 Nidalee top, where she is kind of a champion again, and that is at level 16. Because at that point, you have at least 2 items, sometimes 3 if the economy is really good, and because of the way the bruiser itemization works and all the grass procs you've accumulated throughout a 25-minute plus game, at that point, you have a large health pool. And the way that the Shy has explained in interviews is that the way he plays it is he is just a deterrent to the backline. He steps up, he threatens. If he lands a spear, he can go in for a big nasty chunk because the extra execute damage you get on your empowered Cougar Q form, right? So I'm just pointing out that, like, while a lot of people are very speculative and still memeing this Nidalee top, it does damage late game. It is a legitimate backline threat. It's just very hard to play.
Yeah, it's the much harder path to doing the same thing that we... Oh, hang on, Gala just gonna get jump right here. Takes a huge chunk of damage. Fourth shot.
Oh, good flash. Mako gonna stall it, but now he has to block the curtain call as well. Crash down away. Maybe Mako falls, and he was just out of the curtain call range. Mako believed that he would not cost his 80 carry's life by flashing out of the way of the last bullet.
Oh, I was so convinced that Mako had just sold Gala down the river. Instead, it's just going to be both the ADC and support for IG forced way out of lane. They're not going to be able to contest right here for this second Drake of the game. Instead, it's going to be JJ picking up a set of grubs for himself. 4 grubs to 2 looks like it's going to be the trade right now. Good play out of Thunder Talk, really using the long-range engage that you can get out of the Sejuani effectively to make that play almost work. They're going to be annoyed they weren't able to actually grab the kills, though.
Yeah. TT pick up the second dragon. IG respond by going for the next rotation of grubs. The Shy is now answering Satab on the top side, where both laners are now exchanging grass procs. And hang on. Mako still has a crash down, should be fine. Gets out over the pit wall. Beichuan not able to stop him from escaping. And just like that, 4 grubs now to IG's name. Rookie's got to be careful. If he doesn't have E up and available, he is going to take a beating anytime that Dark Procession does land.
Absolutely. We'll have a look back at this play into the mid lane. It's really good layering of the CC right here. Gala just about going to be able to get away. That is the issue with initiating the fight with the Glacial Prison. You're not able to get the double stuns off. Oh my lord. I mean, right on the very edge. Obviously, Gala knows he's out of the end of that one. He wouldn't have started recalling within that curtain call's range. But still, for our perspective, looks absolutely crazy right there. Things gonna be relatively even at this point in the game. Small gold lead still for IG, but they haven't really been able to balloon it any further out. First items completed pretty much across the board. Only the support's gonna be lagging behind at the moment, and a lot of builds that take a while to get online. You can see Rod of Ages being picked up for both Rookie and Setab, so they're gonna need a little while for that to get really where they want to be going.
Got a minute and 50 before this Rift Herald spawns. 3.5 for the third dragon. The Shy getting some chip damage down on the turret using that Trinity Force Spellblade proc, weaving in all of his abilities in between both human form and cougar form, which does kind of add to the split pushing power that Nidalee does have. If you ever leave her in a side lane alone too long, she is going to rip through turrets. And, you know, thankfully for them, IG at least are going to get 1 extra Void Might, or yeah, just 1 Void Might total every time that any of them step up to a turret in the split push scenarios.
Yeah, not
Kinda wanna
giving
circle
over.
back.
Oh, go on.
I want to circle back, Bloxer, to kind of the win conditions you outlined in the draft,
Mm-hmm.
where Thunder Talk, they have a big spike in this mid game, and Victor
Yes.
will still be, super threatening later the game goes on, especially with Grasp. But there is a moment
Absolutely.
that you outlined where at some point IG do have a critical mass breakpoint.
Yes.
I want you to elaborate more on that.
Exactly. It's going to be at that 2-item breakpoint right here, coming up pretty soon. Actually, hang on. Rookie's getting massively chased here. He has lots of friends in the area. Mako can go in. JJ can potentially make this into a dive as well. And without Maiden, this is just going to be so bad.
Mako looks for the Q, doesn't land the stun, but the Magnastorm does connect, and everything else is pretty much easy for IG to follow up on that one. Maiden falls, as Rookie actually has his own Maiden, thanks to stealing and
Resurrects his own
yoinking
one.
Hoya. Yeah. Yoinking Hoya's own ultimate. Now the Shy is under fire against both Satab and Beichuan, but he clears out the minion wave, flashes away, able to save his life.
Losing.
Okay, well, Gala might be in trouble, doesn't have flash available. Curtain Call
Fancy
looking
feet.
one more time. Gala, waiting,
Ooh.
still gets hit, but just not enough damage from everyone else. The Deadly Flourish does not line up, and just like that, IG able to take 2 turrets on the top side of the map.
And crazy damage still going to be going down right here onto this inhibitor tower. This is the
Holy.
power of the Maiden. And this is the power of the Maiden when you've got it as a Silas, right? It's one of those funny situations where, Silas steals your ulti and does more damage with it than you can. Just tower's melting right here. We've actually had first tower go down. Once JJ is able to pick himself up this Herald, that's actually going to be feats of strength picked up for IG. Without Feat of Warfare even going down, we haven't got 3 kills for either of these teams in this game. We haven't even got 3 kills overall.
This has by far been the least violent game of the series. I think both teams are a little more locked in on the win conditions that they're striving for. Everyone is playing to their limits, but also trying not to give over as many silly deaths. Even in the mid lane when we thought Gala was overextended, he and Mako were able to play the exit route super well.
This is the
We're
thing.
just stacking
It's
up
just
the Tinder blocker.
so hard, right, to be able to actually get enough push going early on for IG to really try to fully extend this lead. They've got themselves into a pretty good spot, right? They're about 3k up. But I just worry later on, once the 3 items spike for Hoya and he's just in a side lane melting towers, you often play against split pushers at pro play, but not split pushers as potent as this or it can be. He can just keep pushing constantly through. I wonder if we're going to see a team fight Yorick here. Hoya does usually like to involve himself in team fights. I can see this being a situation where he basically never arrives with the rest of the team.
JJ was fishing for an EQ, doesn't quite land the knock-up on the 1xN, and now he's in trouble. Permafrost stacking up, there it connects. Mako steps in front just to make sure he can absorb the Glacial Precision if Beichuan tried to throw it out. Rookie yoinks the Sedge ulti away, force the flash. IG, stay cool.
Yeah, not particularly worth it, grabbing the Sejuani's ulti but having to flash. That's really a big engage and disengage tool right here. Gone from Rookie. It's going to mean that IG having to step back right now. The Drake at least going to be started up by Thunder Talk, but at the moment with 1 item completed, a couple of components towards the second, IG
DP.
getting to the point where they're strong. They're going for this.
That goes wide from Rookie,
Oh,
but the
JJ.
Cataclysm is massive! EQ right onto the backline from JJ! 1xN is in trouble! They blink out Mako, but Satab is forced to flash away from an incoming piercing arrow. Hoya joins the fight with the TP, but now he's in trouble. The flash is not going to save you this time around. IG explode at 19 minutes.
They're going to be able to pick themselves up 2 kills right here. They do lose 2 members as well, though, on the backside of this one. It just looks so good for IG because that Cataclysm is beautiful out of JJ. The Jarvan, something we haven't seen so much recently in the LPL. But right here, JJ making it work, and it's going to be the Drake picked up for IG. A second one in their back pocket, 4 of the Grubs. This early game really has been JJ favored right here.
We were waiting, Bloxer. All this tension for the first 18 minutes of the game building up. Only 2 kills entirely, and IG find their moment. It looks like a bait since Rookie's first ultimate goes wide, but Jed just sneaks right on in and finds the perfect angle.
And it's 1xn just in and amongst everybody else during this team fight, exactly where you don't want your Jhin to be. Jhin trying to play right on the edge of range, never even gets to think about ulting during that team fight. And as such, ThunderTalk, they're not going to be able to come out on top of that one. The gold lead still only going to be about 3.5k. It hasn't expanded too much from where it was a couple of minutes ago. But IG, they're just showing that they can get themselves into good spots during the early stages of the game. And as we had been saying before we were so rudely interrupted by these teams actually deciding to go for plays, IG, they reach their critical mass very soon. In the next 5 minutes or so, that's when IG get those 2 items completed. Your Sylas can burst people down. Your Nidalee is at the strongest point she's going to be in this game. And the Jarvan is already doing work on just that Thunder Sky.
3,000 gold advantage for IG. It's something that we didn't get a chance to highlight, but the fact that IG were able to wait so long before locking in their jungler of choice for JDG, he is able to reap the rewards of seeing both Victor and Jhin show, and both of the champions that don't have escapes once the flash is burned. That is the easiest Cataclysm setup every single time. As Beichuan now tries to find a way to punish Gala, but Jet just steps up, absorbs the Deadly Flourish in the setup for ThunderTalk. No way to follow up on Gala. Now Beichuan is the one caught out. No flash. This poor rider is going down. And IG continue to steamroll through the game. The Shy gonna manage himself against Hoya. Was down 50% HP, but now there's a chance to collapse on the Yorick. You already have Mako running towards the bottom lane, and Hoya has no flash, praying that the Maiden will bail him out. But the stun from Mako sets up the Shy. Doesn't land the spear, but the ignite from Mako is taking him down. No sustain's gonna come in from that shovel. The Shy puts Yorick into the dirt. IG continuing to accelerate the game.
Yeah, they're going to be pushing through the mid lane right here as well. Not quite going to be able to take this tower down. Some low health bars, but there's no real response available here out of ThunderTalk. They were able to pick themselves up that game in game number 2. They were able to put themselves in a good spot for a few minutes in this one, but unfortunately, Beichuan right here on the Sejuani just not having the same impact he had on that carry Lilia. His tank performances today have just been a little bit lackluster, and unfortunately, without having a big play through your jungle in this one, it feels so hard to make it work. We'll have a look back at what was happening mid lane. We were watching the bot lane play as this went on. JJ just jumps on forwards. He's definitely having the better time of the jungle in this one. And of course, they aren't actually able to pick themselves up the tower. Do end up kind of just stood next to the base of ThunderTalk for a while. It's pretty funny to watch, but they don't actually pay the price for it at all.
Yeah, IG have not officially broken the base open yet, but it's a 6,000 gold advantage. They've got 2 dragons to the name now. 4th dragon of the game spawning in a minute and a half. Baron coming up in 2 minutes. And Otacon is still live for the taking. IG just going to play the map cleanly out. Oh, good spear from the Shy. Just going to make Feather a little sad that he has to walk all the way back to the safety of his teammates. And no one on ThunderTalk is going to even try to walk up and contest this objective.
In that big previous team fight that we had, no one on ThunderTalk is going to step up, right? Right, Rafa? That would be dumb.
Hoya TP'd in. No one's going to get in. Beichuan tries to look at it, but it's secured. And I don't think ThunderTalk can even get in and take a couple of roses for themselves. They might as well make a bouquet for their incoming funeral, because the rest of ThunderTalk have been exposed, pulled in by the hopes of maybe stealing an objective away from IG, but 1xn forced to flash, cannot escape the Cougar and Demacian Prince of IG. They have the Otacon withdrawals, so they can play as hard as they want to, force as many kills as they can get, and this game is pretty much over.
Rafa, my head is in my hands right now. In my hands. I just... Look, ThunderTalk, they live by the sword, they die by the sword.
Yeah.
And in that one, they wanted to go for the fight. It was a bad idea. It was a really bad idea. And that was shown, right? Especially at the point at which you've already lost the Atakan, because at most you're just getting those false lives back off. They step up here anyway, and I was wondering, hey, do we end up seeing the team fight Yorick? Yes, we did, and it does about as much as one would expect. He's really not able to get involved in this one, and I just love the all-in right here. There's so much mobility and so much follow-up that you've got from this IG composition that they're able to just go flying in. 1xN, he's not going to be able to survive that one, and as you highlighted, False Life means that it's not even going to be deaths to the tower right here. Hoyer at least doesn't go down, but Bechuan does on the backside of this fight. And it's a complete disaster here for Thundertalk.
And now the jungle quadrant doesn't even really belong to Thundertalk anymore. Unless they bring more friends to the party. I don't know who got the blue buff, but I don't think it really matters. IG have done what they wanted. They lured Thundertalk back into the forest. And here comes the Cougar once again. The rest of IG sinking their fangs into Thundertalk members one by one. The Shy gonna look for another spear, doesn't quite find it. It's a triple kill for Gala. And the rest of IG continuing to put more nails into the inevitable coffins of Thundertalk.
Yeah, with just 1xN still available, he is at least going to stop a push onto the base, but the Baron going to fall right here to IG. They didn't need it in their first victory against Thundertalk in Game 1 of this series. They're going to need this one right here just to be able to crack open the base with 4 grubs available to them as well. The base, the Nexus, is going to be the next target available, and it's just been such a rough game, unfortunately, right here. Thundertalk not even able to get themselves what would be feats of warfare at this point in the game. No kills going over to them time and time again. They don't own this bit of the jungle. They shouldn't be stepping up into this bit of the jungle. They have no right to do so, but at the same time, Thundertalk, they don't know how to stop themselves from fighting. This team loves a good scrap. Unfortunately, at this point, it's just a wallet diff. It's just a comp diff, getting chunked down. Some really good engages right here. Lots of the chains landed out of Rookie. Very aggressive plays out of JJ as well. Honestly, everybody so far from IG has played a heck of a game.
Yeah. And credit where credit is due. Thundertalk is definitely one of the teams that, when they're behind, they don't let themselves just passively bleed out. They try to fight their way back in. And, you know, we've seen in Split 1, when this team is on sync, they believe in the same call together. The problem is, being down this much gold, it doesn't matter how good the call is, unless if IG are playing super, super, super poorly or someone is terribly out of position, none of these fights are winning.
It's going to take a throw right here for Thundertalk to be able to get back into this game. The inhibitor towers are going to begin to fall. You've got these Baron empowered cannon minions just beginning to bear down onto the base. Thundertalk, you're going to have to try for one more fight. We know they like to do that. Don't know that it's going to work out.
Shy playing with his food right now in the faces of multiple members of Thundertalk, while the rest of IG are barreling through the bottom lane. Now 2 inhibitors completely exposed and destroyed in one swift sequence by IG. And they're going to use the power of this Baron minion to start knocking on the Nexus towers. Curtain call opened up by 1xN. Tries to find a window here. The Glacial Prison thrown out by Rookie as he engages onto Feather, forcing him to flash. Bechuan now thinking about trying to step up and look for a counterplay, but Rookie sustains off with the Kingslayer. And the rest of IG going to step on back. The flash forward. Fourth bullet from 1xN does find Rookie. Creates a 5-on-4. And now IG are going to have to respect their time has come to an end in the base of Thundertalk.
Yeah, unfortunately, IG not going to be able to close this one out. Thundertalk, they fight back. You managed to get a pretty big shutdown right here for 1xN. It's going to help him get further towards a next completed item. Last Whisper now going to be in inventory in an attempt to deal with this unkilled Jarvan. JJ having such a massive game. It's something. It's another kill. It's one more kill. They've got 3 finally. But there's a lot of unkilled members right now on IG. And it still feels like that was just delaying the inevitable.
Yep. Like we said, I think it's admirable that Thundertalk will still be one of the few teams that can play as a 5-man unit and believe in the same call even when they're super far behind. Unfortunately, the individual star power sometimes just does not match up to the pedigree of some of the rosters that we have in this league. When it works, it's awesome to see, and we celebrate it because it deserves to be celebrated. But the expected outcome was IG going into this series. The fact that Thundertalk took a game off of them in that second game is still something pretty notable. But for IG, this is a team that we talked about has the potential to tango with the top teams in the league. They're ones that upset top esports but then crumbled against some of the other teams in the league.
Yeah. It's been a crazy split so far for IG. They're going to be pretty annoyed having dropped that game number 2 here to Thunder Talk. The narrative about them really had changed after the win against Top Esports. Now, there's still going to be some questions about them. They just need to clean this one out nicely. Close it out exactly as this game should have been a little while ago. Thunder Talk, here's another last stand. It's going to take so many of them.
The third inhibitor is for the taking. Curtain Call stops, or at least delays IG from doing that for now. Attention is turned on to the Nexus Tower. Glacial Prison clips the Shy's Nidalee, forced to flash away. Does not want to drop a death here. Can always recall and look for a TP back. Hoya under fire, flashing away from JDG's flag and drag. Deadly Flourish thrown out, not finding anything. There's the Cataclysm right on the two members that do not have flash. Satab actually still has it, but pops the Chaos Storm, finally flashing backwards. Mako catching him in the Magnus Storm, but Thunder Talk holding their own, standing their ground. Wait a minute, but the Shy puts away Beichuan, and you have to imagine this should be the end of the game. Hoya chasing Gala to the ends of the earth, but then takes an arrow to the face. 1xN and Satab still holding the remains of their base strong, and wait a minute, somehow the game is still not over.
Do they know that this is a 3-series day? You know, we've got another one to get to after this. IG still not going to be able to close this one out. It's got to the point where 1xN is actually dealing quite a lot of damage between him and Setup. They're very close to actually being online as carried. They're still obviously very far behind the curve. And it does mean there are going to be no inhibitors, no towers left available. But the last stand, it does happen. How many times can we keep calling it the last stand, right? This is twice that this has happened to IG. Closing this game out is just so tricky.
I mean, to their credit, if the composition was not super far behind in gold, it's a solid front-to-back setup that you get.
Yeah.
And we talked about the limitations of the damage profile that was on the side of IG. The unfortunate part for TT is that they got completely rolled after the one river fight in the mid game. But I mean, yeah, I'm in the same boat with you, bro.
Yeah, we want to go home.
The game was supposed to end right then and there.
Yeah,
y'all were ready to wrap up the series. Go get some dinner with the boys, you know, call it a good day and look forward to your next series. But now it's another couple minutes, maybe 4 to 5, depending on what objectives are up on the table. I will say, if somehow Thunder Talk are able to pull off another base defense, stall for inhibitors spawning, one in the Nexus turrets just came back up. Elder Dragon is 5.5 minutes away.
Surely we're not going to get to that point. Surely the Baron buff is going to be more than enough to close this game out. 4 items now completed. 1xN actually was just able to grab the eye edge. He does some insane damage if he's able to just sit and do what he needs to. Right now, these respawned inhibitors are going to take massive threat. Only one Nexus Tower available. This is really surely it, right?
The Shy occupying the attention of 2 on the top side, pushing in through the Baron minions.
Wait, is the Shy caught?
The Shy getting chunked out.
He's fine.
Half HP. Uh-oh. Big engage. Down goes Hoya. Cataclysm right onto 1xN. He flashes away. Feather will fall. Beichuan is next. 1xN jumped up by Rookie.
He's dead.
Finally, the chain lash connects. And IG will put an end to this series. 2-1. IG are victorious against Thunder Talk.
Oh, IG, they make it harder than it needs to be in the series, sending it to 3 games in the game, making it take a couple of attempts to finally get the Nexus, but it will fall, and it will be IG putting themselves further up in the standings. Yesterday, they got themselves back to 500, back to 2-2, now they're 3-2, a positive record here in Group Ascend, exactly what we needed to see from this team to get themselves back on track.
That second game is still going to be one that IG will have to look back on with a lot of scrutiny and really analyze how much were they giving away over to Thunder Talk for free, and needing to be more disciplined about what kind of objectives you are trading for that kind of power in, you know, all 6 grubs freeingly, you know, taken by Thunder Talk. And I think at least in terms of adaptation from game 2 to game 3, one of the things I really loved about JDG's pathing was when he went for that first grub rotation, he takes the first one, notes that TT are setting up for the dragon, beelines it over to the other side and stops them. And while yes, you know, TT end up getting the other 2 grubs in response, what IG is doing is pushing and pulling ThunderTalk to their own game. IG need to be the ones in control, especially against teams like ThunderTalk and, you know, the middle of the pack, or any teams on the lower end of the standings in Group Ascend. You can't let those teams dictate you, right? I think my Parsec cam froze. I'm not sure if it's me. Okay. Well, but yeah, my point is made.
Yeah, exactly. And also with that 3 camp to gank that he went for as well, picking up that first kill as well. So nice out of JJ. He would be my MVP for this game. I think he played this an incredibly well executed Jarvan game. But honestly, everybody from IG looked pretty good. This is now an undefeated Nidalee top right here for the Shy. It wasn't the big carry in this game, but it was being a big threat. And actually, towards those later stages of the game, the threat of the spears was doing exactly what we were saying, right? It buys space. It buys extra space for your players to be able to step up and do the damage they need to. It's a roundabout way of getting to a tank. You know, the Scion could do it by just being a beefy frontline wall. The Nidalee, you've got to be threatening with the spears, but it does the same thing. It buys space for your other carries to be able to do their stuff. And also, he was a threat on the side lanes as well. Well played from pretty much everybody on IG here.
Yeah, it's not about the spears doing the damage. It's about the spears connecting, and suddenly you're panicking because, oh god, if the Shy jumps on me, he's going to take like 60% of my HP in one combo. And that was the big threat there. But as you said, pretty much everyone on IG played a relatively clean game. I still would give it to JJ because he was the driver for the early game. And the big engage that broke open the whole snowball for IG was through JJ sneaking in over the Dragon Pit and finding that angle that, you know, whether Rookie's Glacial Prison was intentionally a miss or just, you know, a field goal, everyone for ThunderTalk was just coming in right with the Cataclysm, and 1xN and Feather got completely annihilated in the setup.
Absolutely, they did, and that was the full turning point right there for IG. It was a good game from them from the very beginning. You can see it's a pretty smooth trajectory upwards towards their victory. Huge damage right here for the Shy and Gala, both of them crushing their lane opponents. Hoya on this Yorick. It was a teamfight Yorick, and I'm disappointed in that. I can understand why he felt like he had to go join the rest of the team. They were getting crushed in the 5v4s, but there are a couple of situations where he actually had waves pushed up against towers, could maybe have been able to get a lot more for his team on the backside of these fights. Instead, comes and joins, really isn't able to do too much. He does damage on it, sure, but you're never really getting the kills. You're never really getting too much use even out of that cage either. It was a bit disappointing to me. I was very excited for this Yorick, and it didn't work out.
I wonder if that's just because Hoya recognized they didn't have the majority of the grubs on their side, so there is no point in trying to go for a split push win condition for the team. But it is something that I want more teams to explore, and I love that you brought it up during the cast, because there's a difference between, you know, having pressure on a side lane as, like, you know, a Renekton or or even, you know, champions that just build Trinity Force naturally in their kits, like Jax.
The Jax we've been seeing,
yeah, and like Jax, you know, functions as a split pusher, but also will have great teamfight presence. But you know, when we think of like dedicated split pushers, Yorick is one of them. Tryndamere is one of them. Hell, Fiora is kind of one of them too in certain scenarios where if they pick a tank, you will always, or at least should be, destroying the tank in the 1v1, and you are actively pulling people to your side of the map. That is what we mean by, you know, an effective split pusher, and one that drastically warps the game state because the enemy team has to respond to you at that point. But we didn't see that kind of pressure come out from Hoya.
It's the false assumption, right, of, hey, my team's getting destroyed in these 4v5, so I have to go join them to make it a 5v5. No. you go split push harder to make it not be a 5v4 anymore. Make it so that you've got multiple people having to come and respond to you. At least one person. If you're strong enough, it maybe takes 2-3 people to come and join up and play alongside you. To be fair, we really don't see Yorick that much. It's now pro play viable. It wasn't beforehand, so a lot of these pro players aren't going to have had as much time on it. I'm hoping that we're going to get to see the next levels of this Yorick really be unlocked, because it is interesting. It is a completely different playstyle to what we've been seeing. You've got your fighters, you've got your tanks, but this is something that completely changes up the game if you play it effectively. Still, Hoya, he's been having some struggles anyway for Thunder Talk. He had a pretty good game in game number 2, so I'm not going to be too critical for right now. IG, they are just better individually.
Yeah, and I think that's the reality of Thunder Talk, is these individuals have to really rely on drafting strong team fighting compositions, or teams that synergize really well together in 5v5s, because you can tell that Thunder Talk are willing to drop side waves and make really uncommon timers with their teleports just to force a play, just to force something like that. And I think that is totally okay if the top laner you're doing it to is playing someone that, you know, doesn't lose a lot by dropping that kind of income on the side waves, right? And Rumble is, you know, you're gonna be at least super impactful with your ult placements, right? Yorick, not really the same story. And as we called out, we had our vote for JDG. The LPL official broadcast agrees.
95% kill participation was just a huge part of this game for the team. From the very first play of the game, where he gets first blood onto himself and then is able to just snowball that brilliant cataclysm that you pointed out as well, was just a great game from him overall. And JJ, I feel like over the last 2 days has really stepped up to the level we've been really needing to see from him. He had a bit of a lackluster first couple of days here on the LPL Split 2. Now it looks like he's beginning to hit his stride, beginning to find his form. It's so good to see.
Yeah, I have to remind everyone that in Split 1, when a majority of IG was falling apart, JDG was one of the few constants in that lineup. For him to then kind of drop games against BLG and make really questionable decisions was damaging the faith that IG fans might have had. But at least JDG being able to show up and, for the most part, still be that reliable factor for this squad is one of the things that's going to carry them forward and still make them a strong contender for the playoffs. But that is still like 8 weeks ahead of us now. 7 weeks, I guess. We're technically in the second week. But ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of the second series, which means it's time for JDG and BLG right after this break. Gotcha.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
That's right, y'all. It is time. The moment we've all been waiting for tonight, probably all week. It is BLG taking on JDG. Now, both of these teams, some of the top contenders that we have in this league. And while JDG, during Split 1, looked a lot more inconsistent, BLG didn't have the best start either in Split 1. Obviously, BLG tried to come in to the second split on dominant form, but then they dropped a series blocker.
Yeah.
We thought that BLG had done away with all the woes of inconsistency, but JDG, maybe they're set up to strike down a wounded, not immortal Billy Gaming.
Yeah, BLG, they're able to pick up wins for themselves versus ThunderTalk, versus IG, but they lose to AL. Anyone's Legend able to pick up that win. It was really back and forth. It wasn't a clean 3-2-0, but it was still pretty much domination. I gotta be honest, BLG didn't look great in that series. They kind of got exposed. Elk and On weren't able to play their game. Wei wasn't really able to find any ways to help out his team either, and it was a little bit sad to see. They are going to be looking to bounce back into this one. JDG, they've played a lot less games, but still, they are going to be a scary opponent.
And when we look at BLG in their series against Anyone's Legend, obviously, the one game that they were able to take away was played a very strong mid game, and they just kind of dominated AL from that point. But you see in the first game, disrespecting Hope on the Kaisa, who, I mean, by the way, just as an aside, I think Hope has been really performing this split, and I think he's one of our top 80 carries to look at going forward for the rest of the Rumble stage. Here in the second game against Anyone's Legend, they prioritize the Lilia for the Wei. They have strong pushing lanes in pretty much all setups here, and Knight, just shows us why he is one of the best Yone players in the league. It definitely looks a little sketchy the way the second game plays out, but it just comes down to how well the early game seems to go for BLG, because this is still a team that, if they're behind, they have the means of being able to make comebacks happen against weaker opponents. The problem is we don't know where JDG stand yet, because their competition hasn't been the top teams. It's been against WE and Ninjas in Pajamas so far.
Yeah, not to be disrespectful to NIP or WE, but not exactly going to be on the same level as these teams. It's good that JDG were able to cleanly dispose of those two. They weren't finding too much trouble with either of those teams. Were able to pick them up in 2-0 sweeps. But at the same time, not the level of competition that BLG are going to be right now. And I think this is going to be a very telling game at the moment. With IG being able to pick themselves up another win right now, they're now sat at 3-2. They're beginning to threaten for these top 4 spots. Coming into this week, it looked like we had the top 4 teams kind of worked out for the moment. AL, Top Esports, JDG, BLG. Those 4 are going to need to be fighting for seeding as well. And this one is going to be very telling in whether we put JDG in that top 4, or maybe they're going to be more on the same level of an IG.
Right. This is the first real test for JDG in this split, because right now, the kind of top teams that we're looking at the moment, guaranteed, are Anyone's Legend, Top Esports, BLG, and, IG may or may not belong in that category as well, depending on the day. JDG want to be included in that conversation. I think NIP would love to be included in that conversation, but the way JDG trounced them, I mean, absolutely gobsmacked them left to right in
Yeah.
their 2-0 sweep. This is what is kind of inspiring a little more belief in LPL fans, the way that Shun and Scout, they locked in. I mean, we had seen in Split 1, you know, Scout individually perform super well. We saw Shun perform individually super well in some games. But this was the first time across the entire season where it was Shun and Scout against the entire world.
Yeah.
And they went off. They 2v8. They were in sync together. And that's the jungle mid duo synergy that could take this team from, you know, a decent contender in playoffs to winning the whole thing.
Yeah, to that next level of performances. I gotta be honest, the carry lanes right here for JDG are looking great. Like I said, Jun, Scout, amazing. Pace too has had some pop-off performances in these games. It's the accessories right here in Arla and Missing that I gotta be honest, have been having some question marks. When things go wrong for JDG, it is oftentimes because either Arla gets destroyed in lane, or Missing has been making some questionable decisions. Let's call them questionable decisions during a lot of these games. During the placements specifically, we had some very funny moments where we were watching Missing go flying into the backline and questioning what it was exactly that he was doing. This most recent series they had versus WE though, Missing looked great, was actually really good on the Alistair, was just able to be that little solid support that they need. These carries just need space and time to be able to do their thing, because like you said, Jun, Scout, Pace, all of them are popping off at the moment.
Yeah, and we know that, you know, the second series, it doesn't really speak the most confidence to say, oh yeah, they swept WE.
Yeah.
Sure. You know, like,
Cool.
if
Good
you're a
job.
top team, that's what you should be doing, right?
Yes.
You know, the NIP series was definitely one that sparked a lot more confidence than the following one, but it is all about ensuring that all of JDG's players are performing at a top level, and consistency is something that unfortunately is affecting a lot of our players, even the best ones and on the best teams here in LPL, which on the one hand, it makes it super entertaining and exciting because you never know who actually is going to win a series. But then on the other hand, when you want these teams to represent LPL internationally in a tournament, you're like, are we going to get, you know, the team that like completely blitzed through playoffs and, you know, put a stamp on, you know, the first split? Or are we getting the team that crumbles and, you know, falls apart in front of the rest of the world, you know? And for LPL fans, you know, you're hoping not for the latter. So,
Not again.
But yeah. But the goal and the hope is that all these potential top teams are pushing each other to the brink, and this is a chance for one of those series right now.
Absolutely, because in the placements, JDG, they come in looking pretty good, and they get dismantled by IG twice. They come out of their group second. It's still more than enough to be able to get themselves up here into this group ascend, but they weren't able to go toe-to-toe with IG. Now, obviously, those were best of ones, and we've seen that IG are able to take some games off of top teams. They're also able to falter in front of some of the top teams as well. So it means that it's even harder to get a read on JDG here. Both IG and JDG, I really can't quite tell how good they are. We're gonna know a lot more after this series.
I mean, the more the reason why we don't know how good they are, especially against each other, is because this is the first time BLG and JDG have played a game against each other all season long. In fact, this is the first time that certain players have played with each other in the same game since a certain international finals. And I'm talking about Shun, former jungler for BLG. The last time he was on the Rift with Knight was in the World Finals against T1. The one that went full 5 games eventually ended in a heartbreaking loss for the LPL and the 5th title for the GOAT in Faker for T1, the organization. Now, Shun has been having a pretty stellar second split so far. The first one, you know, definitely inconsistent. They at least turned it up towards playoffs before falling to top esports in the lower bracket finals. But we have to take a trip down memory lane. We have to remember and remind all the fans at home, even if you don't want to remember, the heartbreak This is history. This is what happened to BLG in the moment when they could have given LPL its 4th world title before falling to T1, and then afterwards, Shun is abandoned and kicked off BLG, and they go with Wei as the primary starter for the rest of the season of 2025.
It was truly heartbreaking right here. It was so hype to be able to watch, and I'm sure as a neutral fan, probably the most fun one of World Finals, I think probably in a while. At the same time though, oh god, does it feel bad to watch right here as an LPL fan. And it does mean that this matchup right here has just something extra to it, a little bit of extra spice. It was like yesterday, Top Esports up against IG, that little bit extra that makes the matchup that much more exciting. It's not just about where these teams are looking like in the standings right now in Split 2, it's about the overall history here. And it's very much going to be about looking at where we are in terms of standings here, and where these players can actually do, what they can really pull out. Because, hey, Knight been looking really good, Jun been looking really good too.
And I think, on the one hand, it's a shame we didn't get a chance to see these two rosters meet up in Split 1 because they were in different groups, and they just didn't line up in terms of the bracket, since BLG took an earlier exit than expected in the lower run. I also think we are very grateful that we're getting a chance to see both BLG and JDG at this point in time, where both have leveled up significantly since the first split, since the group stage games in that first round, and at least hopefully BLG and JDG for tonight's series are going to put their best foot forward. Obviously, this isn't going to be the only time they meet up guaranteed in the Rumble stage. This is a double round robin best of 3, so there will be one more time where this fateful encounter is will happen, but this is the first. This is the first since months that Shun and Knight are on the same lobby, in the same rift together. And, JDG have treated him well. The team has adapted, and they're playing to Shun's strengths for the most part. But, that's still got to be in looming in people's heads going into this series. How well is BLG faring in a world without Shun on the bench waiting to start over Wei? How is Shun faring after being kicked off by BLG and now trying to, make amends and prove that he was not the problem on JDG?
I mean, it's just so hype right here between these two. I absolutely love the meme right here as well. Especially the pictures chosen. Gorgeous. I think the meme potential from these is so good, and it really does just mean that there's so much going on right here in this matchup. Are JDG fake? Have BLG gotten fixed what they needed to after the loss to AL? So many different threads to be following.
We take to the stage now. BLG, the first ones walking to their seats. JDG will follow. And as we said before, these two teams will meet again later on in the Rumble stage before we head into playoffs, where maybe the stakes will be, much higher than they are now. But there is definitely some tension between these two teams. Shun now no longer donned in the BLG colors, now rocking the red and black of JDG with the new squad, with the new mid laner, or with his new, partner in Scout, no longer being on the same team as Knight. Both of these teams have so much they want to prove.
And I think both are positioned well to be able to prove it in this situation. You can see the walkouts, some smiles on some faces, a lot of serious faces for everybody else. And these mid-jungle matchups are going to be crucial. We've got to focus in onto them. Wei and Knight, Jun and Scout, both of these two have been doing really well for themselves so far. But in the loss that BLG take versus AL, it feels like they're just not able to get anything going. Wei isn't able to get himself that kind of lead that we've really been seeing from him a lot recently. And it means that he's not able to play alongside Knight and make things happen.
Yeah, something that is very similar to both teams, and when these teams lose, most of the times it's their junglers that are really, really,
Yeah.
taking heavy losses, whether it was moments being, unnecessarily forced or just falling massively behind and then struggling to make an impact and getting outclassed by the opponent. So far, Shun has not experienced that kind of gap in the Rumble stage of the second split, whereas Wei did get outclassed by Tarzan in the Anyone's Legend series. We are prepping for our 1v1 for side select. It is going to be Ala versus Bin, both of the top laners taking each other on. We've seen some fun champions picked in the 1v1 side select. I'm not sure if Bin and Ala are going to venture down the more fun route, the creative route. I think we're going to get something pretty standard, and it's going to be just business from these two.
Yeah, we may well get a preview of the sort of top lane matchup we get to see later on as well. We've been seeing a ton of Jace recently. That going to be taken off of the board. The Varus, the Yorick as well. Those are the sort of highest priorities that we've been seeing, but that's a lot of mid laners picking up those kind of carries. The top laners, they do like to focus a little bit more onto the slightly more melee sides of the matchups. We'll have to see, though. There's really no point in trying to predict what we actually get to see in terms of these 1v1s. Things are just crazy all the time.
And Olaf been trying to read into what Ala could be cooking here, Maybe I wasn't familiar with their game in terms of creativity and champion pool, but Ala still has one more band to decide on. Could be something like the Varus, but then again, most of the 1v1s have showed that the Varus is not the ends-all, beats-all solution. Shout out to Care, who dunked on it with a Volibear pickup. Rumble, pretty good option here.
What do you take? Do we just get an actual ranged matchup right here? Do we get the Varus action that we got to see a little while ago between Cube and Scout? That was pretty funny. Ooh, okay, looking more like it's going to be a Renekton right here for Ala.
You can see Wei peeking over to the other side. It's like, I wonder what they're picking,
Yeah.
Oh, wait, we have yet to...
Yes!
It's a Renekton mirror matchup!
I love the mirror matchups. They're genuinely my favorites because it's not about your champion skill, it's about your skill. What can you do on this specific champion? Now, are we going to get to see some different runes? Are we going to get some different summoner spells? Or is it just going to be exactly identical? Which one of us is the better Renekton?
Where will the differences be? Item layouts or setups? Or just overall execution? I told you, we're not going to really get a, super wacky matchup, but it's even more poetic that it's just a straight up mirror matchup of a pretty standard top laner in the metagame. So both of these top laners getting in their rep of Renekton for the day, just seeing how it goes, and more than likely it will be picked at some point in this series today.
Oh yeah.
I'm just thinking through now, normally in versus range matchups, you like to go for the stride breaker so that you can have a better time of locking down the opponent, but you don't necessarily need to do that against a melee champion because he's gonna be right there with you. So what do you rush? Is it? I'm not a top laner. I don't know top lane matchups.
To be fair, nobody really knows the Renekton v Renekton matchup that well. It's not the sort of thing you're going to be seeing too much. I'm not sure how much these pro players play blind pick. I'd wager not that much. But we'll see what the decision is going to be. You can just go for the real high immediate damage build of the Eclipse right here. Maybe you want a little bit more sustain potentially. Go for something more like that Sundered Sky if you want that. Exactly the same starting items, exactly the same runes, and summoner spells. This is going to be the truest of the mirror matchups.
With Ignite and Barrier, doesn't seem the most optimal to go something like a Ravenous Hydra. I mean, when I had some experience top lane back in the day, Ravenous Hydra was the peak item, which just really shows my age and also goes to show how long it was ago before I, put a lot of time into that role before I just swapped to the jungle and said, you know what? I don't need to have hands anymore. I can just try to play the map game instead.
Jungle supremacy. You are correct in that one. It is the
Yeah.
best lane to be playing. Although, yeah, not quite gonna be what we're looking at here. I mean, jungle Renekton hasn't been a thing really ever. You're gonna see Bin get a good trade right there actually onto Arla, doing good damage right now. And in this matchup specifically, getting the push off is gonna be huge. Because you can do that, but also because it's going to allow you so much more control over the relic, both your own and your opponent's, keep your health that much higher. In these kind of mirror matchups, the health really is everything. It's the difference maker right here.
Yeah, I mean, Bin has been super smooth on the animation canceling of his ability so far, just being able to quickly weave in chip damage here and there, get combos in and out before Ala has a chance to really respond. And because Bin was able to get the first shove and the first level lead, Ala is now on the back foot, taking so much damage, and this just puts Bin at least in an advantageous spot in terms of controlling the lane. We'll see if Bin can leverage that into pushing Ala out early and get Bin some extra turret plates for his work here.
Yeah, and as much as these 1v1s are funny, are memeable, actually straight in goes Arla, away goes Bin. He doesn't want this one, he's got much less rage stacked up. Yeah, just gonna have to run away. These 1v1s, they're memeable, they're funny, but they do really matter. Blue side is huge at the moment in the meta. Everybody would like to have it. Getting that game 1 side select is massive for yourself. It means if it goes to a game 3, you are going to have side select twice as well. Arla going to pop this ulti instantly, get 6 first. Bin responds.
Ignite already used by Ala.
Ooh.
Bin. Both Dominuses used. But because there's no
Barriers.
flash, Ala would have to get a double slice and dice into an empowered W stun. And Bin might have overplayed his hand there. Ala, the fact that he was able to get level 6 first, and Bin walks in trying to get level 6 off the wave as fast as possible, just gave Ala too much of a window to be the aggressor on the trade.
Exactly. Arla not going to be able to cash that in into picking up any tower plates. Is going to go back to base with pretty much the exact same amount of gold. So it should be the exact same buy as well. Actually interesting right here. Bin decides to go for more damage, picks himself up the Coalfields, whereas it's going to be those plated steel caps right now for Arla. And he's going a little bit more on the mobility, on the movement speed, and just stopping Bin from being able to do as much damage. I like this.
So Bin gets more ability rotations. Ala, slightly more durable, slightly faster.
I like it. I think in this situation, I would prefer to have the steel caps, especially because we saw during those previous fights, there were a couple situations where Arla was walking at Bin, but he was just slightly out of range. He wasn't quite able to pick himself up the damage that he wanted to. Now it's going to be so much easier to keep up, especially because it's not just empowered boots versus regular. This is no boots right here. It's a big movement speed advantage.
And Ala's taking a much more aggressive position on the wave here, whereas Bin is trying to kill all of the minions as fast as possible. So now that Ala forced to sidestep back in the brush to dodge the minion aggro, but Ala now trying to put the pressure on the Bin. There's still a health relic that they can go for, but the Ignite forces the barrier. Ala's going to dive him under the tower. He believes that he can kill him, but the Ignite is not enough. Bin survives, and now Ala is down. Both summoner spells. Dominus available at the ready. Bin was looking for that double slice and dice into the stun. Just not in range. Ala's popping the Dominus, but now Bin can go back in. It's a nice trade. Ala trying to look for that empowered Cole of the Meek for the sustain. Just forcing him back. One more auto.
Wait.
But Bin! Slice and dice. The superior Croc gets the first kill.
You can see Ala turning to his teammates going, so close, nearly had him, but that's going to be huge right here for Bin. He's going to be able to push this wave in underneath the tower as well, grab a chunk of turret plating. He's now going to be able to come back from this recall, empowered recall as well, in a nice advantage. See what he's actually able to pick up. Yep, it is going to be the Eclipse build. Wow, Ala is full in on the defensive stats right here. Going to grab himself an Executioners.
I can see the angle that Ala is trying to play for. More defensive stats, more ways to cut the sustain of Bin, but that for me always feels like it's more favored to go that route when you are naturally ahead, because then you just rely on your base stats to do the damage for you. But going this route, you don't have nearly as much damage as Bin. A full Eclipse picked up, and it's not like he doesn't have defensive stats either now, because he picked up a Bramble Vest. So now the sustain cut equally by both of these items.
Yeah, it's very much just going to be about the extra movement speed that Arla has, and if he's going to be able to use that to space to his advantage. Barrier Ignite very close to being back up for both of these champions. The ulti's a little bit further away, although they both use them at pretty much the same time, so there's not really going to be any advantage or disadvantage there. We've still got 40 seconds until the Ring of Fire begins to close in, but once it does, that means that that initial kill that Bin gets is only good for the gold it grabbed him. It doesn't actually mean he's any closer to winning, it's just the next kill that completes it.
Yeah. Ala, ideally for himself, wants to get a chance to get one more base off.
Yeah.
And maximize the amount of gold that he can spend. Oh, man. Bin just has the freedom to do trades like that to Awe under tower while still, you know, was 2 levels above, now just 1. Oh, this is such a scary crocodile that Bin has built up for himself.
With this Eclipse as well, every time he goes in, it's just the Eclipse shield that's taking the first tower shot. You see it here again. It's just the shield every single time. So he's not actually losing any health over time by taking these constant trades in, whereas Ala getting chunked down more and more. He's getting very close to being one-shottable if he doesn't manage to dodge away from those slice and dices. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe Ala can pull this one back. He does now have the Barrier, the Ignite, and the Dominus, both of them available.
Well, if Ala wanted to get a base in, that moment has passed.
Yeah.
He's gonna get a chance to at least heal off this health relic, and thankfully Bin was already topped off, so he's not giving anything over to Bin, but it's level 12 versus level 11. Eclipse and Bramble versus steel-plated caps and executioners in the difference. And Bin still has 2 refillable pot charges. Dominus popped by both players, but Ala significantly down in HP. You can only imagine who the victor is going to be, and it is Giga Bin winning the side select for BLG.
Gonna be able to pick up the blue side right here for BLG, a critical thing coming into this series. Exactly what you wanted to see. Ala, he was so close, nearly was able to get that first kill. If you do get that first kill, that's a completely different 1v1. You're likely going to be the victor. Exactly, but the first kill does go over to Bin. He's going to be able to pick up this 1v1. Side select goes over to BLG, and that is just so hype. Because it is a top lane versus top lane matchup, it's now going to make it that little bit more interesting once we actually get onto the Rift, see what these top laners can do up against each other.
And it's a question that we've been asking BLG as of late as well. Even though when they win, obviously everyone is looking sharp. But in the losses, we already pointed out, you know, we have our concerns with how well he is performing against the junglers that are outclassing him in those losses. Bin, not gonna lie, also looking invisible sometimes in the series that they are faltering in or struggling to win through. Bin has not necessarily been always the Giga Bin that we've come to know and love over many years of watching this guy play throughout the LPL. And it's a question that for BLG fans hope get answered, at least in this series, that Bin can be consistent tonight.
Yeah, I mean, in the matchup versus AL, it wasn't necessarily that Flandre was kicking Bin in. I mean, a little bit happened in the first game. It was a Jace versus Ambessa matchup. Flandre on the Jace is just able to completely destroy Bin in that one. But in the next 2, it really wasn't that, you know? It wasn't that it was completely this top lane matchup falling to one side, Bin isn't able to compete. He just wasn't able to be particularly helpful to the rest of his team. Even in the win he had on the Renekton, it was a decent performance, but it wasn't necessarily that top level of Bin performance that we've been looking for. Invisible, like you said, is exactly the right word for it. He needs to do more than just go even in lane. For this team to win, for BLG to be the BLG that we know and love, they really need this top side crushing people, unlocking way to be able to put all of his focus into the mid and bot lane. He loves to go gank Knight, go gank Elk, play around this bottom side of the map, and it requires BLG having a winning top side.
Yeah, and we know that it's not, you know, out of the ordinary for Wade to go play through top side.
Yeah.
When Bin gets resources, for the most part, we've come to expect for him to deliver on that promise of an investment. But there have been times where Bin is able to get, you know, solo lane experience to himself, economy to himself. Particularly in the Anyone's Legend series, Flandre was playing a champion that just was way more impactful in those team fights for Anyone's Legend versus Bin not being able to bring the same level of influence. Now, we're into the draft for the first game of this epic series, and so far, there's a bit of a I don't know if it is a big gambit, but things like Nefiri, Vi,
Yeah.
Varus, all still available.
Yeah.
And they're actually going to take some respect tonight and ban away the Ahri as well.
A lot of these highest priority champions are still up and available. Let's see what this first pick is going to be. It's B1. It usually means that it's just going to be this Varus being picked up. It's so safe. It's so easy to grab. Not particularly hard to predict that one's at least going to be given a look in for BLG. If they do lock this one in, it opens you up to a lot of different kind of compositions. The Varus does just work into a lot of different supports, into a lot of different comps. You can use it poke, you can use it on hit, of course. But what does JDG respond with right here? Because this is going to be very interesting. In terms of picks that we see pulled in to the Varus, if you take yourself the MF, you can kind of win this lane into him, and then you set yourself up for that kind of full wombo combo kind of composition, and you've got a lot of the best pieces for those kind of comps still available to you here. Yeah, either of these two. You could take both. This is the joys of being red side.
I think MF Vi is a solid setup for JDG just to have guaranteed guaranteed combo, right? Because Vi is still one of the highest priority picks for a lot of teams here in the LPL. Not necessarily because, you know, the jungler in itself is a strong scaling jungler, but it's just such easy, reliable execution. A lot of the mid lane combos have been taken off the board. No Ahri, no Talia, right? But still, with a Misfortune, that's one way to guarantee a decent pick. Now, a great answer into the Misfortune is that Xin Zhao, which still on the table and could easily skirmish with the Vi early game.
Yeah, that means that both of these junglers are going to be looking to get involved nice and early on. And this is a slight worry right here for Pays. We've seen quite a lot of MFs recently blow that full bullet time into the Crescent Guard. Wei doesn't care. He's going to be more than happy in that situation. And now, with Knight picking up one of his signature pickups here in the Azir, there's a lot of range that you've got on this BLG composition from its carries, and then you've got that all-in potential out of Wei. I like what BLG have right now. JDG, they're going to have to be very careful to have enough setup right here for the MF. Pays on this MF has looked good, but you have to have so much around it to make it work. The MF cannot carry by itself. It's not like these Ezreals or these Kaisers where you can put the team on your back. It's all about the setup in front of you. Vi works, Alistar works too. Those two can be a great combo.
I was actually curious if JDG wanted to do something like pick the rel for themselves and then immediately ban support counter picks away, right? Like the Alistar, but it's not the rel, it's the Alistar, but they are following a similar train of thought, right?
Yes.
Take the support that you want for yourself that you have the blind pick and then ban supports or support just one that would make the laning phase very difficult for you to play.
Yeah, and it almost guarantees that you're not going to have the rel picked into you, which is a really good pairing alongside things like the Xin Zhao and the Azir. They love that, and it's a perfectly decent bot lane matchup for you as well. You really don't want to pick it, though, into the Alistar right here, so I think it opens JDG up to be able to ban away a couple of different things. Guarantee that that's not going to happen. We're going to get a little bit of a top lane focus right here by BLG, in not wanting to play into the Ambessa.
Could be another top lane pick here. I imagine that JDG will look for their mid laner of choice and then save counter pick for Ala in the top lane. Victor could have been a nice way to handshake that mid lane phase against Knight, be a powerful scaling team fighting champion that would have been kind of your late game investment if this Misfortune doesn't win you the game.
Okay.
However, I'm about to say, you know, you still have counter pick available for JDG, and if that 1v1 gave us any indication, you don't want to leave. We have not seen this in a hot minute, but this was a staple counter pick to Azir back in the day. Xerath makes its appearance, and Knight is even hyped to see it against him as well.
There we go. I love it. When you see the other team smiling and laughing at your pickup, oh no.
Don't tell me it was a bait. Please don't tell me it was a mispick. Oh my god. No, please. JDG, don't bait me like this. I was actually ready to pop off. Oh my gosh. Now we're in suspense blocks where we have no idea what's happening behind the scenes. Oh no. Damn it.
If that was... Hey, I hovered it, but I was trying to select something else and the game didn't let me. Devastating. Genuinely devastating, because that would have been so hype. that would have completely changed up the way that things are looking, right? Because all of a sudden, what was a decent poke composition that you're playing into as BLG, no, you just completely outrange with their Xerath. You can sit so far back, poke them out. You've also got the all-in potential through your misfortune. I mean, that would have been so fun.
And you had strong setup too. Like,
yeah,
I wouldn't have taken Scout to be a Ziggs player, but that is like the only other mage in my mind that sets up really well off of a Vi ultimate or an Alistar combo. You get a guaranteed knockup into, ultimate from Ziggs. Xerath, very similar in that regards too. You open up with the Rite of the Arcane, and if you hit, successive ult casts, it increases and ramps in damage. And the way you can guarantee that is if you have, champions on your team locking down the priority target for you to hit, all those shots on. But we are now in the unknown, chat.
Okay.
We have no idea if it was a mispick or something else happened.
Something else
in terms
broke.
of technical
Please let it be something
issues.
else broke. Please. Right. Rafa, I've got a question for you, yeah?
What's up?
What is the absolute worst thing that could have been instead, right? It's not the Xerath. Imagine your worst case scenario. Instead, it's just what?
Like worst case scenario for, entertainment value?
It could legitimately be, yeah. Like, it's just an Ari or something.
Well, the Ari was banned. It looked like they were looking at Silas. They're lacking magic damage, so I wouldn't say it was gonna be like a Zed or something, although I think Zed would like do well into Azir as well. But yeah, like in terms of like magic damage champion, like I guess the most safe option would be a Hui. That is something that's been in Scout's wheelhouse before, normally paired off with like Shun's Nidalee and Missing's Leona. That was a combo, or maybe I'm thinking about Top Esports. I think I'm thinking about Top Esports. Sorry. Wrong team combo, but it could be
something like
Hui.
the Ori. It could be something boring. We've seen that matchup a million times before. I'm just thinking absolute worst case. To be fair, the Ori alongside the MF,
I don't know.
it's not that bad. Well, yeah, I think the Corki's on the ban table. Otherwise, another Azir Corki when you think you might get the hype of a Xerath matchup, and then it's just another Corki.
Corki Azir, Season 5 all over again, baby. Victor Azir. Hey, you know what? BLG at least banned it away. It was like, no. You're not getting Victor, bro.
Yeah. This isn't right. We're not Cubby. We're not Cubby looking at a Group Nirvana game. Why do we have
We
a
don't
pause?
deserve the shadow ban. Who knows?
All right.
All right. Well,
It's back.
We're gonna blaze through the draft up until the R4 pick. So
Twitch chat, fingers crossed, toes crossed, whatever else you can cross. Let's go that it's still just gonna be the Xerath picked up right here. Everything else should be the same up until that point. We obviously won't know what went wrong here. I'm hoping it was somebody's mouse died, right? That's fine.
only time will tell. Regardless of what champion Scout actually locked in for themselves, assuming it was supposed to be mid lane and not top lane blind pick there, what are you looking at as BLG? You still have a support to lock in for yourself.
Yeah.
A counter option into the Alistar. No Renata, no Nico. If you want to pick something that is advantageous into the Alistar and is ranged alongside Varus, that would put Bin on, tank duty, unless BLG are bold enough to say, you know what, none of us need to be a front line. We're all going to be, volatile squishy. Oh, okay.
It's just
the
Silas.
It's just Silas.
In
All
a
right.
usual situation where they don't bait us with the Xerath, I'm actually very excited for the Silas, There's already a couple of really good ultis. In fact, all three of these ultis are pretty nice to be able to have as a Silas. You're stopping BLG from wanting to pick yourself anything up that's too great in terms of the ulti department. There's no way you lock Rel in here. What?
Wow.
You...
Wow.
Huh? You pick yourself Rel into Alistar, into Silas, so you give the Magnet Storm over to a team that can then use it with the Silas. I am shocked. This is the perfect game for FaZe right now. FaZe is set up so gorgeous to be able to carry this game if they're able to get even a slight advantage right here as JDG.
I will say that Alistar can only punt away so many threats. Like,
true.
It would take, you know, BLG all inning onto FaZe ulting with a Azir shuffle, Xin Zhao flying in, Rel, you know, committing with the crash down Magnastorm. You know, the beauty about dealing with Alistar is Alistar can deal with one engage with the punt, but 3 of them at the same time. I mean, the best you can do is look for a pulverize on the way in and then hope that FaZe gets enough distance, right? No one else really has like pushbacks or disengages. In fact, you know, Xin Zhao would have been nice in that regard. The only support that comes to my mind in terms of like an immediate get off me is like a Janna ult. But obviously, you know, we're not seeing Janna in this meta. But to comment on the last lock-in, it was a Ornn for Ala. So you have insane long-range engage setup. You have so many tools to start off wombo combos for this Misfortune. That being said, Bloxer, your damage is pretty much limited to Scout and FaZe.
Yes. This is a game where you say, hey, FaZe, we believe in you, buddy. We trust you, and it's on him to pay it back. Now, we've seen it work plenty of times with Misfortune. We've also seen plenty of Misfortunes never get to ult, just get insta-jumped, and as you've been highlighting, Rafa, it's not like BLG don't have ways to get themselves into the backline right now and make FaZe uncomfortable. But if this is going to be a win for JDG, if they're going to prove that they deserve to be in those top 4 teams, then he's going to have to play this one out to perfection.
The first real test for JDG in the second split. BLG, a chance to continue cementing themselves as one of the undeniable best teams in the LPL. This series is going to deliver, y'all. Let's load onto the rift for game 1 between BLG and JDG.
Oh, so hype. Such a hype matchup.
Dude, shout out to the guy starting off the Gios for JDG's voice. He was
loud.
He was pushing it through. You could already hear the strain in his throat, but he was like, no, I'm giving my voice for my team. Respect.
Exactly. And it's always great to hear the cheers right here. 2 teams with big fan bases, very passionate fans as well. And this is the hype matchup that everybody's going to be waiting to watch. Like you said, this is the one coming into the week that everybody looked at going, yeah, this is the one that I cannot wait to see. BLG, JDG on the rift here for game number 1. We are going to have opposite sides starting for these junglers. We highlighted the junglers as some of these key carries for these teams. Jun up against Wei, and they've got themselves high priority junglers who like to get aggressive early on.
Both the Vi and the Xin Zhao have the capabilities of either going for a full clear into just going for crab and resetting, or they can look for those early plays. You know, Vault Breaker Flash, always a nice way to force a play happen somewhere. Bot lane getting a little volatile, missing, just going forward right onto On with the flash, trying to punish the fact that On was way too extended. And that's now both support flashes gone and an Ignite burned by missing.
As much as we do talk about how it's a real counter right here to have the Alistar into the rel, level 1, Alistar barely a champion at all. And you can see here, already losing out onto his flash. We're not going to have the Ignites coming through over on BLG quite yet. It's going to be not ideal for that one. Yeah, the push just going to be constant, and this is exactly what you can expect. You can win in this 2v2 in the bottom lane, but it's going to take those first items really coming through. It's going to take a little bit more time for these bottom laners really to be able to go toe-to-toe with each other. For the minute, it should just be Elk and On pushing in, getting themselves a nice early recall off as well. A good start for them. So maybe the base are going to be cancelled. Yeah, he's just going to push back Elk. This is going to delay things a bit. I think Elk's just going to have to stay in lane here. Otherwise, he's going to miss out on quite a lot.
Yep. Whew. Relatively quiet on the Summoner's Rift so far for this first game. The series between BLG and JDG. Other than a little bit of scrappiness in the bottom lane, but thankfully for the AD carries, none of their summoner spells were burned. It's just supports trying to create windows of opportunity to open up space and make that laning phase that much easier for their AD carry. Some early teleports being expended, mainly by Scout, as he returns to lane with the Dark Seal and Boots Bloxer. This guy is, he's feeling confident.
Yeah, this is an aggressive pickup. This is the sort of thing you pick when you really want to try punish your opponents right here. Speaking of, we're watching huge damage going down. Once you get that level 3 onto this Misfortune Alistar bot lane, it's much easier to play out. And Jun is now in the area. Now, trying to dive onto a Rel, risky, very risky, but could potentially happen. This is the long
I don't think Wei knows that
gambit.
he's on a ward. He doesn't know he's on a ward. Shun is looming around the left side. Hasn't been spotted yet, but the pet is spotted. And Wei gives enough ground to avoid disaster from the side of JDG.
He's not going to go down, but does end up losing a little bit onto those chickens. So it's just a nice play out of Jun. Showing up, gets another ward down. You can see towards that bottom side next to his Krug's Wei. Going to be spotted out right here. Yeah, like I said, a little bit quiet for the first couple of minutes, minute and a half, until we're going to get the grubs spawning. 20 seconds until the Drake is going to be up and available. Both teams relatively okay with getting themselves as many grubs as possible. Not going to be the be-all and end-all for either of these. Can increase the split push potential right here of Bin just a little bit, but with Bin's playstyle, with Renekton as a champion, he's much more going to be about getting involved in these team fights, not necessarily looking to split push his way through.
Missing, Hex flashing over the wall, gonna get spotted by a ward in that line brush already. JDG proactive with the first lane swap in the game at 5 minutes, just a minute ahead of the first grub rotation spawn, which very telling of where JDG want to go. Hex flash from On, tries to punish Ala, getting a lot of damage down. The ignite early, Ala forced to flash away. A piercing arrow from Elk. One more from the E, and there it is. The first kill of the game, and it is awarded to BLG.
And not ideal that On picks that one up. You would have really preferred Elk to have grabbed this one. This is really not good right here for JDG. You don't want your top laner to be losing out like that. Going to immediately have to teleport his way back in. That's now going to be a no summoners on. That means if you do want to roam people up and around to get involved in this potential grub fight, it's just not going to be able to happen. And BLG, they're also going to grab themselves this initial Chemtech Drake. The fact that the Chemtech Drake goes down this early as well, it's not going to be the soul. It opens up a lot of the best in-class souls to fight around later on. BLG, potentially they can try stack around those.
First dragon of the game goes over the BLG off the back of that proactive pick onto Ala. Now down both teleport and flash. But the pressure lopsided on the bottom side opens up the first grub rotation over to Shun. So we take a look back at the replay.
Yeah, you really just can't step to this wave right now. Ala needed to respect the fact that it wasn't going to be Elk alone by himself down there. On just about able to get that last auto attack off. If he didn't, I think it might have just been okay for Ala. Might have been able to squeak away on just a couple of HP. Instead, does go down. He doesn't lose out onto too much, and one of the joys of the Ornn, right, is that even if you are behind, you're still fine. You're still an Ornn. You're still going to be useful. You're still going to give over those ornaments to your team later on. The ulti going to be brilliant. That's why he was such a strong pickup during the lane swap meta that we had during Split 1. But you just don't want to be falling behind, right? Because if you are ahead, if you are in a good spot as Ala, the tankiness that you can bring as an Ornn is great.
Yeah. And at least for Ala's sake, if you fall behind in gold, you fall behind in minions, just, you know, being pushed into the tower, whatever. As long as you're getting experience, as long as you're getting levels,
Yes,
that's the
exactly.
crucial thing for the top laner, and specifically to Ornn, because the faster you get those levels, the faster you can start giving ornaments to yourself and the rest of your team. Wei looming in the shadows of this tri-bush that is
He's looking.
pinked by BLG, but not going to go for it, not going to waste too much time here.
No, but level 6s have been ticked right here, and that's a huge benefit right now for Jun. He's going to be able to step up. If you can get that initial bit of engage right here, Volt Breaker, just to close the gap.
Flash to close the distance on a flashless Varus. Easy setup for JDG, and Pays is the recipient of the kill.
And this is exactly what you need to do right here on the Vi. You have to be proactive with the champion. The second the Jun is able to tick that level 6, like you said, it uses all the available tools. You just have to get close enough to be able to use that cease and desist. And once you're there, it is just going to be the kill picked up. It also goes over to Pays, that key carry that we've been highlighting during the draft phase. You need him to be ahead. He needs to be able to do that damage. Otherwise, JDG, they just don't have it in their composition.
Scout now assisting Ala on the top side. Maybe at most the flash is burned. Early flash, but Ala misses with the Ornn ultimate anyway. Now Scout gonna get in range. Gives ground and respect to Bin popping the Dominus. Doesn't want to get too close. Ala gonna take this chance to now base. And Scout could probably look to yoink the Dominus away for himself unless he wants to save his ult charge for something else in the game.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, this is a great game for the Silas, right? Once we get into the team fights, the ones you're going to really want is Knight's ulti or Ornn's ulti. But honestly, every single one works in different situations. This is a real plethora of options here for the Silas. So right now, Scout really could have just taken the Dominus, would have made himself a huge threat in individual lanes over in these split pushing lanes. Potentially though knows that he's going to be laning into Knight for the most part, who can just space him out, doesn't necessarily need to get close. We're going to see a bit of a collapse right here. A lot of members of JDG up towards the top side of the map. There's no grubs to take for another minute, but they can at least establish themselves a little bit of vision, grab this Scuttle Crab to make a fight around this objective that much easier. They were able to pick up the first 3, so JDG would love to be able to grab all 6.
And I think it makes more sense now that Scout doesn't hastily just yoink the Renekton ultimate, because he wants to save an ultimate charge specifically for that second rotation of grubs. And, you know, Dominus in that scenario would be super powerful, but if you grab it too early, the hijack does time out, and you're forced to use it so that it goes off cooldown sooner and you can, you know, cycle for a different ultimate. Yeah. But then it's just a wasted opportunity, right? So Scout just biding his time, waiting for that objective to actually spawn before he'll start looking for any potential ultimates to hijack.
He can take away the Shroomer Shuffle right here if he wants to, if he thinks that he's going to need it coming up for the minute. Going to be more than happy to just absorb this wave. We'll take a little bit of poke right here from Light, as the Rage versus Melee matchups do, but nothing too much of a threat. You can see the many members currently collapsing around this top side of the map. Wei is on his bottom side, but is heading up at this point. Grubs have now spawned, ultimates available for everybody, including the supports.
Ornn was trying to fish for a big Q, and Hayes is going to take a big chunk out of his health bar with the bullet time. Right as the grubs have spawned, Scout now lurching forward onto Knight, but both Emperor's Divide using the same time, and he flashed to interrupt Knight on the shuffle outwards. I don't know if he has enough damage in the tank. Knight still trying to flash away. Meanwhile, JDG winning the fight in the jungle. Knight managing to escape Scout's grasp, but BLG still down their support.
Yeah, it's going to push Knight out of lane as well, mean that there's so much free time right here for Jun to be able to step up, pick up these grubs for his team. It is going to be all 6 going on over. Response will be the Drake once again, but so far Jun has just been far more proactive than his counterpart.
Knight just TP, but he doesn't have flash. Missing, has the unbreakable will. This will be an easy turret dive for JDG to perform. Knight already using the shifting sands, has got nowhere to go, and Shun will sink his fist into the face of his former mid laner.
That's going to be another kill going over. JDG pick up the feats of Warfare. And it's currently pretty even in terms of having those objectives too. This early game being explosive so far, but Jun so proactive, 100% kill participation, exactly what I want to be seeing from this Vi. This champion is so good early on. You tick that 6 and immediately start getting involved in all of the lanes, exerting your presence. Love to see it right now.
I have to say, throughout this game, even though it hasn't been that much action, hang on, Ala, no flash available.
Not again.
Bin has Dominus. The flash crescent guard from Wei pushes Ala backwards.
Missing.
He throws out the brittle. Wait a minute, Missing is here. Flashing forward, knocks up Wei. Not enough damage yet. There's the call of the Forge God. It's not going to threaten Wei's life anytime soon. It's just a support and a top lane tank. Not enough damage to threaten, but Ala's life is preserved.
There we go, exactly what Missing needed to do right there. Arla, you just have to keep yourself in lane, buddy. Really just need to be useful enough come late game. Use those innate tools that the Ornn has. It's just going to be able to head back to base right now. As Missing could potentially have found a straggler in the bush, doesn't in the end. And 13 minutes into this game, there's a 1k gold lead here for JDG. Really, the gold gap has not opened up too much, but we're having first items completed now. And specifically, Sunder Sky on Jun means that he's going to be able to get into the backline and just heal so much extra survivability for this buy.
We have some downtime. Just taking a note of how Scout and Shun have been following each other in the map for the first 12 minutes of the game. While everything was kind of calm, there was, a feint over towards the bottom side of the map where Shun, finishing his full clear, tried to set up a dive against Elkin on. Scout had the first push, was ready to make it happen, but they adapted, recognizing that Wei was in the area, tried to look for a fast play onto him. He didn't fall for it. Everything went back to normal. But you can see that when Shun has an opportunity, Scout tries to kill his wave and look for a quick rotation. Quick ulti exchange in the mid lane by Missing and Elk. And you see it reflected as well. When Scout has an opportunity, Shun tries to follow up. As now, On goes forward,
Missing.
knowing that Missing, no ultimate available anymore on the Alistar. That's an easy setup for BLG.
It's a very squishy cow without that Unbreakable available. Now we're going to get a little bit of scrap in the top lane. Bin going in, trying to get a kill onto Arla, who has to turn tail and run.
He hits level 11. He knows that he has the kill threat, but just not enough damage. Meanwhile,
hang
back
on.
the top side jungle,
Pace.
Wei is in Narnia. The rest of BLG forced to retreat. The bullet time almost taking On's life on the exit route. And while Bin doesn't take down Ala, he has enough pressure to look for first break.
Yeah, he can push this wave through. Arla just about going to be able to get back involved. Yeah, not quite going to be able to pick up that tower. First brick, if you could grab it right here for JDG, would secure you the feats. BLG really do want to take this one away. Actually, Bin going to chase Arla, but Missing is in the area again. He needs to be
called
careful.
the Forge God. No flash available on Bin. Tries to dodge it. There is the knock-up from the Ram. Missing follows up the brittle damage. Gets the knock-up with the searing
the
charge.
TP.
And a teleport is coming in. Scout is trying to collapse onto Bin. Does he have reinforcements? They're so far away. Missing
there we go.
Another headbutt pulverized. A BLG solo laners getting collapsed by JDG's own.
And the tower in the bottom lane stands strong still. It's only got a couple of HP left, but the minions weren't quite able to pick that one up. Let's have a look at what we missed up in the top side of the map. Jun goes in, straight onto On, and Pays able to take a chunk of damage out of him, then just kills Wei. And Pays is in such a strong position. We keep talking about it, but it really is crucial. If JDG want to win this one, they need to have Pays in a good spot. Well, he's got that Bloodthirst already completed. He's got 3 unresponded kills, and he's just in such a good spot. And actually, that first brick did go down to BLG, so it's all going to be On who can pick up the next one of these objectives to grab those feats of warfare.
Now, everything looks good for JDG. They got 6 grubs, but BLG got 2 dragons to themselves. JDG did not pick up the first brick. That went over to BLG as well. They are only 2,000 gold down in deficit against JDG. A lot of the plays have been going JDG's way, but BLG are still competitive. They are still within striking distance. One good fight is all they need to change the course and the momentum of how this game has been progressing for JDG and give themselves control of the game once again.
Exactly. I think overall, BLG, they've got the slightly easier to execute on composition. If Knight can pull a couple of big ultis out, if you can grab those picks, it's very easy to do when you've got yourself a Varus. These team fights can come to you. It is also going to be the lethality Varus, so we're going to get plenty of poke here. It means Elk's also going to be quite far back in these team fights, makes it harder for JDG to be able to play out. They've got the front-to-back comp, but it's really just all about Pays and what he can do. Maybe Scout can carry this one through. He's got the rower completed, you know, is in a relatively strong spot. While Champion's currently in the mid lane, Scout going to take away that Varus ulti. Drake is falling very quickly, though. I don't think that you can actually step up here as JDG.
Yeah. I think JDG can't really play for stealing the
Fight,
dragon. They can at least try to pick off members here.
Oh, no! No!
Turn off the camera. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. No, it's not. Anyway, Rift Herald does crash into the mid lane, and BLG get a free dragon and don't get punished for it.
Yikes.
Oh, boy.
It happens. Oh man, that's so funny. And it means that JDG, they kind of just... They don't get anything for that, right? You lose a big cooldown. The Call of the Forge God going to be down for a little bit. And Arla loses the 1v1. Doesn't manage to get himself that or ulti off. I don't know if you convert that into any kills, to be fair. You know, it is pretty tricky. BLG, they've got a lot
Maybe a
of
flash.
ability to jump over walls. Yeah, maybe a flash or something. You know, it's not midway through the biggest team fight of your life around Elder Drake. You know, there's moments for that to happen. Scout gonna be able to buffer that one really nice. He stops himself from being pushed back. If Wei hits this, will
might flash
become
for
lightning,
this.
though.
Missing is here. He can only punt away one threat, and it's on. The only one that could have been in range with the flash crash down. Scout avoids any danger, still preserves his flash. Man, that second cast of the upscon abduct was so clean through the divide. Scout is playing really well in this first game.
Oh yeah, the carries right here for JDG have been stepping up, but this is what we were saying, right? The carries have been looking good recently. It's been Arla missing who have had some questionable plays, questionable decisions going through, and this one, like you said, it's just really nice. Such a good use of the Silas mechanics, because if you get popped back right there into Wei, you die. That's just a kill straight up for BLG, and with the mid laner down, that really unlocks a lot of the map. That buys you a lot of time here as BLG, plus just the gold that you get from the kill. Well done there out of Scout to avoid that one. Knight now potentially under threat. Shun, okay, he's just gonna walk away.
There is a lot of restraint being shown by JDG, which was definitely a concern about their performance in Split 1. Also, you know, the consistency of some of the big name carries on this squad was nowhere near what it has been so far in the second split as well. But I think a big thing, if you are a JDG fan, the way this game is playing out, you can at least be grateful for how adaptive JDG are being. They're looking for really good setups, and they're making good ideas about the game, but as soon as BLG have a good response into it, they don't overcommit. They don't throw the game away over to BLG, who would be more than capable of punishing it. It is actually JDG trying to sneak the Otacon. Lanes are pushing on every single setup. Ala just shoved out the bottom side, and at this point, I think this... I mean, it's not going down super fast, but no one from BLG can really get in. Look at the vision that's set up on the red quadrant.
You don't know either, right? Like, it would be odd to assume that currently Jun is trying to solo out the Atakan. It just takes so long. Actually, is going to re-engage. This is a masterful bait right now. Maybe it works?
But they're
When
now
do they
losing
spot
mid-prio. BLG
Yeah.
can now brute force their way in through the river. It's a good idea, and once again, these are good ideas by JDG, but they're not overcommitting into their own folly. BLG, once they're able to muscle their way through into a response, they had to overload on the bottom side of the map just to make sure that the Otacon isn't burned down by JDG. That opens up Scout getting a free lane to himself and at least taking something else on the map, even if it wasn't the primary objective that JDG were looking for.
Yeah, I mean, still, it is quite a lot of time wasted right here for Jun, where he's just kind of having to sit, try to get himself something there onto the Atakan. They're not quite going to be able to grab it. Actually, that was nice footwork right there out of pace. Didn't have to blow the flash or the cleanse, and I feel like I've seen this one before. How much time do you want to spend doing this?
Yeah. I mean, it's a soft look. Obviously, there's some camps that Shun could take instead on the top side of the map, but I don't hate it. Like, if BLG
If you get
starts
it, I
showing...
love it.
Yeah.
If you don't, yeah, now it's fully spotted out as well. TP's coming in,
Okay,
actually, they're just going to go for
right
the
under
fight.
Missing. He's buying as much time as he can with the Unbreakable Will. Teleport is coming in from Ala. They're trying to burst it down as much as they can. Bullet time right into the choke point. Ah, you pointed way right in, but he flashes away, afraid of getting completely obliterated. Bin now arrives to the party. Scout throws his life in, has the Crescent Guard, goes golden, buys so much time. The Otacon is secured by JDG, and somehow they make this play work. They have the Otacon GAs to revive, and it's all about picking up as many kills as they can against BLG. Pays and Missing can look for the exit. Knight doesn't have the Emperor's Divide anymore. Missing is picked up once again, but JDG still not finding a massive gold lead unless Bin just wants to flash forward, but Bin is there, the cleanse. Oh, it was close. but it's a summoner spell for summoner spell. Now Pays has no summoner spells available, but Scout is now looking for Knight. He has no Emperor's Divide, but he has a flash. Scout looking.
Okay.
Does he have hijack? In 3 seconds, Scout has nowhere to go. Sky. Oh my goodness, Scout is on form tonight.
It really is. 4-2 right now on the Silas. What did I say? If you get it, I love it. Ala's gonna get jumped. Should be able to walk this one off. I'd be surprised if Elk wants to get too aggressive here. You pick up the Atakan, you get a bunch of kills off of the back of it. JDG really are here to play, but they spend so much time doing that there's now a Drake up and available, and they get to do this all over again. 2 items now completed on a ton of the key carries for JDG.
Knight is down for another 15 seconds thanks to Scout being able to take him out in the side lane. It is still a 5v4 for JDG, 3000 HP. Wei trying to force his way in.
Oh,
Good
there they
searing
go.
charge. They turn right
Just
onto
dead.
the Xin Zhao. Shun secures the dragon for themselves. A nice soul point. Now here comes the fight. They already used the own ultimate.
Knight,
Knight
can
is
he do
back
it?
into the fight, but he's
No!
teleported right into the middle of JDG's waiting arms. And JDG are going to pick up Bird once again for themselves. The flash onto Pays. They know he doesn't have any summoner spells. Pays might fall, but what happens to the rest of the fight? Shun finds Ben into the backline. Scout is going to join up with him as well. JDG are destroying BLG.
They really are. It's only 24 minutes into this game, and they can push forwards right now. All of the grubs, too, to be able to threaten here onto the towers. Brilliant fighting. And JDG, they're just playing with so much confidence. We said during the draft phase that it was going to be all on Pays. What could he do? Could he carry his team right here? Well, in fact, actually, I feel like Scout has been the main carry. Is just playing out of his mind right now. This fight is just initiated here. Arla gets to go in, and the second that he gets that knock-up onto Scout, that means the Drake is going to be secured. And it's this TP right here, not the TP you were going to be looking for, as Knight just gets insta-popped. Scout has his number in this game. And from there, you can just chase this one on. Yes, Pays dies in the end. It's a little bit of gold back. It's something for BLG, but it feels like they are being dismantled right now by JDG.
I mean, when you see plays like this, it is peak desperation for BLG trying to get something back. But Shun and Scout are still alive and well to carry on through in Pays' death. JDG find themselves 6,000 gold ahead against BLG.
Yeah. Look at
they
the
deny the
damage.
soul point. 6 grubs, like we said before. Scout, 10 seals or 10 stacks on the dark seal. 3 items. And missing with another engage. Ala's going to line up the Call of the Forge God once again. Stops Knight in his tracks as he was trying to shift forward. And Scout finds the golden left hand once again. Subdues it in his hand. And reminds him who has actually delivered a world title to the LPL.
There we go, JDG are dismantling BLG. They're going to be able to turn back around, pick themselves up the Baron, and this should be what they need to close this game out. It's going to take a miracle for BLG to be able to come back in this one. They're down by 7,000 gold. It's going to increase to 8,500 or so once this Baron falls. BLG, what can you do? It feels like they've got no options in this game.
Bro, I think EDG Scout just logged in for today.
Yeah.
What is going on? I mean, we
here.
know that Scout's peak and what it has been capable of. But throughout this entire season, there's been, you know, great performances. There's been excellent performances. This is masterclass from Scout today.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so nice to watch somebody pick up this Silas and be aggressive. We were worried about this composition out of JDG running out of damage and it all being on Pays' shoulders. Now, Pays is delivering, don't get me wrong, but it's Scout on this Silas. We were so sad when it wasn't that Xerath that it could have been. Hey, I'm more than happy with the Silas right here. It's being piloted so well. 10-stack Medjais, and then also you've got that upgraded Riftmaker as well from Arla's Ornn. He's in such a strong position to just be able to step forwards, and the ultis are just great. TPs, double TPs, actually.
right onto the flank of Pace. He still has double summoner spells available. Bin forced to retreat defensively. The Call of the Forge God lines up onto Knight, eliminating Bin. A massive knockup from Ala right under the tower. JDG are proving that they belong in the top 3 to be discussed as one of the best teams in the LPL, dismantling the 2-time LPL back-to-back champion in 2024.
Yeah, BLG just faltering right here. They're going to lose this game summarily. Less than 30 minutes. That's pretty fast for the LPL at this point. The first Nexus Tower will begin to fall. The second soon to follow. And there's really not too much that Elk and Knight can do. It would take a miracle right here. This game going to go down. It's going to be 1-0 JDG in this matchup versus BLG.
I said it before in their series against NIP that peak JDG would be Scout and Shun in sync, working hand in hand to dismantle the competition. Paze did get a strong lead, and Paze was one of our heroes that we talked about for Split 1, one of the consistent, reliable factors in a world where JDG were still working out the kinks, figuring out their issues and their synergy lack thereof, right?
Yeah.
But Season 2, it has been a completely different story. Pace is still, for the most part, consistent and reliable. But now, he gets to play with the comfort and the security of a jungle mid duo that is trying to push themselves to be the best in the entire league.
Who are absolutely rolling. I mean, in this game, Jun and Scout were working so well together. Obviously, massive props here to Scout and the way that he was able to play that one out with the Silas. But Jun, the early game, how proactive this Vi was, is what I've been hoping to see from Vi's all day, all week, honestly. I've seen a lot of Vi's, even when they win, aren't using this champion as proactively as you possibly can, but this was gorgeous in the early game, and it gives the team enough of a lead that it means that once BLG composition's kind of getting online, maybe you can start to play it out. It doesn't matter. JDG, they're already way too far ahead.
God, I can't wait for game 2 at this point. I mean,
normally
when BLG get their world rocked like this, they take a step back, they breathe, and they come in to the second game with I don't want to say necessarily a stronger draft, but a stronger plan of execution on said draft, right? And we know that, you know, one of the ways that that tends to happen is Wei throws out a Lilia game, tries to see if he can, you know, put the carry pants on, trying to, you know, get out of the facilitative role and, you know, be a super strong resource for BLG, even if, you know, side lanes are not, you know, performing well with, you know, the economy and the resources they're given. But then again, you know, when you think back to why BLG wanted to get Wei into their roster, instead of Shun, it's, you know, because of the speculation that Shun is too inconsistent. He is too volatile. He wants to create too many variables in the early game. Shun was restrained. He was very calculated. He saw many angles for plays, but whether it's his own personal evolution or being on this JDG roster and under, you know, the guidance of Scout, who, you know, if you watch through JDG, you know, social media, there's plenty of, you know, videos of them like doing plenty of VOD reviews, and I know that, you know, many Shun fans, I'm looking at you 1010, you know, talk about, oh my gosh, if Scout has been absolutely ruthless to his junglers in the past and very strict and, you know, very blunt on criticism, how is my, you know, how is my favorite jungler going to handle, you know? But this jungle mid duo has been performing so well this second split, and it is even far better than what we saw in Split 1.
And so proactive between the two of them, especially on champions like this Silas, where you can get yourself out of lane and just go roam around with the jungler. It's so nice to be able to see. And unfortunately for Knight, this is now kind of 2 series in a row where he's got smacked around. Wasn't really able to do too much for himself up against Shanks when in the AL game. Same thing for Wei. other than that Lilia game, he was getting pushed around by Tarzan quite a lot as well. This mid-jungle duo is now having a couple of rough games in a row for BLG. They're going to have to pull it back. You know, if you're going to win this game, it has to be through this mid-jungle. There's a reason we've been highlighting it. And also, part of that is because it doesn't feel like, despite the fact we've had some issues, you know, from the top and the support role right here for JDG, it doesn't feel like that has been holding them back too much during this split 2. It did in their matchups against IG in the placements, but now it seems like they're able to move past that.
Even some of the concerns we had for JDG, mainly in Ala, he at least was able to play Ornn, baby.
Give that man Ornn duty.
Yeah.
Please and thank you.
You know what? The one time where they were trying to catch BLG off of the third dragon take, and Ala whiffed it. You know what? Happens.
It happens.
He made do on it for every other ult cast.
Yes. It wasn't a bad Ornn performance, right? But there were... It really did show off a lot of the weaknesses that Ala has as a player at the moment, where he's got a real penchant for getting himself caught out in situations where he really should not be stood there, going a little bit too far up, nearly gets killed a couple of times, does get killed a couple of times, whiffs that ulti, like I said, that one happens, but then once you're actually in the team fights, once you get past the laning phase, that's where Ala actually looks really good. It's not the laning phase where he's the strongest, it's all about getting himself into those moments where he can be that engaged for his team, he can be that playmaker and unlock everybody else to be able to sit and do the damage that they need to. He kind of works with this kind of roster. You know, I'd be more critical if you didn't have Jun and Pays and Scout to be doing the damage for you. You do, you just need to be a facilitator.
Yeah, I will say that one of the things that BLG, you could see that they were trying to adapt to during that game is after Shun getting the first jump on bot lane, should be a Scout MVP. Oh, wow, they gave it to Shun. You know what?
Respect.
Fine by me.
That's a great early game from the Vibe.
Yeah. No, I can't be mad at that. I mean, I think some of the actual mechanical executed plays made by Scout was, like, freaking incredible, but you know. Okay. All right, let me just speak my piece. Shun, super impactful in the early game.
Yeah.
Definitely making up for all the criticisms that he had on BLG being quote unquote too volatile. Well, game 1 was just a masterclass early game by Shun and a masterclass execution by Scout on the Sylas. We'll get ready for game 2, y'all. See you on the other side of the break. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game numero dos between BLG and JDG. JDG come out the gate swinging against the two-time LPL champion of 2024. And I know we already mentioned it during the draft phase, Bloxer. There is already a lot of, unmentioned stakes in terms of pride for a certain jungler, Shun, who was on this BLG roster the last time that he had played with Knight and, majority of these teammates in the same game, was World Finals in T1. Afterwards, kicked off. Wei becomes the primary starting jungler. BLG essentially declare, we trust more in Wei to be the consistent, reliable factor for us going forward for the season 2025. Well, JDG have just taken a dent in that statement. It is not the end of the series yet. BLG, have a chance to strike back, but the momentum and the way that JDG did it in game one speaks volumes.
Absolutely, and this is also a BLG just coming off the back of a loss up against anyone's legend, so they have wounded pride already and have been faltering a little bit. It's interesting, usually when it comes to BLG, the thing you're really talking about is how all of these lanes can win individually and then it comes together for a great team fight. Well, right now, they're actually getting taken to task by JDG in these laning phases, in the individual lanes, around these early skirmishes, and then JDG, they were just out fighting. They were so aggressive. It was a really impressive performance. Jun, as you mentioned, so much history here, then picks up the game MVP for himself, putting himself in a really good spot there on the Vi. But this is Fearless. He can't pick up the Vi for himself once again, so we are going to have to change things up. JDG, they could be happy with this kind of teamfight composition. What do BLG move to, though?
My thoughts are something that gives Bin even more carry potential. Not to say that Renekton, can't accomplish things with a lead like that. And you could see that BLG were trying to adapt to that in the middle of the game. Wei was pathing more to Bin, trying to punish Ala, overextending on his flash timers being down. But JDG just were able to play the map so much better, recognizing those windows. B lines it towards the bottom side of the map where Ala was, threatened, saves him and bails him out from essentially Bin being able to just roll away with a, in-lane lead as Renekton, Maybe there's a different world where Renekton gets an accelerated second item spike on one of these objectives, but because it seems like that was the only basket that BLG were actively finding, potential windows through. Because when they tried to play through Scout deflected every single one. When they tried to play on to Pays, they deflected every single one.
Yeah, it was really well played out of the carries from JDG to be able to avoid all of this real pressure that was coming down onto them, but we expected JDG's carries to be okay. It was Ala, it was missing, who we were worried about. There were a couple moments, where the Ala fears at least nearly came true. Missing actually had a pretty good looking game right there onto the Alistair, so hopefully they're going to be able to replicate that in this one. The BLG, let's see what they can do to fight back. Now going to jump into the second draft of the series so far. A lot of the standard things just being taken off of the board.
Yep. Still no Talia, still no Jace. Rumble and Gwen also taken off the board. BLG are going to change up some things, though. Their third ban was Ezreal in the first game. Now it's the Skarner. So that is opening up maybe an opportunity for Elk to grab something that will be a little more self-reliant or independent, and being able to navigate some of these sticky situations, since JDG are already showing a proclivity to putting a lot of resources through Pays and trying to snowball that bot side of the map.
Interesting, JDG gonna take off the Sejuani. Last time around, that was a ban on towards the Ahri. This is what we were talking about. Yep, exactly. When everything's going wrong for BLG, Wei, he pulls himself out this Lilia, and he's had a ton of really good performances. The one game they're able to pick up versus AL is here on the Lilia as well. It's his champion. However, in terms of things that are strong in the jungle that can go toe-to-toe with this kind of champ, the Neferi, very much something that you can potentially go towards. We'll see if Jun wants that or if it's going to be a pivot elsewhere. There's still lots of the highest priority of pickups still available. Pays after a very immobile game right there that we got to see. Ooh, okay. Actually, we're going to get to see the Pays missing look that has the Nico involved. Missing, as much as we've had questions about him, his Nico's been looking clean recently.
And BLG are very well acquainted with Pays' Callista. In fact, the last time that BLG played against Pays was 2024 MSI Finals that ended in a defeat against Gen G. And Pays taking that MSI crown over BLG, what could have been their first international title for themselves in the books. Corki locked in, Sion as well. Actually surprising to see that Bin is going on tank duty this time around, but maybe BLG, the fact that you're putting carry responsibility into Wei's hands, someone's got to be the front line for the squad.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, JDG, they're very much not looking towards their frontliners at the moment. It is going to be this Neferi locked in. Okay, you've now got the damage up and available. You can hear the crowd go wild for that one. Jun Rees really throwing the gauntlet down. This is Wei's champion with the Lilia, but this is something that Jun has actually looked pretty dang nice on.
This is so poetic for the second game of the series. JDG on series point. Wei is throwing down the gauntlet by saying, give me the Lilia, I will carry. Shun says, bet. Walks in the Neferi. And so far, there's not many answers that can stop the Neferi on demand unless you are flying into the vicinity of a Scion who could, ult and catch you on your Hound's Pursuit. I'm curious what other answers that JDG are going to try to snipe out that would make Shun's life miserable. I like that they banned the Karma. You don't want to deal with shields. If you can eliminate the need for shields, then that means you can prioritize bruiser items. You don't have to go for a Serpent's Fang super soon into the build. Yone, also a good call out since that Corki could be flexed easily to Elf.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I was wrong. I thought that I remembered a Jun game onto this Neferi, but this is actually the first one he's going to play in both the placements and in just this regular Split 2 season. So let's see how he looks on this pickup. Something very exciting to do. Last ban away is going to be the Rise. You're still going to be looking for a top laner and a mid laner most likely, although Scout can technically take himself this Nico if needs be. And ooh, we're going to get the Arla Yorick right here. That's not what we're expecting. We said put this man on tank duty. Now, we saw a bit of a disappointing Yorick in the previous series. Can Arla give us a better performance on this one? It has a relatively neutral matchup into Bin's Scion right here. You can just sit and farm through the early game and then try to be involved in those side lanes. Elk gonna take his Caitlyn. What do you pair along with it right now? Don't do it. Do not do that.
I mean, you do already have a front line in Scion, and BLG are banking on a very explosive, high damage, high threat bot lane in Caitlyn Elise. JDG, there is no front line.
Zero.
Really for
Nada.
this squad. There is no tank.
None.
York is the closest
What?
thing, and he is pretty much a bruiser. And I feel like at
And he
this point,
shouldn't be
Blockster,
there.
the composition with this York answer, the only thing that makes sense for it is JDG saying, we believe in Allah to basically occupy Bin the entire time.
Yeah.
We will put him in a position where if Bin ever leaves Allah in a side lane, BLG are going to pay tenfold for it, for all of the turret split pushing. Now, as you called it, we've already seen, some York games and not really living up to that split push, dream scenario, that win con. Maybe JDG, it's different. The way that they were juggling the Otacon and the turret pushing on the other side of the map, maybe it was a preview.
Yeah, potentially. At the same time, though, such a risk to play this kind of composition where you just have no way to step up and face check a brush. You've got some damage, you've got some poke that you can try throw out, but there's no tank that can just be stepping up into any of these situations. If you want to play this Yorick effectively right here as Allah, you can't be too tanky. You need to be getting into the side lanes, pushing those through, using Maiden to really just melt through towers, maybe even putting a couple of your ghouls into a side lane alongside Maven. You can go push a different lane, have 4 members in another lane. There's so much cool tech that you can do with this Yorick. You just can't be tanky with it, though. That's not something that's going to happen. JDG, they do have the luxury of being up 1-0 in this series, so even if you lose this one, at least there's another game. But they don't want it. They want a 2-0 right here. 2-0ing BLG would be such a statement.
BLG setting up something standard with the team fight composition. A little bit more front to back. But not to say that there isn't any creativity and some volatility in some of the picks that they have drafted for themselves. But it definitely seems like JDG have doubled down upon it. We are on the rift for game 2 between BLG and JDG, and already we have multiple members, all members from JDG on the bot side of the map to guarantee priority and safety with the ward control in the bottom lane brush.
Yeah, doesn't look like we're actually going to get too much skirmishing happen at this point. I don't think you really want to be stepping up as JDG, not into the Elise right now. Shouldn't scout. They are going to walk in. Yeah, I mean, they're just going to take a chunk of damage. Not going to be any kills. All on. Well, that sucks. That's unfortunate for On.
Thought there was going to be a little bit more action early on, but not even a summoner spell burned. I'll say that this is kind of interesting. Even though bot lane setups are pretty lethal, it's still so... I don't know what the right word would be. It's still very, I guess, safe. Or they want it to be safe and not as volatile. You're not seeing, like, ignites or even exhaust coming out from the supports. It's heals from both missing and On.
Yeah, well, they know that there's going to be a lot of damage going down. It's going to be the Electrocute Elise. Now, not something we've been seeing so much during this Split 2. It's something that was popping up a ton during Split 1 was the Elise support. And it really can just be so oppressive in lane. You can see right here the amount of damage being done. Missing already going to have to flash away. The heal's gone too, and actually... On pops the heal as well, just for a little bit of extra speed up. They're going to be able to fully push through this lane, as you would expect. This is very much going to be an uncomfortable lane here for Pays and Missing to try to play out. The Caitlyn, another thing that's a little bit different right here. We really haven't been seeing the Caitlyn too much either, but she is still in a relatively strong spot. She's so oppressive in lane is the main thing.
Oh, this is creative. Shun skipping all of his bottom side quadrant camps. Wants to look for an early gank onto Elk and On. But there's no real strong CC setup here unless Shun is just going to close the distance here. Doesn't really quite find it. The dagger from the dog. Not going to do enough damage. But it is flashes expended by both On and Elk at the cost of Shun's.
Just not quite going to be able to land the last little bit of damage needed. Now Wei is in the area, technically unspotted as well. Pays pretty close to his tower, should just be able to walk this one out. Yeah, is going to spot out Wei, step back towards his tower. And both junglers just going to spend a bit of time sniffing in the bottom lane, but not able to grab anything.
Yeah, Shun has to return back to his camps. He gave up a lot of tempo for his own self-interest just to make sure that he could at least alleviate some pressure on the bottom side. Would have been ideal for JDG to get a kill out of that setup since they were so far up, but pretty hard to, and well played by Elk and On to escape, and Wei giving some of his time to make sure that they were able to get that crash on the bottom side. Now it's BLG trying to rotate over to the top side first. Ala is still occupying a wave here, but Pays, I think, was spotted on a ward that they placed down on that Raptor camp.
Yeah, and I mean, last time that we saw the bot lane moving around into Ala's lane, he did end up going down. Let's see if he's going to be able to survive.
It was not Pays. It was, Missing. Ah. Damn, Nico.
Oh, good sidestep. Oh, does he still die?
That's a lot of damage onto Ala, flashing away just at the last possible second. Still has a teleport, and now that Pays had taken the reset, walking back towards the top side of the map, On is going to stop the base now for Ala.
Ton of damage going down. Is going to be able to get away just about. Was able to sidestep that cocoon from on. Otherwise, that could well have been that initial first blood going on down. Now we're going to get both bot lanes up in the top side of the map. We've still got a minute until the grubs are going to spawn. It's going to be a Hextech Drake as that individual first Drake. Really great one to be able to grab. Every single champion enjoys the stats that one provides. Let's see who's going to be moving towards that one. I think it is really worth reiterating, right, when Way's back is against the wall, when BLG lose the first games of series, they move towards this Lilia almost every single time, and for good reason. It's such a great pickup for this man.
Yeah. It gave BLG their second game win in the series against anyone's legend. They still eventually lost the series, but it was what gave hope to the BLG squad. Shun is spotted on a control ward in this blue quadrant. Pretty sure Scout should be known to BLG roaming on this top side of the map as well. Elk and On forced to give up this wave and back off the tower.
Yeah, everybody just getting so much pressure right now. Jun stepping up, more than happy. Obviously, he's still got that E to be able to survive. Extra survivability onto this champion through the changes have really changed the way that Neferi is. Neferi jungle so dang strong at the moment. So much survivability. Does mean, though, with all of the knowledge of where JDG are at, you can start up this first Drake as well. The response is going to be this first set of grubs right here. Now, this is crucial that we are seeing the team with a Yorick picking up at least 3 grubs.
Yep. It doesn't necessarily guarantee outright that you're going to get Void Might spawn, but every bit of extra turret damage is going to make the difference here when you have Yorick on your side. Now, JDG more than likely going to have to swap their bot lane once again, because Ala is getting surrounded slowly by the rest of BLG, and this might have not been the safest place to back. They know that he's there, and Ala's recall is stunted for now. Doesn't have flash from the prior setup on the top side of the map. This Yorick is looking very, very juicy, and BLG will take their first kill against it.
It's just going to be the kill going straight on over to BLG, exactly the early game that you want. This is why you pick yourself the Elise, all of that priority that it can give you. And again, Ala, we were questioning a little bit why he was going towards something like the Yorick. He's been pretty vulnerable to ganks, to all of that stuff early on in this split so far, and once again shows that off. At least on the other side of the map, you are going to get a little bit of something done. Scout might not quite get himself this turret plate. No, at least does get this turret plate, so that is going to be something. And there's not really a gold lead going either way. Still, it is nice to grab that first kill.
It's only one death on the Yorick so far, but I want to take the time to highlight a concern that JDG can have in this game. First game, it was an Ornn that was getting focused and ganked. And that is totally fine as long as you're still keeping up in levels. Yorick is not the same archetype. If Yorick falls behind, whether it's levels or gold, the effectiveness of this champion goes tremendously down. You don't get to spawn into a team fight and at least still provide an AoE knockup. You are expected to have decent pressure on the side lane. If not that, then what else is this champion going to accomplish this game? Oh, really good root by missing. That's the flash out of Knight.
Knight just going to have to flash away from that one. To answer the question, is it bait? It's definitely bait the way that a lot of these LPL top laners have been playing it so far. Playing it as a teamfight Yorick. Don't do that. That's bad. Play it through the side lanes. Even a behind Yorick can still melt through towers and provide so much pressure on the side lanes. You just have to be strong enough that one champion can't immediately come and kill you. Even if one champion can stop you from pushing, just drawing one away is at least going to even up the odds in these team fights, get it into a 4v4, and then hopefully you get far enough ahead that you're drawing multiple members to your lanes, or risking having a ton of towers fall if the other team leaves you alone.
And while Ala hasn't been getting many turret plates for himself and slightly behind of Finn in terms of the item curve, Scout has been benefiting a lot off of some additional CS against Knight. He's been picking up a couple turret plates on both sides of the map. This Sway is slowly getting a little bit more gold. It's just a faint amount, but that's how it always starts. Now JDG have a couple of objectives to look at, again, same as BLG. 1 minute on the second rotation of Grubs, 2 minutes on the second Dragon.
Yeah, and the grub's got to be your focus here. Giving 6 grubs over to a Yorick is such a great way to put him in a good spot. Even if he's behind in items, well then he will just be melting through towers anyway. And some great interactions between his ability to spawn the ghouls and all of the little void mites that you can get. It's just such a great pressure tool against these towers. But we'll have to see, of course. This overall composition from JDG is a little bit incongruent, let's say. It isn't necessarily the sort of composition where I look at and I go, ah yeah, this makes total sense. Because Pays wants to jump in quite a bit, so does Shun. But Scout wants to sit very far back. Missing isn't really the tank that can just initiate this fight. It probably is just going to be either some long-range fears coming through from Scout to be able to start a fight, or it's missing flash ulting into the backline. Now, I love Pop Blossom. I think it's the best ulti in the entire game for wombo combos, but you don't really have that kind of composition here.
Yeah. It's a very dangerous proposition to ask of Missing to essentially be the only person engaging. Thankfully, you are paired with Callista, so you always get a get out of jail free card if the engage is sour or the look is just not good in general. BLG have their numbers on the top side of the map so that they can guarantee the second rotation of grubs. Now Scout could be in trouble, has to flash away from the unstoppable onslaught, throws out a full combo, but Bin absorbs most of it. He's gonna shrug it off, walk away. But because of that, Ala actually not going to even get that much time to wail on this turret because it's an immediate teleport by Bin.
It's going to be not really the ideal play here for JDG, losing the flash top lane, but more than that, going 3 for 3 in terms of the grubs. It was an odd recall timing out of Jun. He took the recall basically exactly as those grubs were spawning, really took himself out of any potential play. Still though, we are going to see a little bit of damage from Ala right here onto Bin. Doesn't even get knocked up right here. Yeah, he's in a good spot here, Ala. He can keep playing this one. There is plenty of healing, and without any anti-heal right now on Bin, he should win out on these fights for the minute with the Yorick.
Yeah, even though Bin has a full item ahead and completed with the Sunfire's Cape, at least when you have the Maiden, you're draining max percentage HP. The sustain on your Q gives you missing percentage HP sustain as well, so you're still in a decent spot. And as you called out, there's no Grievous Wounds acquired for Bin on the Scion, so Ala is still totally doing fine. JDG, the second dragon has spawned. They're trying to fight for Prio in mid lane at the moment.
They're going to be able to establish that for themselves, and Jun heads straight on over towards that Drake. He's going to be able to take this down pretty fast. Has got that Eclipse already. That's the point in which this Neferi already gets online. Although Scout, he is under massive threat right now. Can he clear the wave fast enough? Yeah, probably. This makes it harder.
He has no flash, but you have many ways to make this turret die. Force on can tank up the turret, aggro and the repel, but you've got to use it soon. And no, survive. The dive is a bust, and BLG looks silly.
They really do, although Ala teleports in right at the very end of this fight. Not quite sure why. Can take over this top lane. It does mean that Scout's going to have to immediately teleport bot lane. Bin gets a couple of turret plates to his name as well. That's just not ideal. Kind of got abandoned, thrown to the wolves right there. And JDG, they managed to fight back, even up the kill score. Like I said, making their opponents look a little bit silly.
A little shocking, and it seems like maybe On was not connected with the rest of the squad on how to force that play. Now, looking for all of this time around, Swirling Seed does not land. On no flash, no summoners available since he used both in the dive against Scout. Does not go their way. And take a look again.
Oh boy.
I mean, I understand the play. You see Shun doing Dragon. This should be a free play. But then...
Yeah. So, unfortunately, in that situation, Knight instantly starts tanking the tower, not On, and so you can't reset it through that way, meaning that Knight has to instantly leave, doesn't deal enough damage. Everybody else has to step back as well, and On, although he's able to keep himself alive initially through the repel, once he comes back down, unfortunately there was nothing left to do. It really was just an abandonment of this poor Elise, and it's a play that made a lot of sense that goes wrong there for BLG. This is JDG beginning to fight back, showing that they can still find good situations. Their composition comes online very strong at 2 items here. They're well on their way to that. Let's see what JDG can do once they hit that break point, if they're really going to begin to try accelerate the pace of this game.
the goal deficit is not even that large for BLG. So while the play goes awry and it makes them all do the walk of shame away from the tower, and not ideal since that was such a big flash window and the look was, in theory, such a good play to make, knowing that you had burned Scout's flash off that timer while Shun could not answer. Well, now that window's gone. And so now, next objectives that you can play for, Rift Herald, minutes time, JDG, or Third Dragon, 2.5 minutes right now. And because all of that time was dedicated into trying to make that punish on Scout, all his flashes back up. He has his Trinity Force. There's still no Grievous Wounds or really any strong itemization from Bin that's going to make all his time in against the tank matchup any more difficult at the moment. So Alla is starting to now coast through after the early pressure he was susceptible to.
And it is going to be this Trinity Force build. It's the more aggressive one. It's the one that can melt through towers so incredibly fast. You can join up into team fights with this build. You can do quite a lot of damage, but it's very much more about sitting in these side lanes, providing the pressure the team really needs. Let's see if he is going to do that. Right now, he's been more than happy to just sit in either top lane or bot lane, constantly pushing this one through. He's beginning to chunk out these towers. Knight, you don't want to step into this bush! Oh,
Face
the
checks
stun!
it, takes a lot of damage, but dodges. Very importantly, dodges the fear from Scout. Could have been the cost of his flash right there. Maintains it. Forced to back. If he needs to go back to the top side anytime soon, he can TP, but he's just going to take the walk.
Right now, Herald's going to be the next thing everybody is focusing on. 4 members around it right now for JDG. They're going to be able to push the majority of BLG back away from this one. But with the mid lane priority now swinging over to BLG, they're going to have to move back over. Heal blown right there. Yeah, Missing was in a little bit of trouble getting stunned up. You can see the poke going through back and forth, Elk. I enjoy the dodging back and forth as the Caitlyn ulti slams home. Does a decent chunk of damage, and actually nobody going to be able to pick up this Herald for right now. Missing, not again.
Gotta be careful, especially separated from Pays. You do not have the Fate's Call tether there if he was caught out in that moment. And because BLG have forced away the bottom lane of JDG, it gives them control of this Rift Herald, able to play a better objective game in the second one of the series so far. Getting a chance to mention here, Bloxer, I didn't even notice. I noted the Collector, or saw that, you know, Collector was being rushed by Elk, and it makes sense. You just want to chunk out Pays anytime he steps up with your ultimate. I didn't realize that Pays was also going for a lethality build as well. So he is not concerned with trying to kill Bin as a tank later on. He's like, I'm hoping and I'm assuming that Alla is gonna deal with that tank and keep him pinned in a side lane, and all I have to do is just kill 4 other squishy members.
Exactly. Bin is going to get to be a big tanky boy in this game and really not worry about getting taken down really either by Scout or by Pays. But exactly right, they're not indexing into that. They're trying to get kills onto these squishies, like On, who takes a big chunk. Damage. Heal gets popped. He's pretty fast. The Spider just about going to be able to get away. Still, you're constantly losing your heal. Teleport going to have to come into the mid lane too from Knight. Sorry, from Bin, actually, just to be able to absorb some more of this pressure.
They're going to have to bring numbers advantage because they want to be able to at least contest for mid prio. Maybe get a chance to look at this third dragon JDG have aggroed, or at least try and pressure the mid tier 1. Pays walked on over, helped Shun with a little bit of the dragon before going back and picking up this wave. No contest from the side of BLG, and they haven't really gotten anything in response to it on the map. So JDG gonna get a chance to knock out their first tower on the bottom side of the map. Solid pressure so far.
This is exactly what I wanted to see from this Alla Yorick right now, where he's constantly pushing through on these side lanes. It means that there's not really that play across the rest of the map, you know? You're getting pressure bot lane, but what can you do to really deal with that? You're losing the Drake, but what can you do on the other side? There's always going to be a push lane through if the Yorick is there. I'm enjoying it so far. We'll have to see, obviously, if Alla decides to stay in these side lanes or does come and join up in these team fights. We're getting to the point 20 minutes into this game where team fights are going to be a lot more attractive to all of these players, especially top laners who are usually so focused on joining up, is going to be the Rift Herald pop down into the mid lane right now for BLG.
Gonna overload in the mid lane. 4 members here alongside the Rift Herald that guarantees the crash. The tier 1 will be taken and on. Gonna escort the Rift Herald back out. Probably not gonna get a chance to look for a crash anywhere else. Should die by the time it returns wherever it goes. It's looking for that cocoon onto Missing. Still has flash and heal if he needed a bailout, or Hayes can always throw out the Fate's Call. Relatively safe so far. Do you want to note that the fact that Bin was forced to use the TP mid didn't really get anything for BLG on the back half. Now Ala has a TP advantage, and this is where things can get very, very oppressive for BLG. The fact that Ala is still, even though behind a few hundred gold, it's behind a few hundred gold against the Scion. That's not the end of the world. He can still put pressure on the side lane.
Oh, Jun. Does he want to go straight in onto this one? If he can get close enough tonight, might actually get a channel trying to teleport away. Will just about get away. Olive blows the flash basically for nothing. So that is going to be the teleport now off of Knight. Bin also doesn't have his, as you highlighted. That's going to make this really tricky to try to play around. And with Atakan up and available in the top side of the map, that's where I'm imagining JDG, they're going to go send the troops and just allow this push to happen from Arla. Someone's going to have to go deal with him that can't then rejoin the rest of the fight.
And so far, it might be Knight. Now, there's a chance that Wei tries to make a fast play before JDG are set up for the Atakan and pounce on Ala before JDG have a chance. Ala, noting that that could be a possibility, is going to back off and not give them that opportunity. The only thing I can think of why... I'm not sure if this works. Hey, still has flash. He should be fine. Should be fine. Ala in a 1v2. They see both of the members here, Lilia and Knight, and yeah, Lilty Lullaby expended, plus the flash. Now JDG have to do something on the top side of the map to make use of Ala's sacrifice on the bottom side, but doesn't seem like they're pulling the trigger just yet.
Now they're going to go towards the Atakan. They're going to lose this tower top lane as well. They're able to pick up their own top lane tower, so it was at least something. You can see the push going through right here. TP actually from Scout to go and try and deal with this. It should just be the Atakan going on over. BLG, they make a snap decision, go for the play down towards the bottom side of the map. Let's see if it turns out to be worthwhile for them in the end, right? Bin stepping up right here. He's just trying to be annoying. Shouldn't try to step any further forwards. Atakan going to be picked up right there. Now you've got the false life to try to do something with.
Yeah, Scout is doing it all. He picks up the bot wave, immediately books it to mid lane, absorbs the crashing wave over there as well. JDG are able to pick up the Otacon, and it's the second lives, the GAs for themselves here, so they have a chance to go for a big team fight, try to look for as many kills as possible, assuming the look is good and they can get a major advantage out of it, as we take a look back at the replay once again in the 1v2.
Yeah, unfortunately for Arla, the second you step up here, just going to go down. Wei does have to flash to make this play happen, so, you know, that is going to be something. That's a big engaged tool for BLG that they don't have for another couple of minutes yet. Picking up that kill is going to be huge. Now, Arla moves up towards the top side of the map, gets that wave pushing, and the rest of his team are down on the bottom side. They've got a Drake spawning 40 seconds time until that one's going to be up and available. 2 minutes now until the Baron is here. And the Baron going to be very important for both of these teams. Right now, you can see towers falling left and right with the Baron empowered minions pouring down. That's going to be so much easier to do still.
With all the map moves made by both teams and all the tension's been building up, it's still a relatively low kill game. Only 3 kills total so far. A lot of proactive farming, a lot of just strong objective trades and attempts being made by both sides, trying to outwit each other on the map. Missing, taking a huge chunk of damage. Swirling Seed connects as well. Now down below 50% HP thanks to both Lilia and Elk on the Caitlyn. Missing. Probably going to be forced to take it back here. JDG would love to secure this dragon without any contest, but the fact that Missing is super low and potentially basing, going to be forced to stay here.
Oh, that's a TP away from a Yorick.
Gotta be careful now. JDG, whether they secure this dragon or not, they
get it.
Now it's just all about everyone getting the hell out and buying as much time for all to split push on the top side.
Yeah.
Bin just expended TP. Knight still has his. He's gonna be the person that has to answer. But Ala started walking on over, trying to see if they could get a collapse. Bin now just might be left to die, but he's super tanky on the Scion, absorbing pretty much everything from the side of JDG. But notably, No one from JDG with the engaged tools go in. They get the dragon blockster. They get the tier 2 tower on the top side. Alla doesn't get collapsed on in time. JDG playing such a slow but methodical map game.
Rafa, it's enough to bring a tear to my eye. I just watched the Yorick stay in the side lane, not teleport down to the fight. Alla has teleport available. He could have joined his team, but he didn't. Rejoice, Yorick mains and Yorick enjoyers out there. This is what we wanted to see. This is what all of the other Yoricks we've been watching in the LPL have failed to do. They've been trying to teamfight with this champion. Don't do that. Trust in your team. Get extra gold. And it's going to be a King's Ransom that JDG are able to pick themselves up because of that play. Now the teleport comes in. This is a flank play.
Uh-oh.
On to
I mean,
Knight.
Knight has
Oh,
flash.
goodbye, Knight.
Alla has teleported right behind him. They had a ward waiting in that side brush. The golden left
Gorgeous.
hand is taken down once again by JDG.
There you go. That's when you could use your teleport right there. The flanking Yorick, not usually something you'd say, but Knight was just way out of position. He's had a pretty bad day so far. Now there's going to be an engage right here onto Alla.
Wade can follow up, still has Lilting Lullaby trying to punish the
Oh,
Yorick,
missing.
but missing with the Pop Blossom. Only hits Bin. Wade tries to flash away. On is here to provide assistance if they need it. It just results in both JDG and BLG members both leaving the cause of the fight.
This is great. This is exactly the way that JDG needed to play this game out. They've now got themselves onto Soul Point. Just 3 minutes now until that's going to be available as a buff to grab. If you can get this Infernal Soul, it's going to be huge. Elk underneath the tower does have friends. I thought Jun might want to go for that one.
Bro, I mean, Shun had the ultimate just coming back off cooldown in 2 seconds, popping the W. If you see a Nefiri pop W right in front of you under a tower, you know they don't care about taking turret shots or having to dodge CC. But as soon as On walks up, it's like, oh, all right, guys. The dive can no longer be made. He will back off.
Let's see if they're going to be able to find a slightly better engage option right here as JDG. To be honest, it's been a pretty quiet game in terms of kills overall. 4 kills, 27 minutes into this game. Not usually what you would expect. BLG playing this one pretty safe at the moment. You can tell they really don't want to get 2-0'd right here by JDG. JDG at the moment, they have not dropped a single game. Not just series, not a single game at the moment. See if they're going to be able to pull this one through. Got a minute 40 until the next Drake is going to spawn. Baron is up and available. Possible collapse looking at the moment. Scout, he was in a risky situation, is going to be able to survive. Elk, every single time he sees Pays on his screen, just use that ulti. It's just a poke tool at this point.
Yep. Unfortunately for Elk, he doesn't get the same luxury to invest into double lethality items early on. Has to go for the rapid fire so that he can transition into crit scaling with that Infinity Edge on the 3rd item so that he is reliably a late game source of consistent damage.
Oh yeah.
Once again, we have to keep tabs of the fact that JDG do not have a real tank on this composition. Yep. Everyone is susceptible to getting completely bursted in a full spell rotation. If BLG ever find the combo, or you have Lilting Lullaby, you have On picking someone with the Elise, it can set up to turn the tides of battle, and the gold lead is still pretty much dead even.
Yeah, this game's going to be really interesting to see. The gold graph of missing is just dead here. There's no way he can get... Wait.
Yeah, he's popping the proto unless they try to turn it, but the Lilia passive will burn him down. No flash available either, so there is no way that Missing was getting out. And right before the 5th dragon spawns in the game.
Yeah.
That is
right before
so
Soul
big
Point.
for BLG. But now they're going to try to... They're going to bait the Baron instead? Oh, that's gutsy.
Hey, you can, and also you can just give up this Drake. Yeah, it extends the game.
Someone
another 5
has to
minutes.
block for Scout!
Wait.
He flashes just in the nick of time, but now he has no flash and he's up against the wall. JDG know that they cannot bail him out, but he's able to buy enough space and time. Pays able to distract him to the right side. No one could close the distance.
Hey, Alla!
That felt illegal. That felt like Scout should have died. But now
This is it.
It's just opening the gates on the top side of the map.
This is Yorick Gaming, baby! This is what we wanted to see, and straight away, JDG, they recognize that people are going to have to go back to base, they're going to have to go and deal with the Yorick, and they make a snap decision straight onto the Dragon, straight onto the Baron here, even for JDG.
I don't know if they're burning it down fast enough, and this isn't an attack speed Kalista that can ramp up a lot of spears. BLG arrive back to the Baron pit. They claim the Dragon. JDG gonna give control of the objective again. Min has unstoppable onslaught. He has cut off Shun. Is he caught out? He still has a flash available. It should be fine. Using the call of the pack, the dodge, the Elise Cocoon still preserves the summoner spell and the flash.
There we go. Arla gonna head straight back down into the mid lane, pushes a nice big wave in there. Not quite going to be able to pick up the tower, but it's fine. You just need to be drawing pressure around. This is what you need to do with the Yorick. You can't team fight. It doesn't matter what's happening in and amongst the team fights. Draw more members over, and if you don't, you can see he just immediately takes himself a ton of pressure, and once again, JDG heads straight back on over towards this Baron, and the pressure through the mid lane right now that Arla's putting down. This one is just going to be gone, surely.
3,000 HP, no chance to get into the pit. That smite might have been, but face call used by Pays. Pin trying to flash forward, looking for something, but the knockup from missing off the Fate's call ensures that Scout, even without a flash, does not get knocked up by Bin's decimating smash. And Ala's in the mid lane. He's gonna pull BLG right on back, but he has enough space to be able to make his escape route. He's got Shun on his right side flank. JDG, they are outclassing BLG on the map.
No. Arla is outclassing BLG on the map right now. It is all on this Yorick here. JDG, they're buying themselves so much space through Arla's pushing. He's been one of the iffiest members here for this team. We've been really critical of the way he's been playing out this split so far, but this is one of those games. 1 and 2, 300 CS. This is Yorick Gaming.
It has been quite a long time to see a team play side lanes, play the split push game this well in the LPL. Usually that is something that is awarded to any team that has Xiaohu on their squad. The former RNG squads is missing. Still has flash available. Gotta keep his distance for now. Swirling Seed does not find its mark once again. Bin has Unstoppable Onslaught available, but doesn't pull the trigger. BLG maintaining their posture, maintaining their battle lines in this bottom quadrant, but someone has to respond to Ala's Yorick back in the mid lane, as now he sets his sight on the top side of the map once again.
Just keep pushing this one on through. You can see super minions pouring on in. It just means there's so much pressure going on. BLG, they're having to desperately try to defend against what is happening right now. This mid lane tier 2 tower is under massive threat at the moment, but you have to send members up to this top side. You've got to send someone towards this bot side. It's so tricky to play the map. This is very much a macro game through and through. 5 kills between the two teams at this point. Still, resets are going to come through. Less than a minute left on this Baron buff. The next big objective is going to be this Drake. It is soul point for JDG. If they can pick this one up, soul for them, and this would be a huge swing. Again, it's another thing that this team can play around.
Part of me wanted to believe that BLG was going to bring a much more competitive second game. It is still possible to come back in this game state, but the way that JDG have been so methodical, so adaptive, and keyword restrained to know when too far was too far. Not all-inning, not overcommitting, not overextending themselves, and just being able to use this Yorick to the best that we have seen so far in the LPL. JDG are just seemingly moments away, a good fight away from being able to open the base, one dragon away from claiming soul and setting themselves up for a clean sweep over BLG.
I mean, what was the criticism of Jun, right? Why did he have to move on from BLG? He was too erratic. He wasn't consistent enough. Well, that's very much not been the case so far in this series. JDG, they've shown the exact right amount of restraint. And now you can see these item breakpoints are really coming online. You've got a 4-item Yorick constantly split pushing. You've got 4 items right here completed for Scout. Jun's got 3. You nearly got the 4th for Pays. All of these main carries are ready to go. You just need to find the engage.
Elk and Wei could be
They can
targets
go.
for the picking. And once again, Shun shows restraint.
Doesn't
That
go.
felt like a moment where I would have easily been agreeable to see the Nefiri sink their fangs into the hearts of BLG. But they just pushed them off, used the pressure, and looked for the Infernal Soul instead. Wei trying to loom forward the
It's gone.
unstoppable onslaught.
Oh, no!
Wei steals the
What?
dragon. He denies
What?
the Infernal Soul away from JDG. And now Shun is cut off from the rest of the squad. Has the Edge of Night forced to flash away. The rest of
But
BLG
look at bot
can
lane,
fight on
look
proper
bot lane.
battle lines.
They have
but
to base.
Allah is pushing on the bot side of the map. Shun trying to get as much damage onto Knight before he gets a chance to finally finish the teleport.
Oh, the TP,
But now
hello?
Shun doesn't want to look for any stragglers here. It's only
Wait.
4 members from the side of BLG. Scout.
Wait, he gets him!
Knight
What?
to
Allah!
in the mid lane. The York getting so much value. It's now a 5-on-4. Scout dodging out from Wei's grasp. Lilting Lullaby had already been expended. Ola is
Oh
just
my!
running BLG around the map, bailing them out. What could have been disaster. BLG at least denied the Infernal Soul away, but Ola is now making BLG sweat at the remnants of their base.
Oh, they don't even get a kill off the back of all of that. That's incredible. So close to picking up kills. The fact that Allah is able to grab that kill onto Knight, who teleported back in a desperate attempt to save a few of these towers. There's a mid lane tier 2, mid lane inhibitor tower, and that's it. Barring the Nexus ones, this is a game that feels like it's closing in around the neck of BLG.
The noose is starting to tighten. The shadow that once belonged to BLG is diminishing, and a new shadow is starting to loom over them from JDG. As we take a look back at the
How do you
replay.
lose this? You have Callista. I do not understand how they lose out onto that one. That's now going to be sole point for BLG as well. Next Drake is going to decide it. 7th Drake coming up in just a few minutes time. But it was this play specifically here, not the tower. It's the way that Allah just takes Knight's soul. I mean, just walks at him, is able to land enough of the E's, flashes forward, bonk to pick up that kill right there. Allah. Oh, hang on, wait.
JDG, they picked up
on his dead.
one. BLG are now down to 4 members once again. Allah is not ready on the field yet. He is just now walking down mid lane, so JDG don't have the pressure immediately from the York. Shun
with
already
5
popping the call to
items.
pack. Ben wants to force it, but good use of the clone by missing. Absorbs the unstoppable onslaught. Lilting Lullaby right onto Shun. Wait, wants him! Elk pops Shun in the back line, but they still have to deal with the rest of the members of JDG. Missing, going for
missing!
the pop, lost a flash, looks for Knight once again, knows that he doesn't have the flash, but Elk is the new target, still doesn't fall, still has the auto attacks, but Scout finishes him off. It's now down to Knight and Ben, still trying to hold the line, but the Dark Procession holds Ben in place, and Ola's Yorick lives up to expectations that we wanted to see for this champion, finally arising all of the previous performances. And now JDG have a 3-man push against only On and Knight.
There we go, they can push forwards onto this tower. They're going to be able to pick up the inhibitor more than likely too. There's 30 seconds until Elk's back up. Same thing for Wei and Bin. You've got a while. Don't know if they want to try push for the end. It might be a little bit too risky. JDG, they've exhibited a lot of restraint so far in this series. Once again, they're going to back off, but that's going to be 2 inhibitors down. And with the Baron up and available, what can BLG do to even step out of their base soon enough?
Baron available. Wei just respawning now. Bin and Elk up in 14 and 3 seconds respectively. Not going to be a chance for BLG to contest unless On can make some kind of miracle steal with the least spider Q, but it's not going to happen. Just trying to fish for any stragglers that get isolated. JDG now find themselves nearly 7,000 gold ahead.
1 minute now until the Drake is going to spawn. That's going to be the last thing JDG likely need to complete the pieces of the puzzle and to be able to pick up this 2-0 win versus BLG. In this fight, you can see it's a much better fight overall for BLG. They're actually able to get that initial kill right here, the flash forwards from Wei on this signature Lilia, the thing he's been going towards when their backs have been against the wall, but it just doesn't matter. And more than anything, it's the healing that Arla is able to get right here. He gets super low, but it doesn't matter. He's able to heal more than enough every Q, bringing him 300, 400 health up. It means that you just can't grab the kill as Bin. They're then able to push through exactly as you want to be doing with the Yorick. Yes, that was a Yorick joining a team fight, but at this point in the game, when you've got 5 items completed on this champion, now is when you can step up.
And they have to be so careful now because the wall of diff actually means something for JDG this late into the game. So many squishies, only one tank in Bin. He can try and frontline, but he cannot absorb every single threat that JDG has.
Let's see it. Lots of poke going down right now. That's the thing that Hui's really bringing to the table at the moment. Scout has had a great series so far, continuing to do so at this point. You've got super minions pouring in towards the top side. BLG, they really don't have long. They're going to have to find their play very soon if they don't want to be forced back to their base. Drake beginning to fall. We saw the steal previously from Wei.
Okay, lilting lullaby.
Arla flank.
Right
Arla
onto
flank.
Scout. Shun trying to burn down this dragon. Missing. Buys time. They find Elk. Arla bunks him over the head with the shovel. Shun was routed out by Knight. It's up to Pays and Scout. Here comes Arla. Knight is trying to do it all, but that golden left hand is crushed under the might of JDG's new team. Arla on the Yorick will be able to rise once again and bring BLG to their knees.
It's going to be teleports going into the base right here. JDG push forwards. They've got the inhibitors down. They've got the Baron buff up and available too. JDG are going to show that they may well be one of the best teams in the LPL right now. They are 3-0, 0 games dropped.
Shun, abandoned by BLG, for the first time emerges from their shadow in the colors of blood and vengeance. Victorious over his former squad. This JDG roster is real.
Oh yeah.
This JDG roster has what it takes to go all the way.
This game, more than any other game that we've seen from JDG, this split 2, has made me believe. You know, I posed the question behind the scenes, and then when we jumped onto camera, are JDG fake? And part of the reason that that was something you could ask was because Missing and Arla have been iffy throughout a lot of their games, especially in the placements, but even in Split 2. But this game, Missing looked great on the Nico, was finding a ton of really good engages, the pop blossoms that this team needed. They were tankless, they were engageless, it was just the Nico being able to flash in that found it. Well, there you go. And Arla on this Yorick looked gorgeous, was so good, constantly split pushing, making it so BLG just could not play the map. This was so much about the macro of it, and BLG, they just could not keep up.
If you were to tell me the MVP just based on like the first 10-ish minutes of the game, it's anyone but Arla, because Arla, you know, found himself overextended in the subject of pressure from BLG. The rest of the game, though, all those opportunities are created because of Arla on the Yorick. And even though I think JDG are clearly working together super well as a 5-man unit, understanding when to push the tempo, when to pull back on a play that they have vision for, when to actually pull the trigger and full send it on a target. This is such an evolution from the JDG squad that we saw struggle against Thunder Talk in Demacia Cup, struggle against OMG in the first split in a full best of 5 series. This is now a JDG. And yes, this is very early on in the Rumble stage. It's only second week. But if they are able to play like this, imagine what they look like 7 weeks from now when they get ready to lock down their seed in the playoff standings. And then we get to see the playoff run. How far is this team going to go?
They are now the only undefeated team. Everybody else has lost a series. BLG was the last remaining undefeated team other than JDG. JDG just beat them, and beyond that, they're the only one that hasn't dropped a single game. You know, everybody else, even if they've been winning a ton of their series looking good, they'd be dropping games to people. No, not JDG. They are looking so incredibly strong at the moment. Now, we have to temper it with the fact that up until this point, they hadn't beat too many of those top-tier quality opponents. Now they've beat BLG. What can they do? They've also got FPX as their first matchup next week. You know, they've got another one of those lesser teams. FPX, you know, they beat Weibo earlier today. We'll see how that matchup goes. But right now, we could well be looking at a JDG going into their matchup versus IG next week, who are sat 4-0, not lost any games, and are just the top dogs of Group Ascend.
What a time to be alive. This is so exciting for the landscape of the LPL. JDG look this good. Obviously, they're not perfect.
Yeah.
Right now, there's still some kinks to work out. But I mean, man, like we said, they've evolved and progressed so much since the first split. You know, first split, I was just looking at this team like, oh man, I don't know if they're ever gonna figure it out. If there's like, you know, inconsistent slips from Scout, Shun just going a little too crazy. You know, I don't know if this helps with it, but you know, being in Fearless meant that JDG went to Nidalee compositions, you know, a lot of times. And, you know, most of the times it's nice to see Shun on his signature champion, but the volatility in that champion is a big concern always. And so far in this split, Shun has been doing his job, and you know, not so much on the Nefiri this game. He was, you know, towards the late game fights, he was kind of the first target that BLG really had their eyes out for and trying to shut down. But Shun was farming up a storm, always. Yeah, exactly. He was a threat in itself had he ever had the chance to spring on to any of the members of BLG.
It wasn't the game where you needed to be that Nefiri right here, because you're just trying to buy time and pressure for your Yorick to be able to go and do whatever he needs to do. Ours still ends with 75% kill participation, which more tells you about how few deaths we actually had in that game. It was a very low kill game. And it's from the very beginning that BLG, they get themselves into a good spot right at the start, but then they throw it away with this bad dive that kills on, and then they try to get too aggressive in a couple different fights, and they just end up losing tower damage constantly. This was the one play where Arla kind of gets himself a little bit caught out. He would still be my game MVP for this one, though. He was just so impactful on this Yorick. This is a completely different game if you have a different top laner here.
Yeah. Flandra, if you ever pick Yorick again, you need to look at what Ala did with this champion.
Nuh-uh.
Yes.
Do not.
You're not TPing in to force a team fight.
No.
You don't need to do that until you've got like a 2-item advantage or something.
Yes.
You just
Exactly.
like put the damage on the turrets. Force the team to react to you. Because it really
You know how
did.
you get the 2-item advantage? You get it by killing towers. That's where Yorick gets this golden XP advantage. It's not through joining the team fights before that point.
Yeah.
So good. So good. Who do you think gets the MVP? Because I'd very much give it to Arla, but I feel like there's ways to argue elsewhere. Scout also had a very good game.
Scout was once again getting away with illegal shit, bro. I'm just gonna like cut the filter on that one. The like
Stepping
first
up in wild
the dive should have been a kill, doesn't happen.
No.
The catch where they saw the angle, been running through the little mid lane corridor with Unstoppable Onslaught, and Pays can't absorb it because then he puts himself in danger, right? So he has to sidestep it. And then Scout is literally back against the wall. Everyone is closed around him. And somehow he lives.
Yeah. Fancy feet. Slippery. He's slippery. Wild.
Yeah.
Actually wild. Oh, look at these
I guess
standings.
BLG
JDG on
were
top.
not willing to force their way through that corridor, which it is terrifying to do against a Hui. But everyone from JD, I mean, this is all retrospective, you know. If we really want to like break it down, you know, we can do a VOD review. That's not the purpose of, you know, this moment right here, you know. So whether they played it poorly or Scout just like was in a fine spot and I'm capping out of my butt, whatever. But you know what? What's important now, as you highlighted earlier, JDG, the only team in the LPL in Group Ascend, undefeated at the top of the standings right now. We are witnessing peak JDG right now.
Oh yeah. This is the JDG we'd been hoping and praying for since the start of the year. We didn't get to see it in Split 1. We didn't get to see it during the placements, but of all the times to really turn it on, it would be in this Group Ascend right now. 3-0. All of their games have been victories, no losses whatsoever. It puts them at the top, and BLG get punted so far down the roster right here. They're now sat in 5th place, 2-2. It is Arla, gonna be the player of the game. I would have rioted. That was an incredible performance. The thing is, you're showing right now his damage percentage. I don't care. How much tower damage did he do? Damage to structures is the actual
These
number
are the
you care
wrong
about
stats
here.
to show.
Yes.
Like, show me how much. Yeah. We need to pull up structure damage.
Yes.
And look at this. Oh man, our producer
Just
not
melting
gonna
towers.
show us the highlight reel. Producer is ready to go to bed, which is understandable. We didn't have necessarily a super long day, but it was still a long one with 3 best of 3s. To recap everything, FPX victorious over Weibo Gaming 2-0. IG eventually victorious over Thunder Talk 2-1, went the full distance, and JDG a 2-0 over BLG. Who would have thought? A lot of people had concerns, a lot of people had questions and doubts. But you know what? Oh, I don't have the meme ready. Darn it. It's okay. If you follow me on Twitter, I'm gonna throw up something I cooked up right before. But anyway, before we close out the broadcast, as always, it is an absolute pleasure to be in the booth with you, Blockster. It's an absolute pleasure to be here on the LPL English unofficial broadcast. And also, it is a pleasure to give thanks to our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup and Mung, because their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. Have we told you about how awesome the graphics revamp package that we got this season has been? It's so sexy. It's so cool. And that is because of elite coffee supporters like Aaron Soup and Mung. It's because of viewers like you. It's because of supporters and subscribers through Twitch, YouTube, donations, everything, the whole shebang, even word of mouth. Every little bit helps. And it's all thanks to y'all. So thank you all so much. We're signing off for the night. See you next time.